Okay. Oy. Is it back? Looks like it. For who knows how long. Yeah, I'm not even gonna open the Steam page. I don't know if the video was doing it or what. No, it doesn't blue screen. I was talking about the tech for hours last night with Lassie. What it does is it makes a really loud buzzing noise, like brrr, like a grinding buzzing noise, and then it just fucking shuts off. The screen freezes and then it shuts off. Um, Very rarely it's when I'm like just sitting still, but it's usually when I'm like doing something or watching something or some shit like that. In the past it would happen every like month, more every few weeks. It started to pick up though. Last week it happened 3 times in a row. It happened since then once. Yesterday it happened twice. Then it didn't do anything. Now, of course, when I want to do the big stream, it happens. We did a fresh install of all the graphics drivers, updated the motherboard chipset. I've played with power outlets and strips, and I've even turned off fucking wallpapers, all sorts of weird little shit. Vendor overclock. I'll look into that. Yeah, I was gonna update my BIOS after this stream was done. What's up, Vic? Good to see you. And then yeah, we were gonna keep troubleshooting. I was really hoping I could get through this stream though. I don't mind it crashing like once a week or something during me watching a stream, but I can't have it be crashing multiple times a day while I'm streaming myself. It also just makes me worried that the computer's gonna explode. Yeah, it could be that. I'll check it out. I don't know if it has an overclock by default. Um, that's the thing is, I mean, I've checked the report viewer, and there's just no info. It's just like an error for it's like a report 41 or something. It just means that like it just shut off unexpectedly. So I could look a little harder, but I've been already looking a lot. So, it could be the GPU. People have said that they can try to fix it by just setting your GPU again. So I'm thinking about maybe taking the computer out, opening it up, cleaning it out, just putting everything out, taking it out, putting it back in. I mean, it could be the power supply for all we know. Turn off the presets. Yeah. Yeah. I've messed with some Windows settings there. Like I turned off auto sleep mode. I turned off my hard disk turning off after 20 minutes. Um, I've changed some power settings. Yeah, it just randomly crashes. It's been picking up lately then. Oh, is this your list, Sam? Gaming. Yeah, I'll put this on stream. Oh, if you want me to. I'd like to see it. Let me get like a game or two in. Make sure the stream's gonna stay up. I don't want to like start talking about your list and then the stream crashes. So I'll give it a few if you don't mind. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing it. A mem test? Yeah. I don't know how you do all that. That's the thing. There's not really like a good cause. Be anything. For all I know, it's my mouse. My mouse is kind of broken. Like it has trouble like dragging, so it's just like rapid do shit, I guess. For all I know, it's like pulling the computer so fucking fast it just blows the fucking thing up. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I'm ordering a new mouse anyways, but I've taken as many things as I can off the plugs, like off the strips, the drop power. Anywho, let's make another attempt. Maybe it's just coincidence, but usually when I like hard restart the computer, like total off and on, it doesn't crash as readily as if I put it on sleep mode, but it could just be coincidence. So. I don't know. Anyway, shit's a bummer. All right, let's do Kubanashi Recollection real quick. At this rate, we're gonna have to have this be a 2-day thing, which maybe is a smarter pick, anyways. But anywho, let's see if I crash real quick. I just even speak the name Kubanashi Recollection. Turn down the music a little bit. Yeah, so this was a Goto recommended game and gifted game. I've not played any Toho games. I've watched a bit. There's a lot of fan games too. And yeah, there's a pretty big rabbit hole. I wanted to mess with the Metroidvanias. Well, before this, I played the Toho Luna Nights, which was good. But yeah, this was my first Toho game. And it's just a puzzle platformer. It's just a solid little puzzle platformer. I mean, it's not it does have crazy presentation. I mean, the music's good. It doesn't have like the most creative mechanics or anything, but they're more than serviceable. It's pretty hard puzzle platformer. There's a lot of long sequences of precise steps you need to figure out. But it was a cute little game. Do I put it on good game filtering? Yeah, I don't have a whole lot to say. It's been a bit. It was solid. Like I said, the music was good, but it's not like the most striking puzzle game you'll ever play. It's worth playing if you like a 2D platformer puzzlers. Yeah, I'll put it on the good game filter. I don't think it's like a mediocre game. If it doesn't end up on the bad or any other list, it's just mediocre. But anyways, let's do Desperados, and then we're gonna look at Sam's list. Some of these games I'll have more to say than others, especially as we get closer to the end of the year. All right. Anywho, Desperados 3. So yeah, Desperados 3 is like a top-down stealth tactics game. You drag your unit. It's kind of like an RTS. But you can real time with pause it and stuff. It was made by the people who did Commandos, if you ever heard of those. It was really good, actually. It's one of those that it's really hard to play a lot of it in a row because it's pretty involved. Pretty complicated. There's a lot of different moving parts, a lot of characters that do a lot of shit, a lot of ways you can go through the missions. Just a plethora of tools per character and a lot of missions in general. I don't think the story was super interesting, so you're not going to get much of a vehicle there to keep you interested outside the gameplay. But the Wild West, Voodoo combinations are pretty cool. At least a setting, so that's fun. It works well. I would definitely recommend Desperados 3. I'd put it in the good game list. I don't know if it'll go farther than that. We'll find out. But I liked it enough. Now let's look at Sam's list real quick. Sorry, I'm a little like I'm already a little off, man. That crash, dude. That's gonna sit with me the rest of the fucking stream of this, right? Alright, so what's the preliminary here? Variety succeeded. You can't end up in be in hell, man. It's be in heaven. Pressure, dude. Sam's trying to say that us pushing him into myth was a bad thing, dude. Maybe I should put a little something on the bottom. All right. The best things this year. I can't argue with Crosscode. I can't argue with Sekimeo. You can't argue with any of these. This is just a clean list. These are some good ones too. These are all really high tier. Well, it's interesting that like 13 Sentinels and Bug Fables would be here, but not there. I kind of agree with you on Bug Fables a little bit. I really like Bug Fables, but it'll probably go in my best because mine's going to be a lot larger, but I definitely enjoy most of these more. I respect 13 Sentinels not being your best. I really like it, but it never really hit me in like a super emotional way. I just think it's really fucking clean. It's just really solid, but I don't think it has like a whole lot of ultra highs. I gotcha. Yeah, Ape Escape, man. You can't go wrong with Ape Escape. Yeah, Ape Escape Gaming, man. I was watching a little bit of one again, man. Just soul the game. Right, okay. A little bit more personal reason. Well, it's all personal reasons, but yeah, I haven't done the Crosscode DLC yet. I don't need to. That's cool. You put Neo too. He is great. Yeah, I agree with that. Echo Star Song. Yeah, Rising, Revengeance. Luna's Dice, was that the 3D platformer? Or is that a different one? You had a good list of stuff you played this year. Good variety. Yeah, I might pick it up. It's not on a great sale, but it's a cheap game anyway, so. God, it's already going, dude. That downer crash, man. It's like I'm gonna like drop some tabs here. Well, not some acid tabs, but like some internet tabs. I'm gonna drop some fucking tabs, but okay, you've got a best, great, and good. I need to play more Goemon games. I would say Rude Doubles, yeah, good. Ape Escape 2. It's hard for me to really decide what Ape Escape. Like, I played them all in a row, so it's hard to really differentiate a lot of them. I think 3 was my favorite. Pretty loose, like between each other. I assume these aren't really ranked against each other, right? It's just kind of, or is it? Is this the best game you played this year, Crossgun? The top and bottom are ranked. I don't even remember what was two's like unique mechanics. Like I said, I 3 has so many like crazier set pieces and stuff, and 1 just has like the PS1 look and charm that I forget what all 2 did that was different. I would need to rewatch a little bit. It's probably playing the games all in a row like that. The magnet. Yeah. Yeah, that's probably right. I respect this Ace Attorney thing. I wouldn't put it in grade either. I liked Great Ace's presentation and all that shit, and the characters and stuff, but I just don't think the actual stories were like good enough, man. They were just okay. Minish Cap, IO. IO's only good? No. I respect IO's being put in as like bad or good or great. It's all. There's so many reasons to think whatever with IO. Yeah, isn't there a PSP Ape Escape? Yeah, IO fits all tiers at once. I mean, 11's good, yeah. I have number 1. That's right, dude. Remake of the first one. Just showered squeaky clean. Just in time for the next computer crash. Yeah, I can't say much about Go Among games. The only one I've played is Mystical Ninja on N64. P3 Portable. I respect that as like just being good. Same with Minish Cap. I haven't played any of the Zeros yet. Is Adventures the first half? Great Ace Attorney? I imagine so. Right? I definitely agree that that's worse. Because, if only because there's like one really, really good case. Roboman's in the second one. The other one. And there's a bit of filler in the first one. Yeah, P3 is great, but realized you didn't like it that much. You like it more than Persona. Yeah, yeah, here it is. Persona 5 and Persona 4 is on here. Yeah, I mean, I respect that. We've talked up and down your Persona takes. And I feel you there. I would probably put each of the Personas like higher, but I definitely respect it. I forgot to separate the middle category in less than decent. Oh god, we're getting into the good stuff, dude. That's all good. Sorry if I'm not being as talkative. I'm still just worried about that crash. Yeah, I think the Persona takes interesting here. That's definitely like a hot take. I don't disagree. I think after rewatching Persona 5, the story especially has got a lot of like kind of shitty moments. I think for me, the presentation, the music, and the gameplay is like really solid though. But I think if you hate the story enough, it can take down all those other things. So I can get it for sure. I think the super like naive everything characters, the adults are bad, and it's just like this really bland like the kids versus the heroes thing. Like I definitely get that. I do wish it was a bit more tonal, or the tone was a bit more like 3, a bit more serious, and a bit less like Power Rangers kind of thing going on. But it just makes up for it, in my opinion, enough with gameplay and presentation and music and dungeon design and stuff. If you could take the P3 like general story feel and then the P5 everything else, you'd have a pretty good game. But You've made a good case for it though in the past. I got you there. P4 doesn't, yeah. I get that. If you don't like the kind of story P4 has, it doesn't have great dungeon design. Obviously, the gameplay, if you're playing them all, recently, isn't going to be as juicy. Maybe the social link stuff will still have novelty, but yeah. I mean, the music's still good too. I still think, personally, there's enough there with Persona 4 to have it be good. I mean, I still like Persona 4 a lot, so. But I get you. Snatcher's just decent. Where's Kojimbles? I agree. I think Snatcher's like one of my favorite Kojimbles games, but I'm not. I don't think many of the Kojimbles games are actually all that great. I think I'm just 1, 3, and Snatcher like pretty decent. But a lot of his other shit just has like some good stuff in it. Yeah, that's the problem with Snatcher. Is like it's a cool world, and if you've seen a lot of Western sci-fi, it's a little too derivative, but like it's still a cool world. And then yeah, it kind of just falls apart, especially that ending. Me knows. Day we found Earth. Yeah, I'd probably put that as decent. I'd almost put it as less than decent, like a little beneath mediocre. I just thought it was kind of dull to play, but the charm of it, the soul of it, I respect it being decent. Yeah, Neo Kobe City makes it worth it just for that. Yeah, I mean it was chill and it fit. It was a good first outing. That's why it's hard to really like lay into it. You've never played Snatcher? Yeah, everyone knows the song. Yeah, I'm really curious what you think on Police Knots. I thought Police Knots was so way worse than Snatcher, but I think some people disagree. Police Knots has a great opener, and then it's just like a shitty Lethal Weapon movie after that. We'll see what you think. The Kojimbles VNs, man. Alright. I don't know, Grimm's Hollow. Couldn't make a list. Well, if you got something you want to say it. You don't have to have lists here. You can just talk. I feel bad if I'm going too quickly through this list. It's fun to talk about. Elden Ring's your game of the year? That's fair. I don't know if I'll have a single game of the year this year. It's very rare I do. I think the Outer Wilds year was like the only time, maybe. Game of the year Ripper, dude. Maybe the most boring game of the year. Wonder if I'll have a worse game of the year, though. We definitely got a lot of bad ones this year. I'm batted out, I know. And hard on the dog shit. God, I've got like anxiety right now, man. I think it's a mix of too much caffeine yesterday, being sick, and the computer crash. Sucks. I'm fucking anxious, dude. Somewhere between these two spending the day. Violet. Yeah. Yeah, Violet, yeah. Shit, man. Violet better than P4, though. Whew. That is hot. I mean, I respect it. You've made it pretty clear why you don't like P4. Yeah. I'm a little disgusted, but I respect it. I get it. I personally disagree very, 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 very much so, but I get it. Respect it more. Yeah, that's the difference I've made with a lot of games. I'll respect a game and then I think it's like shittier. Um, I don't know. I had more fun probably with Scarlet and Violet this year than I did with Sword and Shield, but it's absolutely still a travesty of a game. And I have very little respect for it. Ooh, yeah. I think a lot of what makes it fun is them still just riding off of what essentially happened and on the series creation. They throw a little open world spin on it, but that's about it. Another code, yeah, I haven't played that yet. It appears as one. Oh, there you go. That's the real one. Cursed but entertaining or interesting. Yeah, that's what my notable category is. It's extremely fucked up. Is this a SNES one or what is it? Is it Genshin Impact Silent? Oh, there's a second N64 one. I had no idea. What do you think it's better or worse than Mystical Ninja? Genshin Impact, man. Oh, Jesus. Way worse. Wow. Yeah, I don't know if when I played Mystical Ninja, I just had like input delay from the capture or something or what, but it felt really chunky. But I really love the visuals and the charm of it. Like that, like low poly, like fantasy, mass mystical, like feudal Japan. All the like, you know, J rock or J pop songs go on when the mechs are coming out. It's a lot for an N64 game. It's cool. Yeah, F in the chat for that for sure. The corruptor. Tsukihime. Yeah, which version of Tsukihime was this again? I missed that up higher up in the chat. The original? Okay. Never Seven. Yeah, I would say so. I think Never Seven's bad, but it's got like enough in it to be interesting. It's kind of like Myth. I don't know much about it again. Let me get some music going. I feel like every time I'm gonna click something, it's gonna crash, man. Interesting their side ones are just pain. The translation was pretty bad. Yeah. I'm waiting to see if they make the second part of it and do a translation of that. Because I don't know. I could play the original, and I probably will, but I don't know. We got enough to play. It's like if the remake's just better, then it's like I'll do that. But it feels great to see other people independently come to similar fans of popular shit. Yeah, it can be vindicating, validating. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel. Is like it's different enough. We'll probably just do it anyways. Oh, is my VOD audio turned off still? Okay. The experience. Yeah, are you talking about Tsukihime? Yeah, gotcha. I'll still read the original. I mean, everybody's read it at this point, so it'll be fun. Have to do the censored version. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe it's partially like, you know, a lot of people in here maybe want to dig into shit pretty hard, or gaming enthusiasts. Maybe you kind of come to some of those thoughts. After playing enough shit. Or maybe it's just more people in here are like minded. Who knows? The hug box. Yeah, it's the thing that came out before Fate. Same world. Yeah. I feel like I'll like it fine, but who knows? I like Nasu, and I like Nasu Urban Horror. And the urban part of Tsukihime seems like it's, definitely a big thing. Yeah, yeah, that's how I feel. Um that's how I feel about Uru. Yesterday I was talking about Uru in Magoto's chat, and I was like, man, why did I put this as one of the worst games of last year? It's like I've polished off the shitty parts, and I just remember like this because the really memorable shit in Uru is like the good stuff. Uru's kind of like IO. That's what me and Goto were saying. It fits in like every category. It's like really bad, but it's like really good too. But it's also just Uru's a missed game. It's like the one after 4, but before 5. 5 was just bad, but like Uru's good or interesting. Reading the text was tiring, but like some of the themes and big moments were cool. Yeah. So is it really just the translation, or I mean, obviously the presentation was fucked. Man, everything. I feel you though, Festo. It's like me and you with fucking Uda, dude. Uda's like this beloved VN series that's supposed to be God tier, and I'm just playing it, and I'm just like, what the fuck? Oh, we're talking about Tsukihime. I was talking about Uru for a little bit, but nobody else has played Uru except like Dama. She's not here. It gets tiring, yeah. I could see that. Well, I'm looking forward to getting into it, but it's a pretty long read, though, right? Oh, they repeat a lot of scenes between the rounds. Well, it's easy to skip. Or can you not? Do they like put in a couple new sentences? Holy. That bad? Oh, all right, let me keep going down. Again, was that 3DS one, right? Or was it DSVN? I have that installed, I think. Bad? Jesus. Has nobody done a better translation just because it already has one technically? Pain, Nirvana. What? Yeah, when I read Fate, people always say that like Fate Stay Night's got a really bad translation, but it felt okay. Like maybe it was bad, I don't know, but like it felt like all right. Unless you're talking about the remake one. Like I understand that it's not super good, but it wasn't like I was reading some kind of MTL like just unintelligible garbo, or that it was really stiff. I mean, I've read some translations from like even people who can speak English, and they'll just kind of like get somebody translated that are really stiff and bad. The ADS codes and stuff, those are pretty stiff at times. Shiranagasu's stiff. Although he doesn't speak English that much. But I never felt that with Fate, but maybe the content's wildly different is the problem. Yeah, that could be a lot of it too. He's kind of a odd character, and he's cool in a way, but like he's kind of odd already. So yeah, some of his Fate route scenes probably are bug translations. His chivalry scenes, who knows? I don't know. I liked it though, but yeah, it's maybe it is rough. It's more than serviceable though. Yeah, another code one is. That's a shame. Yeah, sorry. I left that Nightbot on just so I figured I'd leave it on just so people who came in maybe I was in the middle of talk and I didn't have to explain what we were doing. Nigh unintelligible at times. Holy base, man. Yeah, I want to do a VN. It's been a bit. I'm gonna do parascientific escape, but I got Hitman to do unless my computer breaks. So punchline, yeah, punchline's pain. I'm gonna try to use my not use my mouse at all. Iggy's Wrecking Balls. I don't know what this is. It sounds about as good as I'd imagine it would be. The World's End Club, yeah. You gotta have World's End Club at the bottom of any list. You can't be respected if you don't. It's my lowest rated VM. Yeah, it sounds interesting, but the name I think says it all. Comfy tier, yeah, Kaze. We get the Kaze soundtrack going right now. It's really interesting that the artist came out and said he was gonna do a fucking like vinyl record for the soundtrack. All of a sudden, once everybody started discovering it. Yeah, dude. These crazy, obscure, like, PS1 games that were, like, Japan only. Like, God soundtracks, and they're just like, just a game about fucking hot air balloons, dude. Beanie, I don't know what Beanie is, or Margot. Paper Mario's always comfy. Mario Kart's good. Beanie. Yeah, I wanted to do Superstars, Mario Party Superstars, but didn't get enough like people who really wanted to do it to justify the purchase. So I didn't. Dark Side Race. I've played through Odyssey once. I really liked it, but yeah, I haven't since. Yeah, that was my problem too. Is like I don't think there was enough maps on release from what I saw, and I doubted they were gonna add more. Yeah, the ice physics hack you're talking about seemed pretty funny. Pretty interesting little community challenge there. Well, solid list though. I mean, I really even the hottest takes, I can understand. A lot of these I haven't personally played, but really, other than like maybe the general rankings of Persona, pretty clean. Yeah, it was like a pretty fun year though. I mean, you can't go wrong with a lot of these. We played quite a bit too. Had at least like 80 plus games, right? Or 60 plus games. I'm trying to like count between the lines here. Yeah, I'm sure I would love to replay it. It's a little longer, which is kind of the only reason I don't. Ragnarok bad. Ragnarok is definitely underwhelming. I don't know if I'd call it straight out bad, but I respect somebody being super disappointed in it. We'll see when I get to it. I would say it's probably solid, but really underwhelming. I don't have a huge amount of respect for it. Yeah, I really hope they go a different direction for the next game or get better writers. The first game's writing was fine, but I don't know what happened. Soul Hackers 2 is definitely going to be the game of the year. Spoilers. I forgot I played Soul Hackers 2. Oof, that puts a shiver down my spine. Yeah, I mean, they have a lot of new assets and stuff, but yeah, it's pretty similar in gameplay and all that. Which isn't like a horrible thing, except that I feel like God of War and the new ones are a bit more focused on story. So if they're not going to really spice it up and like level design or gameplay or anything, then, you know, it's mostly on the story, and the story is like super underwhelming. Soul Hackers 2, Sam. Poosh. Yeah, I can respect the Persona picks because there's nothing like super, you know, odd. Like, oh, this game's better than this game here. Like the Violet better than Persona is a little shaky, but I gotcha. But just outright Soul Hackers above P4, I'd be like, holy. It would shake this entire list up, man. Shake me to the core, man. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of how I am with like yeah, objective versus more like just how much I had fun with it or how much I respect it. Right? Like I think Return to Shrinagas is pretty fucked, but I respect Yogo and I respect it as a project. Same goes for, you know, stuff like the days or the day we found Earth and stuff. Like I don't think it's a great game, but I respect where it is. It's like an indie like first time game. So. Nah, 2 is bad for a full price game. We'll get to it. We'll get to it. It's bad, and especially as a Soul Hackers game, it's horrible. Goals for next year: all of Science Adventure, just in time for mages to go bankrupt. Yo, Higurashi, man. It's okay to me. No, it's fair if it's okay to you. Yeah, I think it's fucked in every single way. Yeah, I mean, if the gameplay is like super novel to you, the demon shit, then like I could see getting over a lot of the rest of it, but the story, the amount of it, the dungeon design, the lack of music, all of that was so fun. Sucks, Sam. It's all right. Maybe, maybe I'll get lucky. It'll come out in a day or two. Probably not. That's probably gonna be weeks. Yeah, I gotcha. But yeah, I think in the grand scheme of things, yeah, especially if you've played enough SMT, it's a horrible game. They should be ashamed of releasing it for full price, but I'm looking forward to hearing the Higurashi takes, dude. Yeah, they seem super close, and I'm no rush. I gotta wait for Goto to play it anyway. So yeah, that's the thing. Is like SD5's like hard, like a traditional dungeons are rough, and then somehow yeah. I mean, Soul Hackers 2 has like 2 or 3. They reuse the same, like, yeah, copy pasted dungeons over and over. They even have 2 fucking subway levels back to back. Same music. Yeah, it's just fucked. But if you still like the gameplay, because I've watched people play through it and they'll be like, oh, yeah, I like Soul Hackers 2 because the gameplay is really crispy. And I'm like, I don't think what they do new in Soul Hackers 2 is really that good gameplay wise. I don't think the Sabbath, while it's interesting, is not that fun. But like, I get it. It still has clean enough S&T gameplay. We haven't played a lot of them. It's fine. Yeah, it had the demon one, the finale one, and then like what was the other one? Yeah, it barely had them. I honestly think it shouldn't have had any, or they should have redesigned them to be better. It just didn't fit when you compare them to the open world. RGD for Higurashi based. Yeah, I need to see bed. Dude, I'm still on edge, man. I'm gonna be on edge for most of the stream. They could crash anytime. Dude, I don't think Higurashi's that bad, man. Higurashi has some funny bad stuff. It's got some legitimately good shit in it. It does have some parts where you're like, alright. But I mean it's no Umineko. This just the scope, the scale, the quality is just not as there, but like it's still fine. Yeah, the thing is, even Goto's like okay with the slice of life in Higurashi. I get hating the slice of life. Well, he doesn't like it, but like he says it. Didn't he say it wasn't like completely fucked or anything? I'd have to ask his opinion. Maybe I shouldn't speak for him. I mean, I think the slice of life's problem is there's too much of it, and it takes up half of each episode almost. And while like sometimes the slice of life can be fun here and there, it's got a little purpose. Like after you're coming off of really serious shit in the other episodes, it just kind of feels like a little superfluous, man. Yeah, I love this one. Yeah, it's fair. I don't like the slice of life in it that much. I think it's like okay, but I think where it falls in the fucking series is fucked. You can't go from like crazy psycho killing to like slice of life unless it has like real purpose. Because like they do it in Umi and Echo, but it's less slice of life and more just like either drama or like resetting the scene and like cooling it back down in the next episode. And then they just start to get rid of it entirely as you go. Where Higurashi doesn't really. Maybe by the end they start doing it less. I don't remember, but I don't know. I think Higurashi's worth the read. It's definitely a roller coaster though. There's a lot of dog shit, a lot of funny dog shit, some good parts. Some of the most clown music ever. until episode 5, where they actually get a real composer. It's just royalty-free music in the first 4 episodes. And it's also really fucking rough. Almost all. I don't think I like any of the music from the first 4 episodes. Dream and Discharge. Yeah, that's a really good song. I'm trying to keep it more chill though for right now. To not be distracting. But maybe we'll do it on a break. Higginbana, dude. Did I put Higginbana as better or worse than Higurashi? Let me see. I don't even know what I would think. I think it's worse, yeah. But I have the 2 different Higurashis. I think it's different ratings. Why does it always do this? Where it's like on the side. Yeah, I have one of the Higurashis as an 8. What was the other one? Did I just put them together? Where's the other Higurashi? Can't really zoom in well. Or did I just put Higurashi as like 1 entry? Yeah, Planetarian's good. Oh, here's the other one. Guessing that's the first one. I have no idea. Higginbana is like, yeah, underneath. Okay, yeah, they're both worse. As they should be. There's like maybe one story in Higginbana 2 that I consider better than like a good chunk of Higurashi, but as a whole, no way. My thing is that even if you're okay with the slice of life in Higurashi, despite it coming up way too often and being a little too pointless at times, how did they manage to make Higurashi like sequels that were only slice of life, dude? Yeah, The Running Man is like by far the best story in Higginbana. Quite easily. Like, there's a lot of Higurashi sequels and spin-offs, isn't there? Like, even I think Ryukishi himself wrote a bunch of them. More Metroidvanias, Egavanias, Unitopia. There you go. These are all good picks. All story. Yeah, I'm looking forward to doing sports story. Oberdin's great. Disco's great. Ratchet and Clank's supposed to be good. Watching movies is hard, dude. We'll watch some movies. I asked Goda if he wanted to do the thing last night, but he was doing Elden Ring. We'll try to do that soon. SMT. There you go. Any SMT on somebody's plans to do is good. A Ratchet Marathon. Yeah, well, if my computer busts, then I want to be able to do that. That was a good list. Thank you very much, Sam. Oh, wait. I'm like zoomed in right now. Why am I so zoomed in? What happened? Weird. Yeah, thanks for sharing that. Like I said, if anybody else has any of their own stuff, by all means. Fun to talk about. Very scientific thought. Yeah, exactly. Power outage, yeah. That'll kill some for sure. Yeah. Got a lot to do next year. Need no new games to ever come out again, right? Yeah, Mega Man X is on. We'll see if we do a So Big 4 next year. I like doing them, but gotta play it by feel. That's why I have them like 2 weeks now, so I just gotta do them when I'm feeling them. Yeah, I've got already a lot of material. Yeah, I'll definitely do Disaster Report 3. It just depends on how much shit there is. Like right now, I'm like semi like shitted out. Like I would do VNs, right? Other than like these planned series marathons, I'll play like games I hope are solid for a little bit. Like a Parascientific Escape I'd do just because I like talk about VNs, but definitely need a break before the next So Big. Okay, what were we on? Suicide thought. I'll play my games a thought. The Udathon, dude. Yeah, Uda 3, dude. Is already gonna be like an Udathon. If I do Uda 3 next year, well, So Big might not even happen, dude. I'm using Steam web addresses for these pictures, and man, they're pretty zoomed out. Whatever, it's good enough. God, yeah, I don't know. I joked with Godo he wanted to do like a joint suitathon because I'm not gonna play the VNs again. I'm just gonna do Killer 7, the No More Heroes games. Um, what else? Maybe Flower, Sun, and Rain. Shadows, yeah, your shadows. That's probably it. Just the ones that are supposed to be halfway alright. Like I could do Killer's Dead or like Never Dead or some shit, but yeah. Yeah, so Lagoto's got like another 150 hours to Elden Ring, so who knows when his silver case is gonna be, and I don't know anybody else who's got a silver case on their list. Yeah, that's my thing. The silver case for the longest time was my most hated VN, but it's been a really long time since I played it. I don't think it would be that anymore. Definitely not. Not with World's End Club and shit. But here's just how bad it was. Because the style of that game, um, I'm putting it in their team. There you go. Because the style of that game, um, I think sometimes I don't say tricks people, but is like distinct enough that people will, like certain types of people will gloss over every bad thing about the writing and the story for it. To make bad VNs known to the world, to raise their collective standards. At least that's what I'd like to pretend it is, but it's fun just to joke about the silver case. The A team, dude. The K team is a Kusoge team. Yeah, I would like to open up some Steam footage and show you guys shit, but I don't want to risk any crashes. I don't think that would like help us from not crashing that much, but I don't want any extra possibilities. Yeah, I mean, having a bunch of shit could be part of it. And video and stuff. I mean, at least if it was my graphics card, then like, just get a new one. So I probably need a new one anyways. I don't know if that's it. I'll knock on wood, we've gone an hour. The myth team. Yeah, I don't know, Silent. I don't know what's up with it. I mean, I treat it well. I don't know anything crazy. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's what it is. I think when people don't understand Silver Case, but they see how stylish it is, they think that there's maybe something there that isn't. When really it's just a collection of one-liners and like dull sections with like very little meaning. They'll say cool things like silver-eyed hyenas, and then be like, "Whoa, dude," you know. It's like the same thing with like a Kojimbo's game, right? The style of like an MGS2 makes people think, or you know, and he foresaw the future. It makes people think it's like Kojima's like the smartest man to ever live, and it's like, it's it's good, but like, really, like that good? Like, come on. La creatividad. Yeah, I mean, I respect Suda a lot. I like Suda, but yeah, I don't like a lot of his games. Kojimbo's, I don't think I respect a whole lot. Maybe, yeah, some of his old shit. So, especially stuff like, I mean, I'm sure he's fine as like a person, I don't know, but as a creator, I have no idea. As a person, never met the man. But, Death Stranding feels way too up its own ass at times, man. Like, it just reeks of like pretentious, like, self-indulgence, man. Like, it's like beyond, like they always had that, and like he always had that in his games, like in the Metal Gear Solid, but it had like a charm to it. Like, yeah, there'd be like a calorie mate, you know, product placement, or some jokes here and there, some references, or just some bizarre shit, but it kind of just added like a charm to it because it was kind of quirky. But like Death Stranding is like so overboard with a lot of it. It tries to sound so smart and surreal and bizarre, and there's just no meat to it. You'll see plenty of people be like, "Whoa, this game's so weird," and then like give it like a 10 out of 10, and I'm just like, you need to go play more things if you think that's the only weird. Like, it's so weird. I think what I respect about modern Kojimbles as a creator is that he at least can have his own personal wacky ideas put in a AAA format, because nobody's gonna give money to anybody but like a huge name like that to do like weird passion projects. Generally, those kind of AAA things are gonna be a bit more safe. I mean, I mean, sometimes you'll still get them, but AAA game about a delivery man generally not gonna fly if you don't have a big name behind it. Respect this emote more than Kojima himself. I like the one where he's going like this. Then people will play Death Stranding and it's just Kojimbo's doing this the whole time. It's like he's a fucking like fucking wizard or something. The game wizard. Yeah, I read that tweet. Did you read his tweet about Gacked? I thought it was really funny because it was right after we fucking played Crisis Core. Let me pull it up for you guys. Hopefully there's no like porn or anything on my Twitter. You can't see his name up there. Just imagine the Kojima thing above this. Oh, you can't even see the whole tweet. All right, let me recap it. It'll be easier this way. La creatividad. It's just funny because we just played Crisis Core, which had Gax as like a character or whatever in it. The Chuni fucking like Genesis character or whatever. I see Kojimbal's tweeting about Gax. Well, this is ancient though. This is like 2013, but somehow it came up recently. I just think it's a funny ass tweet. I mean, part of it's probably just like issues with probably English, but like he's got a lot better since then. But it's just like so goofy, this goofy ass justification for having this pop star in there. Oh my god, I'm so worried it's gonna crash again. I'm essentially just waiting for my computer to break. It's been picking up, man. I don't know. When something keeps happening more and more, it makes you worried. All right, anyways, let's get back into this. Yeah, 2 games down. We might have to split this. Usually it's just me talking, and then we'll have a few conversations. And an actual list this year. Maybe we'll say less words about some of these. No, I prefer it. If I could spread this out over a few extra days, I would. I like the conversation. That's what we're here for. I feel like I didn't spend enough time on your list. Yeah, I'm slow as well. Well, I guess we could do the pedestrian. This was good, I would say. Can I just use my keyboard only? I feel like my mouse. I'm like voodoo thinking my mouse is the issue. I'll put Pedestrian as a good game. So Pedestrian was a puzzle game recommended by Adri, or at least talked about by Adri, the creator of the Sekime Espongla. Where you play essentially a little stickman. Think like when you see a like a crosswalk sign, one of those, because that's literally what it is. And you walk between different essentially signs and metal and machinery and just pretty much just walls and areas in like a city environment. And you'll be walking between like a wheel, and then you'll do something and the wheel will like move, and then you'll be walking in a sign and you'll swap the signs with you'll move them around like a bulletin board, and that'll let you drop in and out of stuff, and it's pretty neat. Nice crispy backgrounds and stuff. You do feel like you're just this little kind of like stickman guy walking around kind of signs in a city and stuff, and it ends up having some more evolving story-wise and scope-wise a bit, which was kind of cool, which I liked. It was just a cute little game. I don't think it's like godly. There was a lot of pretty strong puzzle games we played this year, so while it stands out in presentation, the mechanics of it all probably not as much, but it's still pretty clean. It's not super long. I think it was on Game Pass, might still be. Would definitely recommend it. Not bad by any means. I'm not gonna go super hard into it, but yeah. Definitely, I would say pick it up if you like cute little creative puzzle games. It's definitely more in the presentation, but it's not like it's not like it's a Sokoban or something. It's not like a really basic puzzle game or anything. Anyway, so yeah, we'll put that as a good game. I don't think any of these so far are gonna go higher than this. Maybe Desperados. I didn't have like an insane amount of fun with Desperados, but I think it's a really solid ass game. It was just like a tiring game. There's a lot of missions. They're really involved. I took it over like a week. I would take like a lot of breaks, but like it's really good. Like maybe, I don't know, we'll see, probably not. Gorogoa, how do I even explain Gorogoa? This is a essentially point and click, but it's not really, you're not really clicking around and moving a guy or anything. You're moving just objects and abstract art. It's a very ambiguous kind of story, and like I said, a lot of abstract art, and you do clever little puzzles. God, Jesus, how do you explain? So essentially, what it is, it's like a bunch of layered screens, and you'll click one, you'll go into it, do something. It might be like in a farm, and then you zoom back out, and you're like in a tower, and then you'll zoom out again, and you're some abstract shit, and it's telling a story. And how it's told is pretty neat, even if it doesn't fully make a lot of sense to you. The puzzles aren't like super hard or anything, but it's definitely a presentation game. So similar in the way of Pedestrian, but a little bit more impenetrable, if that makes sense. A little bit more dense to penetrate. Artsy, but I wouldn't call it outright pretentious. There's quality there in the gameplay and the cutscenes, or not the cutscenes, but the presentation. So, I'll put that there as well. No, wait, what was that? That was the Gorogoa deal there. Yeah, the Steam sales go until the 5th. I've got like $40 in Steam bucks, so I'm gonna find some shit. So yeah, shit. Right now, looks like it's a great year. Right? We got 4 things that are already good or decent. Some years I'll put like them all just in a row here. I think this year I'm gonna hold off on the best games until we've done all the good ones, but I will put notable and best releases, or not, or worst games right away. Townscaper. I'm not even. This is gonna be really short. I'm not even gonna fucking put something up for this. I'm good. Townscaper is just essentially a tool. Yeah, go ahead. Say anything you want to do. It's essentially an extremely casual, simple tool to make little made-up towns. It's two buttons, maybe just one button. You might just use the mouse and then you click a few menus. And you essentially just click around on the ground, or you don't click the ground, it's water. And you just build little towns as high as you want, and it'll auto-connect them, and it'll make little bridges, and it'll have birds flying around, and like clothing lines and shit. And it's like, they look pretty good, they're pretty cute. You can change the colors and stuff. You can make pretty large structures and shit, but like that's it. It's extremely simple. We played it for like an hour, and I think we pushed it to its fucking limit. You can save stuff, export shit. It's cool, but it's not. It's essentially a little like. It's more simple than Legos, right? It's neat. I don't think I'd call it bad because it's pretty apparent on the tin what it is, and they're pretty upfront about it. But I don't think there's a lot of depth there. It's not a fun town building thing, really. There's no goals. There's not enough mechanics to truly like sculpt a town in a fun way. It's not SimCity or anything like that, right? No, I wouldn't put it as bad, but it's not. I ain't gonna do none with it. Callisto Protocol. Yeah, I watched through that like a couple times now. I'm not gonna count that because I didn't play it, but it would definitely go as a shitty game this year. I didn't like anything of what I saw. Fucking hell. 3D World Bowser's Fury. Okay, we can say a bit more on this. Some of you folks might actually have something to say on this one. Let's pop this on. So yeah, I think I like this way less than most people do. I'm not sure what your guys' take is on 3D World Bowser's Fury. I think 3D World's great. I think it's one of the best 3D Mario platformers. I think Bowser's Fury is just alright. It feels like a tacked on semi-experiment because it is, but I think people conflate it. Like, I think the people blow it out of proportion as being like really good. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, it's essentially just like, yeah, it's a shittier Odyssey level in 3D World. The gimmick of Bowser like occasionally waking up and like fucking with you and needing to use him to grab some of the stars, which is more annoying than it is fun. If you're going for 100%, it's fine if you're just casually going through it. Is like cute, but like that's all there really is to it. Otherwise, it's essentially just some more open. It's essentially just a lake, and you just have little open Mario mini levels you just do, and you just travel on Nessie through the water to get to each of them, and they unlock as you go. And it's essentially just felt like people just pointing at it, going, "It's open world Mario," and then clapping, and then that was it. Like, it's really nothing that crazy. What makes 3D World good is it's a mix of like linear levels and linear levels that have a lot of branches and like tricks you can do to get through them faster in different ways. And the mechanics are made for that. So when you put those mechanics in an Odyssey style thing, you don't have like your cappy, you don't have, your extra, long jump, cappy jumps and all that shit. You don't have any of that spice to make the open world more interesting. All it is essentially just a worse platforming experience in a open world where you have to ride Nessie between each platforming area. And it's fun. I still think it's good because Mario's like fun. I'm gonna still put it as a good game. But in terms of like all of the 3D Marios, it feels cheap. It feels like most of them feel very polished, right? This one feels like it's missing something. Like when I did my tier list, I think this was pretty low, wasn't it? I don't remember. Better than Sunshine? No, no, no. I don't think it's better than Sunshine. As an entire experience, I mean, this is like a 3-4 hour game too. No, it doesn't feel as polished, man. It feels like an experiment, but it's an experiment they've already done and succeeded with Odyssey. It just doesn't really bring anything new to the table. I would say Sunshine has like more issues, but it's got a lot more charm and like high points. Where Bowser's Fury is kind of just, it's just kind of alright. Like it's not fucked because it's built on like a solid 3D Mario game and takes like level design cues from Odyssey, but that's about it. It's still fun. If you like 3D platformers, play it for sure. It was worth renting 3D World again just to play that. But yeah, it just didn't have the level of polish and execution I'd normally expect. Maybe just the challenges weren't good enough. Maybe that lake where you just ride Nessie between it just wasn't as interesting as it could have been. Yeah, you should play this because 3D World's awesome. But for Bowser's Fury is a nice tacked on thing. It's there to justify a full price game again, which is bullshit. But you know how Nintendo is. They'll add in a 3-hour mode for you to spend $60 on a game that's already like 10 years old. Does it? Like it's faster? Like everything just moves faster? That would make the game harder. Never felt like the game was slow. No. I've only played the Wii U version. Really? Weird. Was that a big complaint that you were really slow in that game? Yeah, I don't know. I think the reception with Bowser's Fury is that it's just a 3D Mario game, so people are like clapping because it's there. But as a game itself, it just doesn't feel like super crazy. It's a tacked on thing and it feels like it, but a tacked on Mario thing is still a lot better than most games that come out. So like, it's pretty good on that front, but yeah, it's just not up to the standard for me on Mario. Yeah, I don't know why they did that then. Maybe just to make it. I mean, it'd be fine if it was like a new mode. But I feel like you should have an original one too. I mean, I'm all down for faster platformers. I prefer them faster than being really slow. But yeah, very odd they don't just make it a separate mode. You think they would just be like, hey, here's, the normal game and here's the speed up version. $60, please, right? Like they did with Mario Kart 8, where you had the super speed mode. Rayman like Origins Legend, that was pretty quick, yeah. I love those games. Shame Michael Ansel's not around anymore to do anymore. Rayman's dead. It's just got he's just got cameos and DLC and Rabbids games now. Oh yeah, the music levels for sure. So yeah, I don't think this is gonna go any higher than this, but here it is anyways. Let's move on to It Takes Two. Do these a little quicker. Boink. Alright. Anyways, It Takes Two. That was the one that got Game of the Year last year at the VGAs. I played this with Ripper. Oh, fuck the Oscars. Yeah, that guy. We played. Oh, no, wait, It Takes Two. Yeah, okay. We played the other one by him too, but I think that was the year before. Like, not long before this. But yeah, this guy and his team, he used to work in movies, but then he started doing games, so. Brother, A Tale of Two Sons, which was fine. It Takes Two, and yeah, Joseph Ferris is cool. For a lot of reasons. I think a big reason, Way Out, there you go, that's what it is. Is that It Takes Two is actually a fucking huge game with an insane amount of variety. Joseph Ferris was like fun, but I don't think I really respected him a whole lot as a creator until this game. Like I thought Brothers was pretty good and A Way Out was pretty solid. I think it's good, but like It Takes Two actually goes pretty damn fucking hard. Yeah, it's really innovative. That it's completely designed with co-op in mind means there's a lot of fun things that happen that you're not going to get in just like a normal single player game. Sometimes it's just one guy drives, one guy shoots, but sometimes it's more puzzly, or you're just exploring in different orders and stuff as somebody else is running around. But yeah, it's just full of like same with The Way Out, just full of like little things. You could just play like little board games and A Way Out. Like the most fun we had was just like writing. Like we were like trying to like like balance on wheelchairs and play like sports and shit in a way out. And it's like they didn't even need to add any of that, but they do just because it's fun. And It Takes Two adds that idea in, I feel like, but for a whole campaign. So like the amount of different areas in It Takes Two, the amount of different mechanics, how it's changing up the co-op and like the activities like every fucking hour is like crazy, man. The presentations, it looks really good. Yeah. I think that's the big thing. Is it's a very well designed game with co-op in mind, has a lot of variety, a great presentation. I think the only problem I have with It Takes Two is it is almost a little too long. It's like a 12+ hour game. I think or something like that. Me and Ripper did it in one stream, but it was a pretty long stream. It feels like it drags a bit, even though it's always like mixing it up. And I think part of it's that the story's not really good. If there's one thing I could lay into, it's probably the story. It's not like horrible. The framing for it is like fine to kind of get you going and doing shit, but you just essentially play as two shitty parents who are like trying to get a divorce, and then they're getting persuaded to not get a divorce. And it's like it's an okay framework, but I don't think you really end up liking the characters much. And the hijinks they get into can be fun, but it's more fun just as just because of what it is and the presentation than really how the characters are interacting with it. Like, it's fun shooting a bunch of bees and shit with weapons because it's just you're like micro sized, just because that's cool, not because you really give a shit about the characters at all. Anyway, yeah, Outcast. I would agree. That's what was cool about it, was that there was enough like that much content that was pretty innovative and well polished for a game that was totally with co-op in mind. Yeah, it just felt good. I've played games that are like way longer than it that have way less variety, so it was really impressive on that front. I think maybe like some people don't do full co-op games because that limits the appeal a little bit. But I think when your game's as quality as It Takes Two was, kind of rises above it. And still ends up being successful. I think he's probably made a big enough name for him and his company at this point where they can keep doing like co-op centric shit. Yeah, exactly. I think we play this on Game Pass. I think it's still on Game Pass. It's on the EA portion of Game Pass. Yeah, good game. Like I said, I think it drags a little bit. It's definitely a game I would say play in like a couple spurts. I think the story and all that starts to kind of drag on. And while there's a lot of variety and stuff, it's still like at the core gonna still be like kind of just a platformer, which is fun, but yeah, by the end, and maybe it was the story because I'm praising it for being full of variety, but then on the flip side, I got bored of it by the end of it, and I would say it's probably a lot of it's the story, but I also think maybe you just get really used to it constantly flipping the script on you, and maybe it can get a little overkill at some point, but it's a good game despite that. I like it. Yeah, because A Way Out was fun and it was funny, but it wasn't like a great game, especially like that last shoot 'em up section and all that. And then the finale is really funny, I guess. But It Takes Two is actually like super polished. It has an assload of content that's relatively innovative, and it's just fresh because it's co-op only. Yeah, Sam. And the Outcast, yeah. It's like I'd have to rewatch our footage. It just drags near the end there. And I don't know if it's just like some of the shittiest areas last, or like because it's a game that goes so hard, you kind of just expect it to be over halfway in. Like, I don't know, if you keep things spicy and fresh, kind of like a Finitopia or something, you can make it last for a really long time. But because It Takes Two so like high octane, and it's mostly about introducing new gimmicks, that at some point, yeah, you'll kind of like tire a bit. But I would blame it more on the story. Yeah, it does feel kind of abrupt because it feels like it's about to end a bunch of times. So then when it really does, you're like, oh, I don't know. It's hard. We had a lot more to say about it. Me and Ripper did when we finished it. I don't remember exactly how I felt there. I feel a lot more strong about the good parts. Yeah, I think 2 settings is the best way to play it for sure. Because I wouldn't say it's an addicting game. It's more of like an experience, kind of. Like you're not gonna get lost in the mechanics. You're gonna get lost in novelty and variety. It's not like it's an amazing feeling thing, but it's more of an experience game. So. Not to say the jumping feels horrible or anything, but it's not that kind of game. Anywho, yeah, I'd say that's about it. And if anybody else wants to go back and talk about any of these games, you had something more to say, go for it by all means. Apologies if I'm just kind of like lazily going through this. I'm still really worried about the computer crash. It's like Goto with his internet, man. Yeah, do you wonder why I hated RC so much? Yeah, I'm going like It Takes Two, then Disco, into fucking Arceus, man. Disco Elysium is amazing. I think this game is fucking awesome, dude. Whoa! What the fuck? Hello? What is it, trying to like add more shit into me? Just don't. Do what I say. Okay. Excited to play? Yeah, I think it's just really good. It's yeah, I'm not gonna spoil it. Just be really general. The writing is extremely refreshing. It's a lot of dark humor, which I like. It jabs at a lot of different things, but doesn't really like tell you what to think. It just presents a lot of different ideas. And it expects a level of intelligence from you that is like also refreshing. They'll jab at something, but they'll never present it. They won't present it a lot of times in like a comical light. They'll just like kind of, they'll make fun of a certain kind of person or something or a topic without kind of beating it over your head, and you kind of get in. It's just kind of funny. And everybody gets made fun of. Everything gets shat on. It's super dark humor. It's funny, but it's still got like really like engaging character moments and just characters in general and story beats. How it handles kind of custom RPG is really cool. You level up your character in different ways, and you will get different kinds of dialogue to appear. It's essentially like, there's a million kinds of dialogue happening at once, but you only get to see some of it depending on how you build your character. So, if you're more psychotic or something, maybe you'll have more kind of weird hallucination type of things, or you're more smart, so you'll be better in like a crime scene, and it'll just fill dialogue out. But on top of that, I think they do a good job. It's not really as much about choices. There are choices, and they do make a big difference, especially the order you go through the game. It's super open on that front. But it's a lot more about how it flavors the playthrough, which I liked. Yeah, most of your choices, whether you're going to do a lot of side content or not. I think the system on how they like either lock you out of content or get you to do more content, the roll system is fine. And I think you can easily circumvent it by just reloading if you want. So if you want to flavor a playthrough where you don't get to see everything based on how your character is because you fail some rolls, it can be fun just to kind of just fuck around, play it how you want. But if you want to see every bit of writing, you want to see every little deal, you want to get all the choices right, it's got a good setup for save and reloading. And I think that's a totally valid way to play it too. If you're going for multiple playthroughs, maybe don't do that. You still aren't going to be able to see everything. but you can see most content, and it's all worth seeing. It took me like over 100 hours. It's like, or was it like 80 hours? I don't remember. It was really long to do almost everything, but it was super worth it. And it's crazy because it's a game where there's not really like, you're not like beating asses or anything. I mean, maybe a little bit, depends on how you are, but it's mostly just talking. It's just nonstop writing, and it's always interesting. I always thought it was like super engaging, whether it was just the funniness or just the lore. I was just super into it. Yeah, it's more of a VN than some VNs are. This is more of a VN than World's End Club is, easily. That has more gameplay than this. Yeah, I would call it like, yeah, secretly a VN. Also the director's cut, the voice acting is awesome. I love the voice actor. Yeah, it really should be. Um, there's a lot of different voices for each character, but the narrator, they in the director's cut they added every line. They got voice acting for it. The narrator, you might have saw him. There was a video game news show during E3 where they had this one guy doing a thing, and it was this guy. That was really cool. So he's been around a little bit, but you probably haven't heard much of him. But it was really it was good. The man did a lot of VA work in this game, and it's all pretty quality. It takes a little bit to get used to because it's very just kind of gruff and like stylistic, I guess. But it fits. It's not like this just kind of happy narrator. It's very fitting. I don't know. Anyways, yeah, the music's pretty cool in it too. Visually, it's really distinct, but it's all about the writing, all the different quests and the characters. It's pretty compelling stuff. It's just written well. I just like that it respects like some level of intelligence. It's not beating you over the head with anything. Everybody's getting the shit taken out of them a little bit. It's a good time. I liked it a lot. It was a really good game. Yeah, super long. I guess there's a couple issues though. I think min-maxing your gear all the time is maybe it's fine, but it's kind of like you're kind of. I mean, if you're not min-maxing your gear before most choices, you're like, what's the point of the gear? So that can get maybe a little annoying, but even that I don't think is that bad because it makes unlocking different gear and stuff rewarding. Because at least you'll be able to like get an edge out on certain roles and choices and stuff. So yeah, solid game. They'd been writing in this universe for like a decade before this, though. This is just their first game. I think they're writing books and doing other stuff in it for a while. So these are, I think, people who came from a history of like actual writing on like probably a lot of video game stories, and I think you could kind of feel it. The second one was being made, but the something happened with the parent company, and they took control of it and like laid off people. So I don't think it's ever gonna really be a thing, or if it is, it's gonna probably suck. Because if you don't have the same creators behind it, it's not the same. I think the level of quality in the writing and all that is like strong enough that you can't just take the world and give it to someone else. Like there's a very it's not the concept exactly, it's the execution, and I feel like you kind of need the same people to really nail that. If that makes sense. Like with Pokemon, you could just give it to anybody, right? Because the concept's what's appealing more than the execution. But Disco, it's like it's what they make of it a lot more than what it is on the surface. So I don't know. I don't want to get too into it because yeah, it'd be spoilers and stuff. But just super well written, up my alley, my kind of comedy. And if I can stay interested for like over 80 hours of a game that's almost non-stop writing and talking, then I mean it's pretty good. Pokemon Legends Arceus, dude. I do think this is part of the reason I hated Arceus. One, is I got the chip on the shoulder for Pokemon, but 2 came right after Disco Elysium, and you could say It Takes Two. Yeah, so the first worst game I played this year goes to Arceus. Woo! There's actually not been many mediocre ones yet. I think I mentioned that at the beginning of that year. I was like, well, it's pretty clean beginning of the year, right? It starts to fall apart at some point, but it's better than Sword and Shield, but it's got its own unique ways. It ends up still being really bad. Where do I even start with Arceus? It's just Game Freak once again getting way too much credit for taking one half step ahead a decade or too late. Like I sure we could be like, hey, they did something different, but like, okay, a series like Mario or even Zelda or all sorts of other shit are trying new different things every installment or enough new things. So to give Arceus too much credit for being open world, it's just kind of like it's a little too little too late. And it would be fine if the execution was actually good, but it's not. They take an okay idea for Pokemon and then just flub it, man. What's up, Cactus? What's up, Bouse? We're not very far in. We were looking at other people's lists and stuff, and my computer crashed. And I'm afraid it's going to crash again. But yeah, I don't know. Arceus. I mean, one, it's the same gameplay as usual, which is super simple. I mean, the catching and all that, it's always been kind of the appeal on just the Pokemon designs, but there's not a whole lot of new ones that are interesting in this game. And the mechanics, they don't really add anything fresh on top of it. You can run around in the fight, that's about it. So mechanically, you're getting a game that's unchanged and possibly, worse since they don't have anything like the Z moves or whatever. Not that those are great, but, it's even more simple. So if you already hate Pokemon gameplay, it's going to be worse there. But I think the bigger problem is they add this open world and do like nothing with it. The Pokemon don't feel like they're living in this world. They're just strewn about. The world looks fucking horrible. Somehow Scarlet and Violet looks worse. Although I think the actual level design is better. While still bad. Yeah, I know, Cactus. It's just... I don't know, dude. We're gonna try a bunch of shit. Nothing worked last night. I'm gonna try updating BIOS shit. I wouldn't care if it was just occasionally, but man, it just keeps happening. Yeah, exactly. Or just try enough shit that hopefully at some point it just fixes itself. I think I'm gonna try to update the BIOS and shit, maybe do some testing, and then I might try cleaning out the PC and just taking everything out and putting it back in and seeing if just something happens. I don't even need the series to develop them. I just need them not to suck, and I want whatever they do to change actually good. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel on it. Because at this point, I'll just take any kind of execution. Trying to be novel and like mixing it up is fine. And I think if there's anywhere that Pokemon can innovate within its own series and succeed, it's probably in the world structure and the immersion kind of mechanics. But they just don't. So you imagine a dream Pokemon game. You're like, okay, an open world where Pokemon are living in it, and you get to see a bunch of fun interactions and interact with them yourself in a bunch of ways, and you get to use the Pokemon to do a bunch of fun stuff in the world because Pokemon can do all sorts of shit. In the shows, he's riding on shit and water, he's flying with them, they're in trees doing stuff, he's breaking boulders with them. You do that in the games, but it's very rudimentary in the old ones, as it should be because it's a fucking Game Boy game. So you get to, the modern day, 2022, we can do a lot of crazy shit now. They've got infinite money. It's the biggest IP, period. Play Ranger, yeah. They've dabbled in it a bit. You see like new Pokemon Snap actually visually show you these kinds of things. The Pokemon are just living in the world. They're doing really cool things in it. You use them, by goading them into shit to discover new shit. The interactions between them are great. I get it. That game is on rails. It's very fine-tuned. It's not going to be that good, but I expect at this point Game Freak to introduce some mechanics, work on the fucking animations and how the Pokemon interact with the environment, and actually do a little something with that, because that's the dream for Pokemon. And they just don't, man. Like, it's whale lords and bushes. It's Pokemon in just droves, just sitting around doing nothing. It's boring environments. You use these fucking Pokemon to, like, I mean, essentially scale the environment and stuff, but only in these big macro kind of ways, right? Like, you could just fly or you climb a mountain, and like that's fine. But like, more cute things like, I use this guy to attract this Pokemon out of like a tree, or I don't know. You use like a little attack on like, maybe a rock or in a certain way, and maybe something will happen. Yeah, I'm not saying these are the best ideas, but like, a more fleshed out, in-depth way of like using your Pokemon and interacting with a world that's a lot more living and breathing and shit. And they just don't do it, man. It looks like shit. They introduce more and more story in these games. I was so bored after the first 3 hours. I wanted to jump out of my one story window, man. In a video game. It was like, so like, I don't know how they've gotten the writing to be so much worse than it used to be, man. It was always bad, but like, it's become so, like, now it's like so sickly sweet. There's nobody's negative. Nobody says anything bad about you. I think I started seeing that a lot in X and Y. There's no flavor. It's just everybody is just this like automaton, sickly sweet fucking character. There's no rivals anymore. They're just your buddies or something, like that kind of thing. So that sucks. It means there's a lot less flavor in the writing. The stories themselves are just fucking boring, and there's just so much more of it. And then you go out there and you finally get the gameplay, and it's just like, it's just dull, man. They just done nothing with it. And I don't care that it's open world. I don't give a shit. If you fucking execute it like ass, who cares? And that's not even talking about the Dark Souls shit they're trying to do in Arceus, where you go and fight bosses, and instead of Pokemon battles, you just fucking dodge roll and throw sacks of fucking, like, beads at them. I'm like, what the fuck is this? It feels like shit. But it's like the big stuff. You get the whole Pokédex, man, and your reward is like a fucking dodge roll fight against Arceus, man. You just don't get it. They can give you another thing, it'll sell like hotcakes. Well, that's my problem, is like, they just don't put in the effort, man. Yeah, also, I mean, it looked like shit on an art direction standpoint, but also on a technical way. I mean, there's shit clipping in weird stuff. There's buildings that are floating. Pokemon are like 5 FPS at a distance. The pop-in's bad. When you compare Arceus to Scarlet Violet, it looks like a gem, but it was really bad at the time, and people made jokes about it. It only seems better now because they've somehow done fucking worse. So it's bad on that front too. The music was, I don't even remember the music. Was it just fucking like little piano chords again, trying to do the Breath of the Wild thing? That's my thing, is like, I feel like Sun and Moon, or at least Ultra Sun and Moon, I didn't play the originals, at least try to start having a bit more interesting level design and actually use your Pokemon to like kind of Metroidvania your way through these environments. And I feel like it was a step that they needed to take like 10 years before that, but it was at least a step. It's the same vein as this, where like it's a step, but instead of building on what they did with like Sun and Moon and actually making something really good based around like a semi-open world with like, yeah, like branching pathways or like a banjo or something, they just go full open world and then like completely kill the interactivity, man. Like, yeah, that's cool. I get a ride in the water on a fucking fish. Sure, you expect that. That's the problem, is like you expect all that shit. Like, let's see something fresh, something that's Pokemon, something that you're actually like some kind of interaction that is interesting or more like unique to each Pokemon. Like, I don't know. I guess I'm just trying to say I'd like new Pokemon Snap, but in an open world. If they're gonna do this, Obviously, they can't get to that level of quality, but like attempt. Also, cutting a lot of the Pokemon out. The animations are really bad. When Pokemon Stadium still has better animations than modern Pokemon, despite it having infinite money, it's just like, what's going on, dude? Yeah, Sam. It was such a weird thing to me because I'm like Arceus looked bad. Everybody said it looked bad. Look like washed out shite. Like, look at a fucking photo of like Arceus from the air or something. The wax style system. I don't remember. That's the thing is like nothing gameplay wise really stood out. Oh yeah, I did have strong and weak. That was the new gameplay thing. Once again, it was just like a new gameplay thing that just didn't amount to much. You just always did strong. I think maybe whack was like or weak was like faster or something. I don't remember exactly. Yeah, mechanically it was the same old boring Pokemon. And I think that's fine. They're never going to change the gameplay really. I've just given up on that, but they can change the world and how you interact with the world and how you use Pokemon and the stories and the presentation and the animations and all of the stuff that nobody'd really think would kill the spirit of Pokemon, but they don't. And a lot of those things can be solved with money, man. Like, yeah, good level design, that's just going to take skill. But just like a game that looks halfway decent, I mean, yeah, art direction's a lot more of a skill thing, but like just the amount of animations, right? You just need enough people, enough money, and they should have that. It's bizarre. You'll see stuff like Xenoblade Chronicles 3 or like SMT put out like a shitload of demons or like huge worlds with a bunch of shit in them, and then it's like, well, what the fuck's Pokemon's problem? These are like budget compared to those, man. Like compared to Pokemon. Refresher, Kill Gary's Eradicate again. Yeah. Oh, is this the music? Oh, this song. God, I wanted to fucking die hearing this song every time I walked in. It was fine for a bit. I didn't hate the song right away. But then every time I went into town, it just got grating. Because it's just the same couple chords over and over. Oh, also the side content in this game fucking sucked. Holy fuck, dude. The side quests. So this is how it works in this game. This is the formula, the loop, if you will. So you go out, you get an extremely dry list of catch 30 of this guy, 40 of this guy, catch 20 of this guy from a bush, catch 6 of this guy while it's raining or something, catch 16 of this guy, of this size. And then you do enough of those and you build up points, and then it lets you unlock the next story thing, go to the next area. That is so fucking boring. It's essentially 6 Boras quests, man. I go collect 10 Boras's, man. It's so bad. And not only that, but it takes the idea of Pokemon, and instead of every catch being special, something you nickname, something you level up, and it actually takes time. Like, imagine you take time and you figure out where these Pokemon are, and you hunt them down, and you capture them, and you don't want to make it really annoying, but like, and you make it special, and it takes it into a fucking like factory line of catching. Essentially, you'll catch like a Pokemon every couple seconds if you're playing optimally. You'll just be drive-by catching stuff, and it just turns into like an actual collectathon. It's not fun. The process of it isn't cool. It's just literally like you're just collecting like fucking little tokens essentially, but without any like fun mechanics to go with it. I liked that there was like new catch like throwing kind of mechanics and shit, like the ball mechanics, which are from like Go and all that. But yeah, exactly. You bait and ball, or you just throw the ball. So the ultimate way to catch a Pokemon who's super high level is you bait with the right bait. Pray the AI isn't horrible, because it usually is. I remember the Alakazam where I spent like an hour on him. And then you stealth and then hit them from the back. And it's like, oh, that sounds like a lot. And in a way, it was a step up. It was more. It was more than just a special ball. There was more going on. But it's so jank. And it's always the same. And you usually don't even need to do that unless you're catching the giga-sized guys, and it's just like, it's just so bad. So yeah, that's the loop. You essentially do a bunch of extremely boring collect bore-ass quests, and then you do a Dark Souls boss fight, and then you do that until the end of the game. And then you get side quests, which are really exciting, like go catch 6 of this guy out there, go to this point in the world and catch this like fake shiny or something, or run around town and see if you can do this hide and seek thing, or just find my 6 dildos I left in the backyard or something. And they're just like really dry. And there's very bad like maps, like they don't mark where people are very easily. You have to go into way too many fucking menus to find stuff. The rewards are fucking horrible. Imagine doing like a quest like that takes like 15 minutes. The story's bad. The activity's not fun, and you get like a potion. That's essentially how it is, and it's just like, dude, like why is this game getting praised? It's so boring, man. And then the story's bad too. There's just nothing really that good about Arceus. I get it. It's a step in the right direction. Who cares, dude? It's fucking a step in the right direction if this came out after like Ruby, man. like the level of quality here is what you'd expect of like like something that had a technical limitation like 3 generations ago, right? Not something brand new with infinite money at their disposal. It's just wild to me. I got tired of this Pokemon by probably platinum, or not platinum, by Diamond and Pearl and Heart Gold. Then we went back and played them all again, or not all of them, but the ones I hadn't played. And I was still pretty disappointed with it, but I think since the Switch, they have really took a nosedive. Like I said, Sun and Moon was like, I think it was like, all right. I think it was like a trajectory that if they kept going, it would have been fine. But since the console, man, it's a huge nosedive in quality. For a series that was already really shaky on quality, man. Like X and Y was fucking horrible. I think Black and White 2 was boring too, man. I don't know, man. Those got old too, man. I don't know. I'm just kind of done with Pokemon in general. I mean, I really like the IP. I loved new Pokemon Snap, but yeah, the main line just keeps getting worse, man. Well, in some ways, they're not getting good enough. They're not getting better enough, right? Like, okay, this piece of shit has a couple less pieces of corn in it, right? Like, I mean, it's still shit. Like, that's the deal. It's like it's not really like, oh, Scarlet Violet's like a little better. Like, okay, like it's still a smelly dookie, man. Like, I don't really care. Yeah, I wouldn't mind replaying the first 3. I mean, I'd probably really not enjoy them that much, but maybe we'd have something to say about the time period or the level design for the time and limitations and stuff. I think I'm just so tired of the formula now, and they don't like mix it up in enough ways to like keep it interesting. That like, so like you could say that SMT has a formula with the gameplay that, while getting mixed up, isn't like super unchanging. Although I would say they still change it enough, and it's a deep enough system in the first place, combat wise, that you don't get as tired of it as often. But let's say that it is just as bad. Maybe it's just it's exactly the same game every time. It's not, but let's say it is. They still mix up the stories, the presentation, the dungeon, like the open, like SMT5 does a full open world that's much more interesting with creatures actually running around in it. The scale's cool, it looks cool. I mean, all that stuff. When it's normally like sometimes it's a first person dungeon crawler, sometimes it's in like the apocalypse, sometimes it's in like some kind of weird like fucking surreal something, sometimes it's in like World War One. It's like they managed to find ways, even if you were to say that, or like Persona, right? Like it's a high school simulator. Even if you say the gameplay is the same every time, which it's not, well, even if you said it was, they still mix it up. Or you could take the example of Dragon Quest, where it's unchanging almost in gameplay, but they upgrade it in every way they possibly can that wouldn't destroy the core identity of the series and still make a great game because of it. Pokemon doesn't. They don't change the core gameplay a whole lot, and they don't upgrade anything they could. They make it worse, and it's just like, that's how Arceus feels to me. Like, that's cool, man. It's open world. The big meme fad fucking for the last decade. I guess not a fad anymore. But, like, I mean, I like open world just fine, but the amount of stuff that just fails at it is just astounding. Oh. Gen 2 then Gen 1 zone? Yeah, I mean, you go through the Gen 1 areas in like 5 hours, but like, it's still a cool thing, right? They didn't need to do it. It just was like a cool, like, little bit of soul, man. You just go back and play through the first bit. The cool idea. And now you can barely even match Pokemon Stadium animations 20 years later. Loot extraction games? Like Left 4 Dead or what? Like Dark Tide? Or Dark and Darker? Yeah, Dark and Darker did pretty well. Yeah, we'll see. I'd rather have that. Because at least there's a bit more novelty there than just whatever. The thing is, I don't know if AAA would really push that very hard. Like, I mean, what games are even like that right now? Hunt the Showdown, Tarkov, and Darker. It sounds really tasty, I guess. I barely even drank my drink, let alone have an emoji. Sorry, I skipped a lot of shit. It always blows my mind how Gen 5 is one of the best looking games on the DS, and now we're here. Yeah, that was the thing, is like, people would always praise the old Pokemon games like Gen 1 and 2 and stuff for pushing the hardware. Some of the better looking stuff, and then now we're hearing that it's like some of the worst running games on the Switch, and they look like some of the worst games on top of that. And it's like, you can't tell me that we're on the up, dude. Like, yeah, Sun and Moon actually talking about abuse and shit, and then the Ultra version. Yeah, I really wished I played the originals instead of Ultra, but I still thought Ultra, Sun and Moon were like a little bit more okay. I also think Ultra Sun and Moon visually were pretty decent. Like, it didn't feel like it was super cheap. It was colorful. The areas were varied. There was a density to the level design. It didn't feel like there's a lot of weird empty paths. There was a lot of side things you could break with like your horse and stuff or whatever Pokemon you had to discover. You go to Sword and Shield. There's a lot of just flat, boring textures. A lot of empty terrain. Not much to find. It's a lot more just just linear paths. Arceus is the same. There's barely anything to find. It's just Pokemon out there, and they're not out there in any kind of fun way, right? Wow, the open zone, dude. It's a fucking Wailord in a bush. It's not like, okay, man. It's essentially just a raw, like, mobile collectathon at that point, right? There's nothing immersive about it. Yeah, I feel there. Catching the Pokemon replays. Yeah, sorry if I missed anything. Yeah. Anyways. Yeah, well, that's the thing, is they don't need to try because it sells like hotcakes anyway. Like, look, man, like, even if you think maybe they just suck, but they have their heart in it, like, look at fucking Giga Wrecker. Early access game, release a Switch version with new content, don't add it to the early access version on PC. Look at the technical issues, look at the amount of cut Pokemon without actually adding any new quality to the remaining ones. Like, all of this shit is just as scummy, dude. Like, the amount of releases they put out every year. I mean, there's 2 Pokemon mainline games essentially this year, if you count Arceus. You can't have a good faith argument with them for that long. It feels at this point almost like they're in over their heads, or they're just cashing in, or both. And it's crazy that people are afraid to be like critical of it. I mean, people aren't. People are. I've never seen as much shit talk for Pokemon as I have since Sword and Shield. But like, goddamn, man. Maybe, yeah. I don't know. I mean, I blame everything on Game Freak more than Nintendo. Nintendo probably just handles fucking marketing, but yeah. I mean, that's definitely been their thing, is focus on affordability and make the games work for cheaper hardware, but yeah. When you have developers like Game Freak who can't seem to handle that, like that, it just makes the Switch look even worse than it is on the specs. They definitely need to upgrade, but we'll see when they do. Yeah, they outsourced Diamond and Pearl remake. What's up, Iria? No, not too much at all. We were going through somebody else's list, so we're actually only 9 games in right now. I'm a little sick, so I'm a little slower. My computer crashed. It's been crashing a lot, so it might crash again. So I'm a little anxious right now. But no, you didn't miss much. We're only 10 games in. We're talking about Pokemon Legends Arceus right now, and Pokemon in general. Yeah, good to have you. Like I said, also, what was it? I don't remember what my command was. Yeah, one of the worst games, anyways. It's the only one so far that's hit the worst. I think maybe it was review. Oh, there it is. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Anyways, if you guys got any topics, any games you want to talk about, good, bad, industry, do you like AAA this year? How are indies this year? Drama, I guess. Feel free to talk about anything. So, you can interrupt at any point. There's no. This might end up being a 2-day thing. We'll see. We'll be on Legends of Arceus until I'm able to collect Social Security. Maybe. There's a lot to say. But we'll be back on it again once we get to Scarlet and Violet. So probably for sure. As long as there's conversation about it, we'll be on it. Yeah, I like the novelty of the handheld and console. The problem is you can tell some of these games, like your Xenoblades and all that, and your SMTs, like really could be so much more with a bit better hardware. And I'm not one to really just like knock the Switch for hardware. You can do a lot with a little. But some of these games are trying to be like big in scope and crispy and all that, and like they're just not fit for the Switch. And that's where but they're exclusive to it still, so it's like I really wish the Switch was stronger on that front. Or SMT5 was like on PC. Yeah, I've never used a handheld, but I know a lot of people do and value it. I'm fine with those kinds of ideas with consoles and shit, but that's the I don't know. Point is, why we bring that up is that people are giving a lot of they're saying that, oh, Scarlet and Violet, they're bad because the Switch is bad. And I'm just like, look, maybe the Switch is underpowered. I don't disagree. And maybe we should probably fucking, upgrade at this point. But like, it's like, well, there's lots of games that look pretty good, right? On it or do things really well. It's like, yeah, there's like Xenoblade, even Odyssey, even Breath of the Wild, which was made with like Wii U architecture, SMT5. I'm like you gotta give Game Freak some shit, dude. Like you have to at this point. Also, I should probably put this as a notable game. Should I? The notable games are just supposed to be notable, not just because they're good, but because they just do something really special. But the problem is, I feel like the notables can end up kind of falling in with the best stuff. We're not going to get to the best ones until I've gone through the first filter here. Trust me, they're not all going to end up in the good game filter. I tell you that. Yeah, exactly. It's like Like, you have to judge the Switch's standard by the best titles. You can't say that because Game Freak's dog shit, like it's all on the Switch. Oh no, definitely not. That's the problem. Is like they're getting record-breaking sales. They've got a fan base that'll back them up for anything, right? And they release 2 fucking games a year in-house, and then they outsource stuff like Diamond and Pearl to third-party companies to make even more money. And it's like, why? I mean, why would you ever try to improve, right? Why take 5 years to make a godly game when you can make 2 games a year and make crazy money? The reason you wouldn't is that at some point you would imagine they'll burn enough goodwill, it'll pull Blizzard or something, and, or COD, and some people will lose interest, or the quality would dip enough where it starts to affect the IP's reputation. But it's like at this point you don't see that yet. They haven't had a dip. Maybe after one dip they'd rethink it, but it's like at this point they get record-breaking sales no matter what they do. I'm sorry, I'm sick too, so slow. I'm not saying that Switch is dog shit. I just think the Switch could be so much more. The games on the I agree with you, iCast. The games on the Switch, there's stuff like SMT5. I'm like, damn, I wish this released on PC. Yeah, the dip was like Moon and Sun. That was the one I liked the most in the last like 6 gens or something. Dude. It's because they changed too much, man. Where's my gyms, bro? The gyms. Yeah, sweet. We got gyms back in Scarlet Violet. They're fucking boring offices where you do a fucking mind-numbing minigame before you do a fight against the gym leader. Awesome, dude. I'm glad they're back. Like, Jesus, man. All right, we'll get to that when we get to Scarlet Violet. Who cares, man? They still had gyms anyways in Sun and Moon. They're just the trials or whatever. He bought the dip. Alright, maybe we should move on. So let me re-explain the format, I guess, right now. And we don't have to move on. If you guys want to keep talking, we can. Yeah, anyways, this is the order of games I played on the left here this year. I'm picking out games that I thought were decent, and then after that we'll pick from those and pick the best ones that came out this year and the best ones I personally think were this year that I played. Yeah, I might as well re-explain it. We got our worst games, which there's not a bunch of, I'm not going to filter a bunch, there's just a list. And then games that I feel like just have something about them, good or bad, that need to be taken note of. That's been the format for the last couple of years. So. You know how Pokemon is, man. But yeah. I guess we'll move on to Dead Island. So our Dead Island playthrough was not quite the normal Dead Island playthrough. I don't know if I actually feel comfortable talking of, I mean, I'll talk about the game, but I don't think I can really be like have an expert opinion. Not that I'm an expert or you should listen to me seriously at all, but Jesus, dude, it's like it's ultra small, whatever. We did a mod. It was the Fist of the North Star Dead Island mod, where essentially you just ran at like max speed and you would punch dudes and they'd explode, and we didn't really shoot a whole lot or anything like that. I would say the game was still pretty bad even with that. And I think if anything, it probably made it more boring by the end. It was really funny for a while, but it means there was like so little variance that by the end we're just busting through the story. But even then, you could just tell the game is pretty dull. Yeah, I mean, it was still fun to do, but I don't know. I'm just gonna put it as in the middle. I don't really want to have like a crazy take on Dead Island. Um, it doesn't look very good. The story's total shit. The melee combat, I did play it in the past for about 10 hours before, so I do have some experience with the guns and melee. From what I remember, melee stops being as good. Guns are a little stronger, and there's not enough moves and all that stuff. Really, the content I feel like was the bigger deal. There's just like the quests and all that just aren't fun enough, and it's just kind of whatever. I don't have a big take on it. Like I said, we played it with a mod, and I haven't played non-modded in so long. It's not good, but I don't know if I'm gonna put it as like a worst game. We're just gonna leave it. Probably just move on. 2 is gonna be trash, probably. I mean, if you want to play Dead Island but good, just play Dying Light. It's not a god game by any means, but it's a much better game to run around and parkour and grappling hook and shoot and drive vehicles and do melee and all that. I mean, it gets a little bit more shooty than it does melee at a certain point, but it's a better game. Yeah, Dead Island's just kind of. I mean, if we're getting bored of it doing a Fist of the North Star mod, it's like, it's kind of fucked. Anyways, let's move on. I don't think that's gonna go anywhere. Paparazzi. This game was alright. I mean, it was alright. It didn't really stand out. This game's essentially just like that other game we played this year, Umarangi Generation. But worse. It's essentially like Pokemon Snap, but if you just walked around. It's an open world photography game. So you get a mission and a list of objectives, and it's just essentially taking pictures of different dogs doing different things. Like this one's surfboarding, or this one's playing an arcade game. And then you clap because it's a cute animal, and then the game ends. And that's kind of about it. I mean, the levels they're colorful. The animals are doing some fun things here and there. The game's like 3 hours long max. There's some filters for your camera and stuff like that. Yeah, Umarangi Generation was the Cyberpunk one, which was actually really good. Well, that'll probably get pretty high on the list. But Paparazzi, I don't know. It's essentially, the same kind of thing. There's a little bit of movement tech. There's a little bit of kinds of photos you got to do, right? So this is the gameplay depth, right? There's different filters you got to use, and it's like, it was all right. Nothing crazy. I wouldn't really. I don't think it's bad because it's short enough and it kind of wears its cute animal thing on its sleeve. But it's nothing really good. I don't even remember what Stumble Hill is. So this section here from about Stumble Hill to Sub-Serial Network is the Humble Monthly thing. So Thusin gifted me some games and a month of Humble Monthly, which comes with a service that has like 100 games on it that you can download. It's essentially a Game Pass. I picked out the ones that were supposed to be good, and some of these are actually really interesting. They're all very short. I think this took us like a few days to go through most of these. Some of these are like Toho's and Code Vein are not a part of that, but some of these are really neat. Some of them were just like an hour-long game that kind of just was super forgettable. But it was a fun time. It was a cool, like, experimental, like, little week or two of indie games. But yeah, some of these I don't remember. What was Stumble Hill? Stumble Hill game. Oh, this was the one made by the Hempuli man. Yeah. So the guy who made Baba's You. Yeah. And Noida. And ESA. It was alright. I don't think it's very super great, but it's a cute little game. He essentially just plays a little penguin who has like kind of fucked physics, and it's about you kind of using like bouncing. It's not even a penguin; it's like some kind of bird. Yeah, using like bouncing and like weird physics to platform through like a 2 hour long game. Um, Kind of like most of Hempuli's shit. There's just like some solid ideas there. And it's executed well enough. But it's just a short, kind of basic game. It's not like super fun platforming, but it works for a short one. I don't have much else to say on it. So we're just going to move on already. Rapid fire some of these. Keyboard Sports. This game was novel. The problem with it is it's essentially like a demo. I think it's getting a full release or did get a full release later on. So the version I played was like 30 minutes to an hour. And essentially what it is, it uses your entire keyboard from, Q to P. And then you'll do stuff like, you have to like make a bridge out of keys. Or I was watching Mario Plumber Game by Impuli. It was insanely funny and quirky. Yeah, I have my only experience with his games are Bob Is You and ESA, but I like those a lot. Well, then I guess Stumble Hill as well. But he seems cool. And he streams, yeah. I need to watch his stream more. I'm really excited for ESA too. And someday I'll play Noida. I need to open my door. It's hot as fucking. But yeah. I mean, Stumble Hill's cool there, I guess, if you're after just kind of like a Hempuli platformer. But yeah, Keyboard Sports, it's a novel idea. The comedy is a little bit of that kind of quirky, random, so that can be a bit much. But the idea of using an entire keyboard as a controller is novel enough that I kind of thought it was neat. Sadly, though, I feel like that's as far as it goes. Is kind of just the novelty. Same with Stumble Hill. It's just too short and not realized enough. I don't mind a game that's super short and just nails what it's trying to do. I just feel like they're all kind of just getting started. They didn't go far enough. Keyboard Sports literally was just getting started. There's actually like I think a longer game now out. So, anyways, I need to open my door. So give me a sec. I really hope my computer doesn't crash during that. BRB. Yeah, apologies. I was trying to have some video of each of these games earlier, but I don't know if that was what crashed at this time or what, but a lot of the time having video crash. But we're just gonna not. Anyways, it'll be quicker just to have a picture. Anyways, yeah, a lot of these games a lot of people probably haven't played. So definitely recommend looking up some video of these as we go, I guess, but trying to explain them as best I can and say a few things on them. Yeah, no, keyboard sports. I don't think it's going anywhere, man. The corridor. This one was cute. So this is kind of like a meta Stanley Parable type of thing, where you are just walking through a corridor and the developers talking to you about walking through this corridor and pressing the button at the end, and then every time you do it crashes the game, and then it'll change the next time you open the game, and it's kind of you just doing this meta commentary about doing what the developer says or not doing it, and it's more of a joke. The voice recording quality is kind of whatever. I think I'd put this as notable. But the idea is cool. I think it's more of a realized game than some of the ones before it, even though it's pretty simple. But how it plays with closing down the game and reopening it and changing stuff and playing off expectations, and some of the jokes and all that were fine. It's not like a god game, but I think it's worth checking out. It might even be free normally. A lot of the games in this were actually free. They just kind of put them in there anyways. So I don't know. If you kind of liked Stanley Parable, kind of meta commentary shit, this is a more basic, condensed version of that. I'm focused more on doing what the narrator says very specifically than really a bunch of set pieces and jokes. So. Thorn. Some of you guys might remember this one. Is it Thor.n? It's actually really hard to find this game anywhere. Okay. Take this guy's random YouTube's fucking thumbnail or whatever. I don't even think it. I think this is actually just the game's cover. This game, it wasn't bad, but it was once again like almost a preview. And it was a little up its own ass, kind of pretentious. It's nothing I haven't seen before. So essentially, you're in a room, and the machine is the man or whatever. It's just like, you know, here's a menial, tedious job you have to do, and it's essentially you doing like a cookie clicker type of game, right? Where you click this enough, often enough, and then you can upgrade to click the other thing more, and you're kind of walking around a room, clicking a bunch of different stations, and essentially it just builds up to you like either, you know, I can't remember, you just fall in line or playing around the idea of not falling in line and what's happened in the world, or this is just what people are doing now in their room, just essentially having fun, just clicking like bullshit. And it pretends to kind of have something to say, but it doesn't really, and then it kind of like leaves off for like another game or more game, and then it ends up kind of not doing much. Would I put it as one of the worst games? You know, maybe I would, man. I can't call it a good game. Worst is like pretty aggressive, but I don't think it was just mediocre. I think it was kind of fucked. I mean, it was cute to a certain extent, but so yeah, a lot of these like you guys probably never heard of, because these are really quick indies. It was a good time, but yeah, a lot of them are kind of whatever. So Crescent Bay, once again, it was a game that they were going to make like another game sequel to, essentially. It's a murder mystery where you play out different memories as you walk around a room and then try to find the right order of the memories and piece it together to find out what happened. And it sounds neat, but it's not. It'll be like, oh, I'm gonna go cook, and then you go to the kitchen. It's all in one room essentially, and then you have to like click something and find out how to do it, and then you have to put it together. A couple words essentially is the big thing. Keywords using things you found or things you heard to activate the next scene, and it's not always what you'd expect, and it's not always super intuitive. And then as you go through this murder mystery, it really ends up just kind of being a cliffhanger thing that leads into something else. And apparently this dev's done that a few times. They might even be the Thorn devs. I think we played a couple games by them during this. Kind of just ends up being like a pilot episode essentially, and not a super well baked one at that. So, Crescent Bay, rainy season. This one is actually good. You folks might even have seen this one. Supremely comfy game. Let me see if I can find it here. Super cheap, like $4 on Steam. Yeah, they fall in a lot of the same issues, which you gotta finish something eventually, man. I don't know, dude. Yeah, they rehash a lot of the same ideas. I'd have to double check, but I think they've done it with a few games. Yeah. But yeah, so rainy season. It's essentially just a game where you play as a little kid in a super comfy, small town, rainy Japanese family home. So like you just show up to your grandma's, I think it is, with your mom and your sister, and you just kind of like explore the home, and then a bunch of like kind of magical little fun imaginary things start happening as you explore around. And it's essentially a game that has like you pick the time limit on it, and then it'll let you explore longer, and different events will start to happen throughout the day, and then it'll end. And you can do, we went through it a couple times, and then I started a glitch hunt for a bit too. I was getting in places I wasn't supposed to be, and spent probably more time doing that. But it was a very comfy game. I think this one, while small, is pretty well realized for what it's trying to be, and doesn't feel like it's just some kind of cliffhanger. It is a game about you, first person, in a comfy place, in a comfy rainy grandma house in Japan, discovering a bunch of wacky imaginary things a kid would. Yeah, I was trying to glitch over the fence. I was on the roof a bunch, and I got soft locked so many times. Yeah, I would recommend it. It's super cheap. Definitely worth taking a peek at, or if you happen to have the Humble Monthly. I'd probably put this as a notable game. We'll see if it ends up being like a best. But I think it's a cute concept, right? Just a comfy exploring a little house kind of game. I mean, there's plenty of games to explore houses like horror games and stuff, but one that's supposed to be more casual, recreating a very different vibe there. So that one was fine. I don't think there's much else to say on it. You got the gist. And I explained why I liked it. We're not going like, if you want to see some ultra in depth, not that I'm like super in depth in general, but you could just watch the playthrough. The VODs are around. Anyways, next game was gifted and recommended by people. The second Toho game I ever played, Toho Luna Nights. So this is made by Team Ladybug, who did the Konosuba Mega Man game. They did Record of Lodoss War, the Metroidvania. They did Synchronicity Prologue, the spin-off Metroidvania to SMT Strange Journey. They did this. It was good. It was a solid game. It's a 5-hour Metroidvania, maybe a little bit longer, where you control a chick that can kind of slow time as a battle mechanic. So it's just like small amounts of slowing time and putting a bunch of knives in the air and then kind of shooting them and doing mixes of time kind of magic to fight and explore this Metroidvania map. The music's bumping, the combat's good, the map level design, some of the Exploration mechanics, not the best. It really isn't in any of their games. Yeah, that's kind of probably where I'd get when I get to Record of Lodoss War. I would agree. Um, Either it's the visuals or the music, they do start to feel a little samey. I still think they're pretty well put together, so I don't mind. Because at the end of the day, it's like 15 hours of game, right? But they are pulling from different IPs. I think by Record of Lodoss War, I was like, okay, I'd like to see them tackle something a bit bigger or try to go, farther into some kind of like fresh direction instead of just taking another IP and doing what they did with Synchronicity. I think they're all still really good or solid. Not all really good. This one and Synchronicity are probably the best. Yes, it does. So this has grazing, which is one of the mechanics. So if you get close to the bullets or whatever, you get more mana back. So you can use more shit. I think maybe you get health too. I don't remember exactly. So yeah, you'd graze close to shit to get an advantage. But since you have time stop a lot, you can kind of do a lot of it by choice, and it's good. It's a good game. And if you haven't played any of their games, it's just a fast-paced, more combat-oriented Metroidvania. But if you're looking for more of like a Phenotopia or something where it's a lot more exploration and environmental kind of mechanics and movement stuff, not as strong there. It's definitely leaning more into the combat side of things. So, fun stuff. If you like that, the SMT spinoff is good. And Record of Lodoss War is pretty good too. But yeah, you'll definitely like Fastest. So you definitely. They've got a distinct style between their games, so you start to. I think after like 4 of them now, I start to. I'm like, okay, let's see what else they can do. I'm fine with it, but let's see what else they can do next time, hopefully. I think the big thing is level design, especially with Record of Lodoss War. The level design is just really dry. I wouldn't call it like super boring, but it's essentially just room after room. There's some platforms, there's some vertical bits here, there's a few different enemies here and there, but visually each zone is going to feel very similar room to room until you go to the next zone, and then it's mostly the same kind of the layout feel to them, but with different coat of paint. Yeah, and you're just busting through them, right? You're not looking around for a secret. It's not like Soten or like an Igavania where each level has a lot of detail. There's a lot of landmarks. There's a lot of, each screen looks really different. They're essentially just, just something you're just supposed to kind of bust through until the next thing. I mean, there are secrets. There are things to find. I wouldn't call it just like horrible level design. It works well for just a fast action-based game, but if it was better level design, it would be a better game still. So I really hope that they go in on that on the next game they do. I like their games. I liked their Konosuba Mega Man game just fine. That was probably their worst game though. But yeah, I'd agree. This is probably their best game though, Toho Luna Nights for sure. And I'd recommend it, Sam. Sorry, we're talking a bit more negatively, but individually they're all good. It's just one of those like you play all their games and you kind of like start to notice shit. And they're short. I think they get away with a lot because they're short, right? Like if you made any of these games like twice as long, the amount of I think I said that during Record of Lodoss War. They would like if Record of Lodoss War was like 50% or twice as much length as it was, you would start to really need juicier level design, more movement mechanics, and like environmental kind of like interactivity and stuff, like more just going on, more depth. Like you're kind of done with the combat in each of these right as they're about to end, which is like just good enough. But yeah. I don't know. Other than that, the music's great in all of them. I'm like sitting here pretty much reviewing their entire catalog. I mean, they're all really similar. So, and the sprite work and all that's pretty juicy. Yeah, you should. I mean, they're good. Synchronicity Prologue's free. It was a free game they made for promoting SMT Strange Journey Redux. It's a few hours long. Konosuba game is free. The Mega Man one. Touhula Nights is usually cheap. Record of Lodoss Wars on Game Pass, but it's pretty cheap too, probably. Yeah. It would scratch some of the rabby ribby edges. I mean, it's cute girls doing Metroidvania things with bullet hell. Rabby Ribby has a much better level design and exploration and variety, but it's still combat focused, I guess. I would say the combat's smoother in Luna Nights, but it doesn't have as much challenge or depth. But it feels smoother on the surface. Yeah, exactly. I think it's definitely worth playing. I mean, I put it in the good list. We'll see if it goes higher than that, maybe, but probably not. Code Vein. I don't know, man. Do I put Code Vein in good? Like, I had fun with Code Vein, but like, mainly because I just hadn't played a Souls game in a while and I was burned on them after a bit. Not because I thought they were bad, but I was just like, I played a lot of Souls games. And Neo was like the last one I played before that. But like, yeah, I think I would put it as good. I don't think it's not gonna. It's like barely gonna hit good. And it has a lot of fucking issues too. I mean, the side content areas suck. The story is pretty weak. The level design's not as good as a lot of its contemporaries, like Souls and all that. The bosses, while fun, still aren't as good either. And most of them just being big titty like monsters is like fun, but it means a lot of them run together a little bit. I mean, you get fucking DC Douglas voicing like a wolf head, dual wielding like 6-pack boss or whatever the fuck. I don't remember exactly like the second to last boss or whatever. So I mean, there's some pretty good stuff in there to laugh at. Yeah. It's a pretty decent length game. I mean, you can customize your character to have big titty and ass and G strings, and I don't know if there's a bulge slide or anything, but I mean, it's got fan service customization, which these days is kind of refreshing, honestly. So it's kind of like unapologetically goofy, kind of anime. It's super toony. I mean, you look at it, you can see it. You know, you got chinny eyes, and they're wearing masks, and they're like it's blood and stuff. I had fun with it. I've played some pretty weak Souls likes. Your Ashens, your Mortal Shells, which isn't Mortal Shells, not horrible, but this one though, for being more like an anime Souls thing, you know, I was like, I'd play another one. I had enough fun with it. It's not super hard. But you do have like a fair amount of like active abilities you can unlock, decent amount of weapons, okay character customization. Like I said, the story's kind of shit, but it's not like fucked levels of shit. No, really, Doc the Wine. I don't remember his voice in 11. I remember the soundtrack mostly in 11. I feel like if I played the soundtrack, it'd be too distracting, but let's do it anyways. I think my only problem with the soundtrack is it reminds me like way too much of some of the modern Street Fighter stuff. It's probably because it's the same person. Like a lot of it sounds like I'm just playing like a Street Fighter 4 game or something. Or 5. A rubber banded. This goofy ass song. Yeah, this is too distracting, dude. Yeah, I didn't consider anything like godly. It was just kind of like a fun soundtrack. Oh yeah, this is probably some like rip from a Japanese one or something. Trying to find Fused Man's. It's probably got the wrong name as well. It's like Blast Man. Alright, these are too distracting. But yeah, we'll put back on the chill music. Oh, is he? Yeah, that's how it kind of is here. Yeah, it's just like it sounds a little too similar. Like I think Street Fighter Five and stuff had a good soundtrack, and I like Mega Man 11s, but I'm like, yeah, when I'm playing it, I'm like, I feel like I'm in like the training stage for Street Fighter or something. I'm like, eh. Yeah, I think the old Mega Man games have better soundtracks generally. Maybe not all of them, but I need to get a hold of them all. Especially the NES ones, though, man. The shit they do with the NES is crazy good. Some jam and catchy songs. But yeah. I liked the 11s, but yeah. I feel like I could feel the Street Fighter in it a little too much for me. Or Marvel vs. Capcom 3. It also sounds like that. I do need to. I will. I promise. That GBA metal, dude. Ooh. Crunchy. Yeah, that GBA sound card, dude. Mwah. Delicious. But yeah. Code Vein, though. I put it on good game. I think it rides the line. It feels cheap sometimes. But it's got just enough fun, especially if you like Souls likes. And enough little ideas here and there, and enough content where generally I consider it solid. I think some people say it's shit, and I respect it. But overall, I thought it was alright. Tiny Echo. Holy shit, dude. Let's go, man. Crunchy, dude. It's like a mix of like Doom and like shit. What's jamming though? I don't spoil the music too much. We'll have to enjoy that crunch when we get to it. I'm looking forward to it though. One sec. Oh, my nose is killing me. All right, Tiny Echo. I didn't remember what this was until I googled it. Oh yeah, this was the game. It was a point and click where you play as a mailman and you run around in these different surreal kind of areas where you're kind of like a little dude in a big overgrown kind of world. You meet all these different creatures and mystical beings and stuff, and essentially find ways to deliver their mail. Yeah, I mean, is it good? I don't think it's bad. Mediocre sounds too mean, but I don't know if I'd go far enough. It really didn't stand out, obviously, because I forgot about what it even was till I I saw some screenshots. I'm like, oh wait, I remember this game. The art is good. I think it's worth checking out because it's really cheap. It's like $3. Just for the art alone. It's a very, I wouldn't just say cute, but kind of endearing, nice kind of nature, surreal kind of nature thing going on. It's got a pretty, it's nice to look at, but the point and click puzzle stuff, really where it goes with story wise, which is nowhere. And a lot of the I don't recall a lot of the music or sound design being that crazy. It essentially feels like a well put together Flash game. That's about the scope of it, which isn't a bad thing, but you kind of know what I mean by that, maybe. Small. Focus a bit more on the visuals. It's a little lacking, I feel like, in point and click depth. Like some of the puzzles are a little, and then some just doesn't really go anywhere. And it's mostly about the art. And the thing is, you could play a lot of games that have like solid art, but it wasn't a bad game. I don't think I'm gonna put it in the higher list. Let's do Once Upon a Crime in the West. Comfy tier? Yeah, we could make a comfy tier at this point. Maybe we'll do a bonus comfy tier and I'll just bust through it real quick at the end. I think I've done bonus tiers as a joke before. Yeah, for me, that's why I always just consider the left bar here just the catch all. If it's not good, if it's not bad, it's not really that notable. It's just kind of there, mediocre or just something else. I got the notable tier for things that don't really fit, but maybe are something special anyways. Like some of the really bad games and So Big will probably be notable, but not like in any of these other categories. So it's useful, but yeah, comfy is a good way in. Yeah, since I'm not doing like a full tier list, it's a little easier just to kind of leave shit hanging. Yeah, Once Upon a Crime in the West. If you've ever seen The Hateful Eight, the Tarantino movie, it's essentially just that, but like not as good. Um, there's not really the same breadth of like nuance to it. The delivery on I don't remember. Does it have voice acting? I think it did. The voice acting, the dialogue and stuff. It doesn't have this like sense. Well, I guess I should explain the setting. You're essentially in a cabin with a bunch of like Wild West characters. Some are criminals, some are police looking for criminals, some are just maybe some killer, who knows. Some people are just passing by. You got your bartender and stuff. And so a lot of the entertainment and something like The Hateful Eight is supposed to come from the elephant in the room, the tension. Like Tarantino does pretty good, right? The tension of like a scene, regardless of the dialogue. Like they might be saying something, but then you really, the music and the way it's framed, you're kind of like, something's gonna happen, right? It's kind of like like a Godfather or something like that, right? It's like they'll like a Godfather, he'd be like really nice, but he's not being nice. Something's going on, and so it kind of like there's this feel that the viewer knows and stuff, and that's kind of what makes it special. And that because there's a mystery, a Hateful Eight, like a drama, and there's characters are away and they don't know maybe, and it kind of like is expected, that knowledge is expected, and it kind of builds a lot of fun little crazy situations and scenes. The characters are well acted. There's a lot of like interesting little set pieces of drama or something that'll happen. This is like that if you just like don't do any of that. I'm talking about Hateful Eight. Yeah, this is essentially like the reverse of that. The dialogue just isn't really. There's no nuance there. They don't really like the characters aren't really that colorful or interesting. You don't really have this tension that's supposed to be building. You know how some of the characters are, and you're discovering how some of their relations are and what happened in this room. But it's just not exciting enough. Not enough cool stuff happens. The reveals aren't interesting enough, and like I said, the dialogue and the tension and stuff is just not. It's not really there. Also, the format of the game. I think I had to restart this game fully like multiple times. It doesn't save, so I had to. That's really annoying. To essentially finish the game, you have to like watch through every scene and then piece together who killed who, or what you think who did it. I don't even know if you have to do it correctly. And it kind of sounds like an overdone in that way, but it's not. It's not even close. It sounds a lot cooler than it is, and it's just not interesting. It's one of those deals like the concept is good, but like it's a textbook example of just the writing just not being fucking interesting enough. Like I said, the nuance, the characters, the situations they're in, the reveals, the kills, how you find them. It's rough, and you have to watch through every scene in full, essentially, and it's really janky at times. You can drop items and they'll disappear, and then you'll just be bugged, and that means you have to turn the game off and on, and the game doesn't save, so you have to restart the whole game, and it's just. I almost don't want to put it here, but I am because now I'm remembering all the technical shit, and it was pretty bad. It's like a 30-40 minute game, probably, maybe an hour. It took me longer than that, like I said, but yeah. Yeah, no. Just go watch The Hateful Eight instead. It's much better. Not my favorite Tarantino movie, but it's good. I don't know what my favorite would be. Probably just basic. Just Pulp Fiction or something. I haven't seen them all, though. I haven't seen the one with the. Was it the taxi lady? I don't know if she was a taxi driver. What was it? I remember the name of it. It's just like a lady's name. And I haven't seen his newest one, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Other than that, I think I've seen about everything else. Yeah, whatever. We can watch some Tarantino in Discord at some point. They're fun. Okay. Let's do Tales from Off Peak, Volume 1. One sec. Django's really good too, yeah. Huh. Okay. Alright, I was just learning something about the series. I had to refresh myself on it. So, anyways, Tales from Off Peak Volume 1. You can actually play it for free, I think, right now. Or, like, really cheap. On Steam. It's essentially an adventure game where you explore around a extremely surreal, bizarro town. You show up. You are apprenticing to be a pizza creator guy, a pizzeria employee. And you essentially build these pizzas to order, customize them how you want, and it messes with the dialogue. And then you go take them to different people in the town, and like a big story plays out. It's pretty interesting. I actually kind of liked it. The music's really good. The adventures bits are kind of neat. It's one of those that's just like a really interesting world to be in. It's sometimes weird for the sake of it, a little too much. But it's not like a deer simulator where they're just we're trying way too hard. I think it's well fleshed out enough and consistent. And how bizarre it is, that it felt like it actually had some thought put into it, and they didn't just kind of shit out whatever the fuck that was on the top of their mind. Apparently there's 2 other games in the series before this I hadn't played. One was Off Peak, and one was the Norwood Suites, which I think might be free. I don't know exactly. Maybe we'll try those at some point. I had wish listed some of these other ones. Yeah, the big problem with this game is it does leave off for another. But it's still like a few hour long game, and it's interesting in its own right. I don't think it'll hit like the best of the year, but I think it was neat. Definitely worth checking out. If you really like just bizarro stuff. It's not surreal in like a David Lynch kind of way. It's more surreal in like an abstract, like bizarre. Maybe it's not as like far as like a like Hylix looks or something, but it's kind of more pushing that. Music's kind of like this. There's a lot of like kind of either hip hop type of beats or like jazzy kind of sounds to it, and it's just really entertaining to run through. It was a good time. Would definitely recommend it. I think I'd put that as like a notable game. The world's just interesting enough, even if I don't consider it like a godly game. It's worth checking. Like I said, a lot of these games we're just running too quick. Yeah, look forward to it. It'll happen this year. Wait, next year, right? Oh, cool, Outcast. Little dinner party. I'm sure it'll go over well. You seem like a good cook. Have fun. The KDkill, I think this one's just going to be mediocre. This game was kind of forgettable. Essentially, how it is it's a comic book, not superheroes or anything. But it kind of plays out like that, where you're kind of leafing through a comic. Actually, we're gonna cut this down a bit and make it bigger, because most of these seem to be really small anyways. So we're just gonna cut off the big ones by accident and at least make the small ones larger. Yep, that's the plan. Well, there's not a whole lot to talk about on these. I could go into them for longer, but they're short and nobody in here's played them. So, kind of getting through the surface level shit. Maybe getting you guys interested in trying them, or saying a few things as to why they're justifying why they're better or worse than like a Mario game. Yeah, that's the big stuff. Which is why I say if anybody wants to talk about anything in particular, games, stuff this year, feel free. Because I'm just going through this. This is just fun for me. So any conversations welcome. But yeah, KDkill, you essentially go through a comic book. It's got a cute mechanic where you change the order of the comic. You change an event in the comic, and then it changes what happens in the pages after. So I think kind of like a VN where there's routes, but it's more condensed and write them. So you'll take a left in a forest, and a dragon dildo hits you in the face or something. That's not what happens, but you get the idea. You take a right in the forest, a dragon dildo goes up your ass. And it's essentially like that, and you need to go backwards and forwards and play out the events in different ways until you can get through to where you need to be. It's not like you just can go forever. There's a right and a wrong. Sometimes you have to do the wrong to be able to do the right. So it's kind of like a puzzle where you just start bouncing between routes and possibilities in this comic book style. It's cute. I think it's a good idea. I don't think the story of it or the idea goes far enough, but I think it's worth at least kind of, you can watch it real quick, like double speed and be like, oh, that's cute, and then that's kind of one of those games. Yeah, exactly. It comes out of your mouth, man. The super dragon dildo. Yeah, it was neat. I liked it more than I thought I was gonna with the art style. Um, it's not super crazy though. How cheap is it right now on Steam? It's probably super cheap. It's like $1. This game's probably worth $1.70. I would recommend it on that alone. 75% off. Yeah, so it's you playing around with a lot of words and verbs and stuff to essentially change how a comic plays. It's kind of similar in a way then to the Gora Gora one, but that one is a little bit more compelling. That was what was cool about doing the Humble Monthly thing, is a lot of these games are just super experimental. And while they don't end up feeling like it's fleshed out enough as they can be, it's cool just blasting through a lot of these in a row and just seeing neat little short ideas. If I was a man with infinite money, we would probably buy a lot of crazy little indies and do this kind of thing way more often. But Unparalleled game. So let's move on to Unparalleled. This game wasn't that good. This game really wasn't much of anything. Does anybody even remember when I played this game? Oh, it's like a full picture, whatever. Unparalleled. It's Unparalleled. Anybody even remember this game? Yeah, so Unparalleled was essentially just a little top-down, four-direction movement game where you did a very light amount of puzzling. It was like the most brainless kind of puzzles where you just like push like a box here and there, or like run to like a switch or something like that. It's not like a Sokoban, but it's like kind of got elements of it, and it's just kind of a basic. I'd actually probably put it as a bad game this year. Worst makes it seem so much worse than it is, but it's probably would be considered one of the worst we played this year. It's just so nothing, right? It's extremely short, like 30 minutes. I don't remember much of the music. The art style's like, it's kind of interesting. It's just this kind of, I wouldn't call it like dark and gritty, but there's just like, I don't know, it's got an art style, I guess, but it's not enough to keep it interesting for long. I don't got a lot to say on it. I think if I talked about it any longer, it would be running up to the length of the game. You can look up a couple screenshots online. It's not fucked. Yeah, it's just kind of a little four-directional puzzle platformer. It's not like ultra like low effort indie or anything, but it gets close. All right. Next is Spoolside. This one was very neat. I think this will be one of the first that ends up not being in the good games, but a notable game. Spoolside is a game. I don't know. It's almost good, but we're just gonna be notable. Yeah, that fits better. You essentially rotate the screen, so you can move left and right, but you rotate the screen. God, it's bizarre. Like forwards and backwards and around and stuff, and it will essentially forward time. So as you go right, you're going forwards in time, and you will rotate the screen around to like match that. And as you go backwards, you're going backwards in time, and you can rotate the screen upside down and all this weird shit. So essentially, what you're doing is just taking this little guy who got isekai'd into this world, meeting a bunch of fun little NPCs. And playing with this kind of rotational time traveling thing, with this 2D platforming to carry out these little NPC side quests. So there could be a guy who's like, hey, the scientist teleports you there, and he's like, I'm going to discover how to do this crazy thing. So 50 years from now, I need you to take this to me or something. And so you'll take it to him, and maybe in 50 years he's like, well, my life's over, whatever, I don't even care anymore. Or maybe he'll take it backwards and he could do something with it. Or maybe there's a guy who wants to take out like a loan or make like a restaurant or something, and you could bring him the money for it, and then he gets like ruined because he's just got too much money. So you give him a little less money, and then it fucks with somebody else. So you're kind of going back in time and messing with it. The problem with it is, because you have to like do this platforming to run around to adjust these people's outcomes and stuff, and it's a little jank, and sometimes you could fuck it up and then have to like restart large swaths of like platforming, that it can get a little fucked. Because essentially whenever you like fall and die, it just warps you back to a very specific screen or time. And so with the jank, it can make it annoying. There's some very specific sequences of like certain NPCs and items you need to get to go fuck with other NPCs to see them continue their quest in a particular way. So there's going to be a lot of going forwards, then going backwards, then going forwards, then going backwards. And if you fuck it up, you miss some shit. So I think that stuff really takes away from it. But the novelty of this like rotational back and forth time travel thing, and these NPCs kind of getting affected by your actions and stuff, is really cool. It's a cute game. It's kind of funny. It looks kind of whatever. It's essentially just some abstract hanging platforms. When I say restaurant, it's not like you're in a cool city or anything. It's just kind of like a little building will pop up, or nothing will happen. So yeah, I think the jank of it. There's no ending to the game. We actually looked around forever to see if we could just find an ending, and I just did everything I thought I could do, and then that was it. So, not really having like a clear cut like end to it. Feels a little anticlimactic. Probably a little bit better presentation, and then the jank. It kind of cuts away from the cool mechanical novelty. I'd recommend taking a peek at it, but don't expect to be completely. I think maybe you could just watch a little bit of it. Go watch my old playthrough of it. How about that? There you go. And like double speed or something. All right, let's move on to the next one. Yeah, this is the filler art. No, I had fun doing all these games. It was a good time. It was a really cool like little mini event. The funny thing about it was a Slipknot song. The Humble Monthly thing is, if you download a game from them, like even if you don't subscribe for the next month, you still have it. I actually did a few of these like 2 months later because I just still had it installed. Like, oh, well, I guess I'll do this game, and I did Fortune 499 like way later. I don't know if that was an oversight on their part or what, but it worked for me. Anywho, before I forget, so this was a game. It's a story game, like an emotional kind of story game about. It kind of spoil it, huh? Anyways, it's an emotional story game about this lady's life and some of the drama that happens in her life. Let's say, it deals with some mental, I don't know if disease is the right word, but and a mental issue, that really sucks for sure. And I respect it as a story that's trying to kind of show you how much it would suck to have this maybe particular issue, or kind of put it into in a way that I don't know if it was really made to raise awareness or anything. Maybe it was just made for entertainment, but it tries to be a touching story, and it feels bad kind of knocking it when it is just this story about a particular mental kind of disease or deterioration of sorts. And it's not super happy. But the writing's just not like super great. I respect it. I liked what it was trying to do, but it's a little on the nose at times. Some of the voice work's a little, it misses a little bit here and there, which it's hard to be really as compelling or engaging or whatever when it's completely just a story about this lady's narrating what's going on in her day around this house. And it's kind of like, it doesn't quite, the voice acting doesn't always quite hit. That's like a huge part of it. I don't think it's horrible or anything, but that was kind of a miss. And like just the general dialogue. I'm definitely not knocking it on the grounds of like, I'm not making light of an issue or anything. But I just think it could have been a little bit more compelling, if you will. Just the general events that happen in her life, the pace of it. Like I said, some of the voice acting, the subtlety of it. Like, I mean, I guess you don't have to have it be ultra subtle, but they kind of, once you kind of get what's going on, it's like, okay, right. So after that, it's like, they keep trying to hit you over the head with this little like semi twist, and you already kind of know what's going on. So it's a lot more about her, how she feels about it, her relationships, and I just don't think those are strong enough. It's not a bad game. It's interesting. Oh, spoilers. I'm just going to spoil it because nobody's probably going to play it. And if you do want to play it, well, you'll see when I swap the pictures. Spoilers. It's about a lady that gets, she starts not being able to remember things. What is it called exactly? So she'll think she's like in her 20s or 30s or something, but she's actually way older. Her husband's already gone or something, but she thinks he's coming home. That kind of thing, right? Yeah, dementia, exactly. That's what it is. She had a life of, she was a really smart professor, but then the dementia starts kicking in. Yeah, Alzheimer's, something, dementia, something like that. I don't remember exactly what it was, or if it was even exactly a real thing. I don't know how accurate it was, but so it's like it goes off of that, and that idea is pretty scary and pretty sad. But I just think it's more the idea of it and some of the general plot points that kind of get through, and not really the emotion of it as much as it should. It's kind of weird to like critique something that's more just like more of like a heartfelt kind of like a semi-awareness, semi like I don't know thing. I don't know the people behind it, but it's like that's how it is, man. Like it wasn't, could have been better. So, anyways, I think it was an interesting little game. If you want to be like semi sad, or have like a kind of interesting view of maybe what it'd be like if you were forgetting stuff. I think it's a little too on the nose, and I think they take some liberties with it. It gets there's some like bizarre shit going on sometimes. I'm like, I don't think this is how it works, but anywho, yeah. So I'm not gonna put that anywhere in particular. I don't think it's terribly notable because there's a lot of games about mental health and that do a lot of things in a unique way, or maybe bring attention to it in a way that's more that you can empathize a bit more with. Not that you can't empathize with this, but more so that you feel just really, whoa, So it was neat. Not bad, but I'm not gonna do anything crazy with it. Roman Sands. This game sucked. Roman Sands. This was a VN. I think it went pretty low on my VN tier list. I'd have to see. I don't even know what to feel on this one. This one felt like a game that was trying to be too zany and wacky, and it actually fucked it up at times. Unlike Tales from Off Peak, where it managed to kind of nail it, this doesn't have the general quality, like the baseline of quality. Oh, it's still showing that. Hopefully that didn't show anything weird. No, it just showed my drive. It's just a bunch of, okay, there's nothing in there. I was like, it just showed my drive real quick. All right. It's just like a PowerPoint, all my streaming reviews. Luckily, I don't do anything weird on my drive. Anyways, I was gonna show where I had it on the tier list here. I had it like as a 3. So like not the worst shit ever, but like we're in Bustafellas, Shinagasu tier, and I'm at the bottom of it. So that's cool. Yeah, Roman Sands, it's kind of just a bizarre, abstract game about somebody who gets stuck in this kind of like odd hotel, if you will. There's like 5 or so other characters who are very from rude to nice to just kind of mysterious. And it's you just kind of interacting with these really dull characters that don't really they have like stylish dialogue. They do lots of weird things, but don't really go anywhere, develop in any special way. It's you interacting with these characters, kind of figuring out what's going on and what you're gonna do. And that sounds way more interesting on the surface than what it is. It's just drawn out. The mystery of what's happening is not revealed in a very special way. It's not really that interesting what it even is or how it culminates. The end of what happens with a lot of the characters could be cool, but the build up and the story arc of each character is not really anything. It's a lot of just walking around an area that's not that interesting. It's got an interesting character art style. I don't remember much of the music or anything. I mean, the environments are like kind of could be interesting, but for the most part, the level design and stuff's just really dull. They do start implementing a bit some shortcuts here and there so you can go a little quicker, but it's generally you just walking between like 4 areas really slowly and all for the sake of kind of aimless dialogue from characters that don't do a whole lot. I barely remember what happened at the end. I think it's just some kind of bizarro force of nature, maybe not alien thing. I don't know how meta it was. It doesn't really end with anything special. It like ends as like a as you're preparing to leave kind of thing. It's just not that good. It tries to be weird, and I think that's kind of interesting at times. I like the stuff that pushes the boundaries and is a bit more bizarre, but I feel like too often it just was bizarre for the sake of it. And for a game that's essentially just a VN, you gotta have some writing that's somewhat interesting. And the characters just if the characters at least just had some progression, the mystery was paced in a more interesting way, and you had a bit more areas to go, it'd be all right. But too much of it's just talking in a lobby with people who just are rude, and that's it. It's like, I don't really care, man. Like, yeah, it might end in a crazy way for some of them, but yeah, not enough. Anyways, move on to the next one. I guess that would be a bad. I'd put it in a bad game. I don't think it's like the worst game or anything of the year, but it's not very. Nice, dude. The best game we found out what the best game was. Time to wrap it up. Dwarf Fortress every year. base take. I need to play myself though. Yeah, so the next one is another really short one. Retired men's nude beach volleyball. No, I remember, yeah. I remember. I'm sure some people think that though. That it's the best release of the year. I mean technically it counts. Throat. Why was that not at the VGAs, do you think? Dude, it's so funny to see Dwarf Fortress at the VGAs. That'd be sick. Yeah, this game, it's got a bizarre premise, and it looks like it's gonna be like an ultra funny game. But it's one of those games that takes like a very funny, kind of wacky concept and tries to tell more of like a touching story about getting older and reflecting on life. And it's really not too bad. I'd actually probably put it as a good game. The gameplay is pretty simple. You just kind of you do volleyball. It's not super deep. It's a little janky at times where the ball ends up, where you can hit it. If it's like if the ball's like right on top of you, it can end up being like behind you. So you have to have a lot of like weird spacing. And once you get a feel for it, though, you can do sets for a really long time, but it's usually not too hard. And losing's fine because you get dialogue and stuff. But it's got some interesting twists actually to what the entire thing is. I don't want to spoil it, but let's just say it's about It's about family. It's about family and connecting, and how maybe like an older generation tries to connect with their family or something. And it's actually got some okay writing. There's a little nuance here and there. They've actually got some character growth, some twists that are kind of fun. It's not like ultra fun to play, but it's a lot more about the presentation of it and really where the story goes. So it's a cute little game, I would say. It depends on how much I think you think of, how much you're maybe touched by, end of life kind of stories or, family stories, right? So those are a bit more interesting to me at times. Not any more interesting, but they can kind of get me sometimes. So this one was alright. I didn't expect. I expected a total troll game, but it was actually that was kind of the trick of it. I said it wasn't. Two best games of the year. Well, we're gonna go back through and do best games really quickly. I mean, I could do them right now, but yeah, I'm not gonna. I'm just putting the worst games in because there's not multiple. Like, I'm not gonna like filter it multiple times, right? I'm just doing one at a time. This is pools right now, right? This will be the championship bracket using the pools. Worst games, it's like I'm not gonna do like multiple filters of like worst games. Like these just suck, right? Like that's all there is to it. And then the releases of 2022 is just a date thing. So I mean, Disco Elysium will be like in this, but it's technically not a game that came out this year, so it won't work there. And same with this. This will be in there, and a lot of these won't. there might only be a couple. Yeah, maybe that's what you meant. We'll see. Anyway, yeah. So that was a decent one. Gimme. This game was actually pretty good. This one, if you remember my BN tier list once again, I actually put it pretty high up, I think. Where did I put it? This one, it's a weird one because the scope, it's not like some crazy big sci-fi game. You know, it's not super long. It's not trying to tell some crazy story. I got it's like a 9. It's not trying to tell some insane fucking story about, the Chini apocalypse or anything, right? So it's hard to really compare it in a way to something like an IO or like a Nubian Echo. Um, well, Snatcher an 8. I mean, I do think it's one of his best games, but still rough. It'd been a while. Maybe I'd rethink it. Maybe I'll rewatch a bit of it. I did like the music and the aesthetics and all that a lot, and I liked adventuring around. It's just the story falls apart, and it's a little too derivative of like movies. But I had some reasons. Where is it in the 8th? Let me see. I like that setting personally a lot too. So maybe that's part of it. I think it has issues, but I did like it a fair bit. But yeah, maybe that one's just more personal. I do like the cyberpunk settings. So. I'd have to re-look through it or something at some point. There's really a lot of it's cloudy for me. It is a lot of the style for me over the substance. Maybe I just wanted to say old Kojimbo games I like better than new ones. Who knows? The contrarian. Yeah. Kimmy was essentially just like a very simple game about silver case up to it. No, that ain't gonna happen. I just thought Snatcher was really just fun. Like the story itself wasn't like godly or anything, but I was enjoying it most of the way through. It falls apart, but kind of in like a funny way. Like I wasn't like bored or like irritated with it. I like the adventure game stuff, the tunes. I like Cyberpunk a lot. So like I think that's kind of where I'm at. Is like I just didn't hate a lot of it, although some of it is a little weak, and it has like a personal kind of enjoyment to it. I mean, maybe eight's, I'd really have to rewatch it or not rewatch. I play it, and I'd have to watch it again. Yeah, see, I didn't mind those parts too much. Maybe that's a big part of it because that's all it would take to probably drop it. Because it's not being held up by a whole lot of strong supports in the story department. But I kind of took it as almost just like a little kind of goofy, fun kind of game, really. Just ripping on Terminator and fucking Blade Runner. Yeah. I think maybe I had a little trouble, but not enough to ruin it for me. I'm really curious then if you're gonna like Police Knots more or less. I liked it way less, but you might like the story more. It still has some of those shooting bits too, but they're not as bad. Well, no, one of them might be. I think people generally like Police Knots, but it might just be the people who like I played old Kojima games, so it's good kind of thing. I don't know how many people have really played Police Knots. We'll see. Yeah, Kimmy. How do I explain Kimmy? It's essentially just about a kind of preteen teenager girl who starts taking care of babysitting this other family's kid, which I think she was Kimmy. I don't remember which one was Kimmy. And it's you kind of just like taking care of this kid, doing little activities and meeting little people your age or older or younger around town and kind of discovering their stories and learning that like some shit's not all that good. It actually deals with surprisingly for a game that looks like it does a lot of themes of like family, family trouble, of bullying, fitting in, the world not being very fair for very little reason, like little shit like that. And it kind of handles stuff like that. And you're like, what? You're like, we're getting into this. This is happening. Yeah, not bullying. It's not. Trust me, it's not like a fucking hammer on a nail. Like it handles a lot of stuff. Yeah, a lot of it's like definitely family conflict and disruption, but it handles it in like a way from an outsider viewing in, right? So it's like it's not beating it over your head, and you're kind of just sort of discovering what is going on. Like this is a little weird. These people are a little odd. Something's going on here, and you discovering this kind of stuff, and then like the character wanting to like do something about it because from your angle, everything's a little bit more innocent, and you only know what you got going on, and how kind of powerless you are to do a lot of shit. And I kind of handled that. I was like, maybe it was just the shell, but it kind of handled little themes like that with some grace, some nuance that I didn't expect. And wasn't just trying to be like ultra happy or good times or anything. It wasn't like pointlessly depressing or anything. With Grace, it's Shirley's friend. But anyways, yeah. Yeah, it handled it pretty well. I was surprised. It's a short game, it's a simple game, but it had some pretty human writing and some pretty believable situations that you don't see really kind of touched on in a lot of stuff very often, and kind of recreated some situations you might have seen yourself or you can imagine or feel, and um, in a vehicle in a shell that looks like it'll be a bit more bubbly than it is. It doesn't, and it never tips too far. It doesn't overplay its hand, right? Like it's not like super depressing or somebody's getting their ass fucking beat or something, right there on the screen. It's just like that kind of outsider, oh this family, oh it's not our place to talk about this other family do this thing, and it's like it's kind of like it's like that. It's like if Ryukishi had some nuance to his bullying writing or something, right? It's that kind of deal. So it was pretty good. I thoroughly enjoyed it. It's not, like I said, the scope's not big. It's not some crazy story about fucking quantum time leaping or anything. So it's hard to really put on the same level. It's not 40 hours long, right? But for what it was trying to do, it feels fleshed out. It feels like the writing's quality. You can empathize. It's got the right amount of nuance to not feel pretentious. It does what it wants to do pretty well. It reminds me a lot of Eliza in that way, where it's a story that's a lot more about just like um, believable human interactions, which isn't always how VNs are, right? Not many people in VNs actually feel like real people. It's an interesting story that kind of tries to handle those sorts of things with grace. Yeah, no time travel induced bullying, sadly. We're not going to stop bullying by driving the entire class off a ravine. Yeah, yeah, it's definitely more nuanced, So if you need a little bit more action in your story about family troubles and being different and bullying and stuff like that. Sorry. Yeah, I liked Eliza. Very similar to this in a way. I mean, Eliza shows what it is more on its sleeve, but it's kind of like Disco Elysium in a way, where they present a lot of topics and a lot of things maybe for you to think about, and human relations in a way that they don't tell you what to think, but they introduce interesting situations and routes and paths the characters can go, and things related to technology that might make you think something. And it's pretty engaging. more quality dialogue games. That's kind of the deal there with Eliza. Arc Symphony. What is this game? what is this game? Oh, this game. Yeah, no, this is not going to be a thing, really. So this game is a game made by the people who did Sub-Serial Network, which is the game we're going to talk about afterwards. I played this within Sub-Serial Network, but it's an actual game that they made. And I think the gimmick was that they marketed it as a forgotten PS1 game that nobody played, but it wasn't. That was just like a fake thing. Obviously, it was like a joke. And so it's a game about a game that was missing, that was on the PS1 that nobody played. So you're playing a game where you're just reading a bunch of text. Yeah. Well, the thing is, I was playing it during a much better game, and it's like really meta and like wacky. So I totally forgot. Yeah, it's true though. I guess I could put this Kimmy. Would Kimmy be a notable game? I mean, the notable thing about Kimmy is that it's got quality dialogue you can empathize with and nuance. I don't think that's really like a gimmicky, like, oh, hey, this is kind of noteworthy, right? It's just good. So I'm not going to put that in there. Otherwise, we'll put every good game in the notable category. I think it needs to have some kind of something to it, regardless of quality. The Arc Symphony, I mean, it was like 20 minutes or so. I don't even remember how long it was. Pretty dry interface. It's essentially you just reading. You're like I don't remember exactly what it is. Some kind of either a network person or just some user. I don't remember exactly. I think you're a user. Yeah. I'm on a forum about Arc Symphony, and you're reading essentially and writing little canned messages, was it, or something? I can barely remember about this game, and it's kind of you just like thriving or not in this community for this made up PS1 game. And that's it. I don't remember what happens. I don't remember fucking if it does anything cute. I mean, the marketing campaign for it is more the cute thing. Yeah, it's neat. It's neat for sure, but it's like I don't remember where it really goes. I think it's more this thing that like, it ends up being, the community. Maybe there's drama, or maybe it shuts down eventually, or it just keeps going. I don't remember exactly what happens, but yeah, he essentially plays this like person, this chick or me, who I don't even know who you are. That's kind of on a forum about a fake PS1 game, and they're talking about it, and there's like lore and fanfic, and you reply to random forum shit, and it's neat. There's obviously stuff like Hypnospace Outlaw that takes those kinds of ideas and goes way farther and crazier with it. Since you're like an actual internet policeman in that game, essentially. But it was a cute little thing. It was cool that it was just like in Sub-Serial Network, because I think Arc Symphony costs money, but it's just in Sub-Serial Network for free anyway. So it's like, okay, I just like found it in the game. It's cute, but I don't know if I would call it well realized enough to even put it as like a notable thing. It's not bad because it was kind of a cute thing. It's too short to really like gauge it, the quality of it well. So we're just gonna move on. Let me get some music. Anyways, Sub-Serial Network is one of the last of these we did for the Humble thing. A lot of the games from here on are going to be a little bit longer. Sub-Serial Network. It's by the same people, I think. That's what I said earlier, but I have to double check. Yeah, we could. I don't have it fully filtered because I haven't gone through the whole thing, but we could skip around. But this soundtrack's pretty comfy, so we'll do this for now. But yeah, that'd be good. Maybe when we get closer to it. So yeah, Sub-Serial Network. I actually really like Sub-Serial Network. If you like games, I think the music's excellent. If you like games about browsers, so Hypnospace Outlaw, Welcome to the Game, 1 and 2, stuff like that. But you're essentially in a future world where you are on your actual real desktop. That's what was weird about this game is I had to capture it, my actual desktop, because it just pops windows up, and you're just kind of going through like little folders. It'll pop up like an MP3 player, browsers, yeah, and Pornhub, my favorite game, Pornhub. But yeah, you're essentially playing. You're like some kind of future person. I don't even remember. I think you're either working for some kind of government deal or you're some kind of like just freelance hacker dude. I don't even remember what the idea is there. It's more the presentation and where the story kind of goes at some points. And it's you essentially playing a game on your desktop, opening up different like files and executables and going through little websites in their own little built-in browser, fake browser, and it's got a little MP3 player where it plays the music and you unlock more as you go and stuff. And if you like games where you're kind of like browsing through like a fake internet thing, which I think is kind of a cool concept, this was pretty neat. I didn't expect to. This was after I played Hypnospace, so I already had pretty high standards, so I still liked it. But yeah, it gets into some cool kind of like meta stuff with the computer and like what you're controlling and stuff. And I think it's cute. It's not like the most godly writing. You know, a lot of it's going to be kind of, you know, your typical cyberpunk shit about, you know, what's human and all this kind of crap, right? So, but there's some decent world building there, and I think it's at least the novelty of it was really cool, and the music was always really nice to listen to. It's not super hard to figure out how to move on or anything, but it's a clean ride. It's a lot of reading, and it's a bit more dry in presentation. The reading is than like Hypnospace, right? Hypnospace has a lot of graphics, the presentation, you know, the websites, and you're getting videos and music, and you can actually interact with stuff a lot more. And you know, they're not going to just have huge text dumps every page. Sub-Serial's a bit more just raw on the text, but there's still a lot going on there. Sounds tasty. I need to eat some more food. I only ate half of my food earlier. I snack a bit. But yeah, I really liked it though. You've probably heard this soundtrack quite a bit over the year since I played this. I've played pretty often. Oh, from Hypnospace. Okay. I was like, right on, brother. There's so much in Hypnospace. I love that game a lot. Oh yeah, I don't want to spoil that too much. Because I know somebody in here is gonna play it soon. Here, let me play it for myself to refresh my memory. Oh, I remember this shit. Uh, no, sorry, I didn't mute it. I tried. I missed one mute thing. Well, now you got a little small preview. I only watched a little bit. But yeah, Sam's gonna be playing through it, so I haven't played too much stuff. He's seen a couple things already. But it's a pretty good game. Oh, okay. You probably heard a lot of the Chowderman songs. Yeah, Hypnospace has that kind of quality, like. But it's got that kind of writing too, where you follow a lot of interesting stories of people through like the internet and stuff, and just quality written writing and stuff. It's fun learning about everybody and fun reading what they say. It's not really boring. But anyways, I don't get too much into that game, but great game. Yeah, Sub-Zero Network though, if you like stuff like that, it's cool as well. It's a bit more of like a serious kind of cyberpunk sort of vibe to it. I put on a desktop wallpaper that was like a cyberpunk city while we were doing it because it was just a bunch of windows, right? Anywho, let's move on. We'll see if that one goes higher. It hasn't stayed with me so hard that I'd maybe consider it like one of the best. It depends on how much we're lacking in like good games here. I did like it a lot, but it's hard when stuff like Hypnospace comes out. It's kind of hard to really be like, this is one of the best. I think it was really neat. I liked a lot of it personally. The music's really good. But, all right, well, Peggle. Oh man, I mean it's fucking Peggle, right? We don't really need to go crazy in a Peggle. Let's just take a random Peggle picture. Doesn't even matter. Anyways, we played through a couple Peggle games. They were free, I think, for the most part. Maybe Peggle Nights cost me like $1. I don't even remember. But yeah, Peggle Nights was essentially just I think it was like the second Peggle game, third. It's just Peggle with like the characters are asleep or there's like neons at night or something. It's just more Peggle. Peggle's fun. It's addicting. It's cool. I'm setting up the powers to like blast off of shit. It's just an arcade game, like a mobile game before the mobile craze took off. I mean, it's good. I mean, I guess I'd put it as good. I mean, it's simple, but obviously Peggle Nights and stuff has a bit better presentation than say like Extreme, but there's a lot of levels. Some of the new powers are pretty cool. Some of them are a little busted. Some of the levels are maybe a bit more trouble than they should be compared to some of the other ones, but it's Peggle. You just really can't go wrong. It's a very simple concept. The slow-mo that hits just as you're about to get the last one or miss it. The ball going into the final hole, the big explosion, the music. It's just very satisfying. There's a good bit of skill to it, but there's also just an element of just chance, because you can't really predict everything that's going to happen. That's pretty exciting. There's PopCap before they kind of whatevered. What is PopCap up to nowadays? They did a bunch of Garden Warfare games. I'm sure they've done more Bejeweled and Peggle since then, but yeah, that was the problem with Plants vs. Zombies 2 and shit, is it turned into more like DLC and money grabs, and then mobile really started kicking off hard, because this Peggle was originally a PC game. I remember playing Peggle in WoW. They had like an in-game Peggle WoW version, like World of Warcraft version. But then the mobile came in, and this is essentially a mobile type of game before mobile. So I think they turned into that. Yeah, Bejeweled and stuff. Yeah, that add-on was sick. Just sitting there waiting in a flight or something, playing fucking WoW Peggle, jerking off McNaught, maybe. Yeah, I haven't played the Garden Warfare games. Oh, did they do Tetris, or are you just talking about Tetris in general? The only Tetris games I've played recently are Tetris Effect and some other stuff. Oh yeah. That's the problem, man. It's arcade games, simple arcade games. While back in the day, were just something you put a bunch of quarters into, which I guess is a similar thing, or just a quick little simple idea because games just weren't that developed at that point, are now the perfect thing to turn into a on the go, addicting, monetized format. It's kind of funny. You take some of your like most ancient video game concepts, like a Tetris or something as simple as like Peggle or Bejeweled, and then they're like some of the most ripe ideas for for mobile and like predatory monetization kind of gaming. Oh well. Yeah, I'm getting super hungry. But yeah. Anyways, so Peggle Knights was pretty cool. I had fun with it. It's just a pleasurable game, man. I mean, play it. Play Peggle. You'll know what I'm talking about. Peggle Extreme is essentially just Peggle, but with violence and Team Fortress and Half-Life backgrounds. So there'll be like head crabs, and then the Peggle map is like around a head crab or like a Team Fortress guy or something. It's free on Steam. It's a little harder. I think it's a little sloppier. They also only have like a couple of the heroes. I think it might have been was it just the horse? I don't remember. So it's not as good as like a full Peggle game, but it's essentially like the Peggle WoW edition, but for like Steam, old Steam shit, old Valve games. So still good, but not as good as like Knights, like a full one. Anyways, next. Shit, man. Like I said, these always take a long time. And we had a bit more conversation this year, so I felt like I was going quicker through these, but I guess not. The Wolfenstein: The Old Blood. Man, I don't know. It's just good. It's plain and simple. Yeah, it's hard not to like Peggle. Yeah, Wolfenstein: The Old Blood, one of the best Wolfenstein games of the new reboot. I thought it kind of sucked. Like I do with most of the new Wolfensteins. I think they're just really fucking overrated. I don't know if I would put it as an outright one of the worst games I played this year. Well, I like shooters a lot, and you really don't have to do much to succeed as a shooter. But Wolfenstein, I mean, it has the limited weapons. It's got shitty stealth. The set pieces aren't really that juicy. It's got that same kind of like whatever Wolfenstein story they try to throw. Not as bad as the new Colossus, the newest one. But yeah, it's just kind of a bland one. I think it's got a bad hard mode. I played it on the hardest difficulty because I wanted to start just doing more stuff. I was like, I was gonna take a chance. I'll do more stuff on hard modes just for fun. Immediately regretted it. It wasn't a hard game, but hard mode made you play in more restrictive ways, which made a game that was pretty bland on mechanics more bland. Instead of running around and shotgunning people and swapping weapons a lot, you're in behind corners trying to pop heads. There's a lot of meat shield enemies. It was just kind of annoying. The cool thing about Wolfenstein Old Blood is that it was supposed to be, instead of just tech Nazi shit, it was supposed to be getting mystical stuff like some of the other Wolfensteins. So it does that, but it just does it so late into such a weak level. But yeah, I mean, Old Blood was essentially like almost a DLC for the one before it. But yeah, you'll see a lot of people say this one's just godly. But yeah, I don't know, the shooting mechanics. I'd rather play like old Doom. I'd rather play something maybe with like more skill, precision shooting. If I want to do like a meat shield kind of game, I want to be able to move around and have some movement stuff to kind of play around with. And it's mostly just running down corridors, just doing really basic shooting on guns that have okay feedback, but not super different. It opens up with like after the first car ride section, like an hour or two long fucking like super boring stealth area with just crouch stealth, right? Just a shitty AAA, just you crouch and you're stealth and you just walk around, no mechanics except knifing. It was kind of everything that was boring about shooters on the console at the time, and it's not much better now. So I honestly don't care for Wolfenstein. I love killing them Nazi fuckers. Wolfenstein. Yeah, I've heard that Return to Castle Wolfenstein and all that is really fun. I liked the Wolfenstein 3D when we did those. The original shooter. I mean the levels are really painful, but you just shot a lot of dudes really quickly. It felt pretty good. The sound effects of it all were nice. It was just more of like an arcadey, just kind of shooting experience, right? I mean, it was like a pre-Doom type of thing. It's made by the same people, so. And yeah, it was just more fun to do. I honestly had more fun shooting in the original Wolfenstein than I did in this. So, for all the new shit they got, I've just not liked the reboots much, especially the newest one. I did play those two on console though. This was the first one of the reboots I played on PC, but it didn't help. Yeah, I feel like Youngblood was supposed to be fucked. Oh, that was technically the newest one. I didn't play Youngblood. That one was supposed to be really bad because it was like a looter shooter with like really bad level scaling, like obnoxious, even more obnoxious characters. But I don't know. I feel like this is the series dead at this point. The new Wolfenstein. Yeah, it doesn't. I didn't play that one. I was done after New Colossus until I played Old Blood because everybody said it was great. Yeah, I don't know. Would I put it as one of the worst games? I mean, I had nothing good to say. I think one of the devs was in here for that, and I was like, I felt bad because I was like, dude, I just don't like this game. I'm gonna put it as one of the worst. It might be extreme to do this. I don't know. It does have pretty good reception, but I just thought it was fucking just dull, man. I don't know, maybe I've just played enough shooters. Maybe that like 360 era shooter design is just so played out at this point. It's kind of like, AAA open world nowadays, right? It's just such a played out thing that it's hard to really have much joy in it. The Saints Row reboot. Now there's a fucking game. Yeah, well, let's move on. Taiko. Taiko's good. It's hard to complain. I don't think it's my favorite rhythm game ever. Even in the last couple of years, I would say there's a lot better rhythm games I played. Boink. I probably liked the Kingdom Hearts one better. I probably liked the Saida one better, whatever it's called. But this one, I mean, it's just Taiko. It's simple. It's a rhythm game. You pick out some fun music. You press left and right, or heavy left and right, and different orders or at the same time, and you just listen to music and you just go along with the beat. It's obviously a game made for an actual drum at an arcade machine, so you miss a little bit there. I feel like it's still fun because playing music and music to a beat is entertaining. Fast. Yeah. To my credit, though, it was during another game of theirs that I liked that was doing something very similar, and I almost forgot that it was a separate game because it was inside of another game. But yeah, in general, though, saying that is super depressing. Yeah, I had a reason though. I mean, Arc Symphony was inside of Subserial Network. It's a separate game you can buy on itch.io, but like it was a game within a game about a game that didn't exist. And Subserial Network was already doing that kind of meta shit better. But yeah. Well, there were some games earlier that I said that too that I forgot, right? Like which one was it? Tiny Echo. I was like, I forgot what this was until I saw it again. Um, Unparalleled, that one with the little rat. I was like, what? It definitely happened. Yeah, Cora for sure. Elite Beat Agents, yeah. Bootleg Mustache. Yeah, that's how I felt on it. It's a solid rhythm game. Like I said, I don't think it's doing anything spectacular enough with the presentation or anything really. That can help it compete with like other more controller or console or non-arcade contemporaries, but it's still a good time. It's a rhythm game. The track selection was pretty good mix of anime, a little bit of game, a little bit of pop. So that was cool. There's obviously ones with like more unlocks and more of like a story or even better variety or experimental shit like the Citus games and stuff. Or have a more of a game to them like the Kingdom Hearts one. But yeah. I hope it seems justified. It shouldn't be depressing to them because I at least talked good about their next game after. I'm still listening to the music. Yeah, I need to play Alleviate. Ugh, my nose. But yeah, not much else to say in Taiko. People know what Taiko's about. Horizon. uh, I don't like this game at all. I actually have very little respect for it, but objectively, can I say it's one of the worst games I played this year? Probably not. Yeah, I mean, I think it's objectively has a lot of issues. I don't think it's a very great game at all. But a lot of the reason I dislike it is that it totally like the AAA open world, the Western AAA open world is so played out at this point. So played out. The same shit. Yeah, Ripper. Like that's the thing. It's like, I mean, Ripper could still be in the same category as this, but yeah, it's a little less justified. I think I might just leave it here, but I'm gonna talk a bunch of shit about it, I guess, to help cope. Um, but like, it's just so played out at this point. The same Ubisoft shit, the fucking just super fluff, just dialogue. There's just so many quests, and there's just nothing really interesting happening. Most of them, the characters just aren't really likable. It just feels like a game that's just focus tested to hit every little area it needs to sell a shitload. It looks really great, although the art direction's kind of I'm okay with it. I wish it looked a little bit different from the last game, but I mean on a technical level it looks good, but yeah, it's mostly story. It looked like and the story and the characters turn into Looney Tunes shit by the end. They're just not. It's hard to empathize with her. She's just a Mary Sue, and she's just not an interesting Mary Sue. Her little like fucking like uh, her little problems. Her character arc in this is like she has trouble being like uh, praised by everybody or something, and then she just gets over it or something. I don't even remember exactly how that works. It was such a non-character arc. It was essentially a character arc about her being like Jesus reincarnated and like having trouble with that and not interacting with people very well. But it was handled so poorly, and then they just get over it. And she just is like, "Okay, I'm Jesus anyways." And it's just like, yeah, it's super handholdy, super chatty. She's talking nonstop about everything. You have to stop everywhere you go to pick up every little thing. They even put in a patch a week later to have her shut the fuck up half the time because it's just so much. The game has no respect for the player's intelligence, man. Every time you're on a platform, she's like, huh, there's another platform over there. Huh. How about that door over there? Huh. And it's like, if you thought God of War was bad, you should play this game. You could be one of the 2 people that played it. Obviously, a lot more people played it than that, but it's like, it's super bad about that. I mean, the robots are still cool. There's a lot of little pieces you need to knock off them, a lot of destruction and spots you got to aim for, and a lot of weapons to do it with. But even the combat, despite that, the robots being cool, I feel like should really have been more of like a hunting game. Instead, it's just this slow mo dodge spam game where you're trying to like wrestle like console aiming with like shooting pinpoint eyeballs and stuff. And at this point, I would have preferred something a little bit more like, you actually have to think a little bit, use traps, do a little bit of hunting. It doesn't need to be like super slow and boring, but just like go a little bit harder than that because that's what she is. They're like tribal folks who have to like outwit and outplay like robots, dinosaurs. But instead, it's just a shooter. It's just a fucking shoot 'em up. And a lot of the weapons, despite there being a variety and you could use all of them, they all play about the same for me. And for as long as the game is and how bloated the side content is, I end up skipping most of it. I usually don't. I skip most of it. I 100% of the first game. At the time, I was like, yeah, well, it's the same old shit, but it's probably the best version of the same old shit we got. I'm so over it now. I don't even care if this could be the best version of this AAA open world cookie cutter bullshit. It's played out. I don't think they do enough with the story. I don't think it's novel enough. I don't think the characters are compelling enough. They barely feel like people. It feels like, I think I've said multiple times in the game, it felt like the dialogue is written by fucking aliens, man. I think me and Akira said that like the fucking characters were written by lizard men, dude. Like they can't even be real. Like, and that's most of the game is the story. And don't even get me started on the end of that game. Yeah, when you play stuff like Disco Elysium, you're like, oh, this is really good writing, and there's a lot more of it. And then you play Horizon, and you're like, wow, this is like really trash. The world environment design of the yeah, it's like the world. Like I said, on a technical level, it looks really good. The robots, yeah, absolutely look good. It's definitely full of content. But man, it's just the same old shit, dude. And it's so focused on story, and it has no respect for your intelligence, and it doesn't do anything really new from the other game. It doesn't really try to lean into something creative. It's just super focus tested. It's it's the typical shit. Big graphics, lots of dialogue. Nothing really. There's nothing that could be even kind of offensive. There's nothing even kind of. They're not really delving in any kind of like conflict or interesting theme or idea. It's essentially the enemy is just old people from space are back, and they're old and they're mean. I mean, they're literally old people in spandex. That's the enemy. And like like that's kind of it. And the theme is like she has a problem with being like treated like a god, and then she kind of just gets over it, and then she assembles the Avengers and just fights old people in spandex. And it's like, that's a really reductive way of talking about the game, but it was really hard to care about anything when the framing of it all was like that bad. And the characters were so weak. Like, I've never liked Aloy, man. She was Super Mary Sue in the first game and felt super unearned. It was just a bunch of superhero landings, and she just does really cool shit. And it's like, I want it to like, her to build up to being like a badass, or she's just immediately like the shit. And it's just like, it's hard to really care. And she's not like a cool. It's not like like an Arnie or something. You just start badass, and she's not charismatic. She's not like cool, where they start out badass and it's fun to watch. It's like, it's a character that's not charismatic enough to start like that. They need to build to that, and they just never did. And now it's just the same old shit. And I don't know that. And like I said, the world's full of like a lot of cookie cutter activities. To the game's credit, some of the side quests are better. They do go a little harder in having some unique fights or taking you to areas you don't go to in the story normally. But there's so much of it, and the story is so. There's so much of the story, and the gameplay is so just old and done with. And they're so chatty, and the hand holding. It's just no. I just went through the story. I mean, it was cool that you could fly in it by the end, and it actually ran kind of well there. But yeah, it was really buggy as well. I'm kind of going back to the chat here. I was falling through worlds and shit, and it was pretty bad there. Overall, and a lot of shit wasn't loading. Gotta play all these AAA games for me so I can feel correcting. They're probably extremely boring. That I put time or money in them. Yeah. Like, I don't know, man. There's a reason that these Horizon games come out and like nobody fucking talks about them during the year. And it's not just because better games come out right afterwards. It's because these are like just super bland, man. They have budget. they have talent put into them in some capacities, right? But it's all in service of just the most dull, typical like Netflixy drama, just super safe writing, like written by fucking lizard men. Like it's just, I mean, it does usually get mocked by other games. I think Breath of the Wild came out right after the first one, but like, there's a reason. Like, still though, nobody's talking about them after all this time, right? Only in that it got mocked, right? Like there was games that came out surely near Elden Ring or something that like still get somewhat talked about, or near Breath of the Wild. Like, I just feel like everybody's played this like Horizon a million times at this point. It's Ghost of Tsushima again. It's Assassin's Creed again. It's in some ways Spider-Man again. You know, it's all the same old. It's Watch Dogs again. It's Far Cry. Did I say Far Cry yet? Far Cry again. It's fucking, you know. It's all like they all just fucking like. That's why it's hard for me to put this as one of the worst, because in a bubble, if the industry was not so obsessed with this cookie cutter open world design, would I hate it as much? I think so. I would like the first game better because the novelty of the world and all that was at least there. The novelty is kind of gone at this point, so it has to rely on actual quality. And I think it misses a lot there, especially in the story. Because you really do have to talk about the story. I mean, these games have like half of the runtime or more as story. So like to just be like, oh, well, the gameplay is okay. Like, okay, is it okay enough to like make up for like, you know, like half of the game time being story, constant talking as you go everywhere you are? I don't know, man. I don't think it's that fun. Melt your PC game. Yeah, this game had the worst hand holdiness though, for sure. I got a laugh out of that with Ragnarok. It was pretty bad in that, but Forbidden West was unreal. Yeah, go man. Thank you. We're talking about Horizon, dude. Your favorite. Thanks, man. The tier 2 explosion. Appreciate it. Qualities for suckers. Yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I've got absolutely a bone to pick with this type of game. So, if you want a more like fleshed out, I wrote notes and everything, kind of chit chat about this game, go watch the end of the VODs or whatever for that. But at this point, like, all I really got to say is I just have zero respect for these kinds of games anymore. I'll still play some of them because they might, you know, like Tsushima was probably the best of these types of games. It had pretty fast, um, kind of deadly combat. Most of the side stuff was like at least not annoying to run through. It was in a setting that hasn't been totally mined out. Um, the story was all right. You know, I still thought it was kind of like an okay game, but like, it's just, yeah, I've just got such a bone to pick with Western AAA open worlds. First game was interesting. The world building is done in this. There's nothing to explain. Post-apocalyptic setting, world building does run out of fuel after a while. Yeah, I mean, for sure. You definitely have to keep introducing new elements and actually put some quality characters and plot beats for people to get behind. Just learning more about what happened. Like, we already learned about what happened in the last game. Now we get to learn even more about what happened and what's going on out there. Now there's an ancient evil out in space and old people. And it's like, okay. Like, I mean, yeah, that could be good with the right characters, the right set pieces and pacing, but it's like a 40-hour, it's like 30-40 hour game to get through the fucking main story, and it ends on like pretty much just of the Avengers versus old people, and then an ancient evil is coming, and now we have to find a way to stop it in the third game. It's an ancient ball of evil. I'm like, okay, dude. Like, I'm not one of those types to just shit on a game because of like an ending. I think the whole game is very dry. I don't even care for most of the delivery. Lance Reddick, I guess, was good. He's usually good, but his character's kind of just like somebody there for Alloy to beat on, to talk down to the whole time. If we didn't already have enough moments where she was the Mary Sue, she has to have characters who are designed for her to shit on. I'm like, fuck man, Lance Reddick's cool. It'd be nice if he wasn't just a lame ass. You know, it's an ancient space evil of like hate or some shit flying, hurtling towards her. I don't even remember what it is. And then Trinity from the Matrix or whatever is like gonna enlist her to stop it, and then they just decide that, we'll just figure it out ourselves. Yeah, Lance Reddick's cool, but yeah, they ain't using him very well, man. I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna put this in the worst games I played in 2022 because I think just objectively, like the robot shit is cool. It does look nice. It's not like it's completely unfun to play. There's a fair bit of content, but there's a lot of bad parts about this. I have only disdain for it. Really, I didn't enjoy my time at all. But a lot of it's just where we're at in the industry. I think it does border on just being like bad, but I think it's just more painfully mediocre. It's just super, even just thinking about Horizon, I feel bored, and that's a special place that only a few games have quite gotten. Beyond Two Souls is one, one of the most just like Outer Worlds, maybe, just boring to even think about. Stuff like that. Yeah, boring games are bad games. There's just parts of this that I imagine if you don't play a lot of stuff, you might enjoy, right? If you play a couple games a year, there's some novelty there, there's some production value, there's a lot of systems and stuff for you to do. It's just that, you've seen better gameplay, you've seen better. So it's hard to. I mean, granted, that's not really a good excuse. I kind of want to put it in the worst. It would be a very personal worst. Yeah, no, Outer Wilds is one of my favorite games. So. I'm gonna put it in here. I just don't want to be like a raw contrarian. Like I just hate new things. I don't just hate new shit. Puts Arceus in there. Forbidden West. I just, on a very personal level, I just don't like this game. I had very little fun playing it. And I think it has way more issues than the first game. I think the first game's fine. At the time, I liked it. I 100%ed it. I was like, it's not bad, I didn't like the Mary Sue shit. I thought the world, while kind of interesting, really didn't have enough legs, but it was still cool enough for the novelty of it. It was also a much tighter game. I think you could 100% it in like much less time. Horizon Forbidden West is a good example. The Kirby block's coming, dude. Yeah. We already did a fucking full Kirby tier list at some point. We'll try to get through it quick, maybe. But yeah, Horizon is just. I think Horizon Forbidden West is a good example of a game that just has too much content. That's just not good enough, right? Like we were talking about that in Goto's stream, where it's like, it's fine to have a game that's hundreds of hours long if it stays good the whole time. It's just that as you go through a game, the systems the novelty runs out, the gameplay's not as fresh. You might run a story out, there's not enough to say. So generally, too long could mean, the quality's going to dip. Technically, you could have a game that goes for a really long time, and if it manages to stay good the whole way through, then it's fine, right? Like imagine if like Zelda was just like all the games were put into one game back to back. It's like it'd be a pretty good game, right? So it's like technically it's possible, but yeah, that's the problem. Is that Horizon has a lot of content and a lot of it's filler fluff shit, right? And even in the main story, so. I'm sure that if I haven't played an Assassin's Creed since Origins. I'm sure if I played Odyssey and Valhalla, I would hate them more than this game. There's a really good chance. I used to like Assassin's Creed, and it's also run its course, and I feel like those are even more cookie cutter. But yeah, right now, that's what I was getting at, though. Yeah, is that it's too much because they spread the butter too thin, and it gets to be shitty content just to fill out the world. I mean, it's the same. It's the complaint people have with most open world games, is it's full of really surface level weak content, and I'd rather have a much more compelling, condensed game or something that's more focused, like in Breath of the Wild or Elden Ring, on player agency and discovery and all that, right? Like Elden Ring took me like 180 something plus hours, but I enjoyed it for a large quantity of it. I enjoyed the whole game in its entirety, but I really enjoyed it for a lot of it. But it's got a lot more going on in the world, a lot more for you to discover. There's a lot more player agency. You can go wherever the fuck you want. You can skip all sorts of shit. There's all sorts of secrets. Breath of the Wild is all about experimentation. You can go where you want. A lot of the mechanics can compound in ways that do a lot of neat stuff. You know, you're lighting fires that you can fly from, and then you could fucking slow-mo arrows while in midair, and you drop bombs in midair. There's a bunch of cool little ways the mechanics stack, and it's about experimentation and player agency and not holding your hand. Where games like Horizon, it's everything's on the map. There's a waypoint. Who cares how you travel there? You know exactly where to go. You could literally turn off the fucking world and just fucking run to waypoints. It's about getting to a place, watching 10 hours of cutscenes, pretending you're feeling an emotion, killing some boss or getting some loot, and then running to the next place and knocking off what's essentially a checklist. And that's how I explained some of the Assassin's Creeds as once they started getting bad. It was more about a checklist of finishing content more than you truly enjoying what you're doing. And I feel like something with like Elden Ring or like Breath of the Wild, and maybe you might not agree, and I'm not saying really they're like the god games or anything, although I do think they're pretty fucking good. They're more about the activity of doing the thing than just what you get from it. I mean, the reward is important in a game, I think, for sure. You can't just have a game with no reward. It's an extra way to incentivize players or push them to do shit or have fun in its own right. But like the do in Horizon is not interesting. And then the reward, it's like, who cares when it's in service of nothing? So your game of the year is Lotro. I respect it, dude. They put out expansions this year. I still need to finish ER, but it's my game of the year by far. I've not had the sensation of wow with this right now. I've seen 50 minutes gameplay in a long time. Yeah, for sure. And that's what's interesting is like, you know, like I say, open world's kind of like tired, but like you're still getting games that are actually really good that are open world because the design philosophy is more on true adventure, a sense of surprise, wonder, actually having stuff to do, player agency, like those feelings, like even if they're just like subtle, right? You just don't have like waypoints as much, or you don't have, you know, hand holding as much. Like those things build up, and that's a lot of what like Breath of the Wild and Elden Ring do. Or Outer Wilds, you could say, is like a game that's like that, right? It's not as technically open, like you're just walking across a map, but it's a game about, you know, complete freedom and discovery and piecing together things with just you just go. And that player agency, I feel like is such an important part of like adventure. And it's so funny that these open world games, most of them have like zero player agency, but they're supposed to be about an adventure. It feels more like you're just churning content down a fucking treadmill and you're supposed to just suck up. And I just don't think it's just not enough, man. I think we could do so much better, which is why I get so fucking annoyed about these like Horizons and stuff, man. There's so much money and time and thought and talent going into these games that are such just fucking dead ends. Like this fucking new game coming out, Forspoken and shit. Is that what it's called? I watched a bit of that, some of the trailers shit. I'm just like, oh my fuck, dude. It's just the same old shit, dude. Like, But you're getting these like indie games on shoestring budgets doing so much more. And it's like I get it. Video games are for money. From the and the majority of the industry, it's about money. So they're gonna always go what's safe, but it's like you still. I mean, you always want to push for like actually just having better games, regardless of what you know is going on. Yep, yeah, Lotra's still going. They gave away a lot of expansions for free, so I redeemed most of them. So I'd like to actually play through it at some point, but fucking hell, man, MMOs are long. A huge big again wants you to do things because you want to do them, not just knocking shit off a checklist. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they're far too checklisty. Like, ooh, I just gotta get that platinum. I just gotta get that trophy, and it's like, oop, there's a piece of content over there on the map, and it's like, you know, yeah, maybe. I mean, you still gotta have some fun doing it. And there's games like like a Banjo that's based off of having those little checklists, but the getting there and what is at the end is like fresh enough or fun enough that it's like fine, right? Like I don't think it's wrong to have like rewards be like a huge focus, but it's to such an extreme with these open world Western AAA's that like there's just very little fun in like the getting there anymore, and then the end goal is not that fun either. It just turns into an addiction grind. A bloated 100-hour, like these new Assassin's Creeds, I think to fully finish them are like almost fucking 100 hours long. It's like Jesus, man. I guess The Witcher's a good example of one that was like fun, a big open world, right? Because it had quality dialogue. Usually each quest felt like an actual full thing. There was player agency, sure, not in the same way as the mechanics of like Breath of the Wild or the art direction or anything of like Elden Ring, but like it at least had enough quality that even if it did a lot of the similar stuff like maybe some of your other AAA's would do, it was like good because of it still. like that's the thing is I just don't think a lot of what you're doing is just good enough anymore. No, that was really bad too, yeah. You would go explore places. Yeah, God. Oh man, how did I forget that? It was so it was antithetical, the antithesis of open world, right? And open world's about freedom, and then 90% of the things you could find in side content were locked behind getting a fucking tool from the main story. Sometimes really deep in. So you're like, hey, I just want to go explore. So I'm just going to go in this direction. And then they're like, nope, you need this item to go in here. And that was like a large portion of the side content outside of quest. And you're just like, really? So that was one of the reasons I stopped doing a lot of side content was because I like to do all the side content at once and build up towards, my character up towards like the next point or the end or something. And so like I have to end up just holding off on almost all the side content and then backtracking through all this shit for like no reason. So they're essentially it's railroaded. It's like linear for like a large portion of the game. And even then, when you do get a tool, you're gonna need another one for the other like half of the shit. And it was so bad. It was like that you look at Breath of the Wild, right? They give you everything right away for a fucking reason, dude. So that you could go anywhere and do anything, and you'll be able to generally pull it off. Maybe there'll be some difficulty. You might want to get some more hearts. You might want to get some special gear, but like you could do it. And then like that's the point. Freedom. And Horizon's like no freedom. I'm like, well, what is it? Just make a linear fucking shooter at this point. Like, it's just weird, man. They've just lost. They've lost it in the sauce, man. Like the whole point of everything. It's bizarre. At least stuff like Assassin's Creed 2 or something was like 20, 30 hours long or something, right? Most of the side content was like something significant, something interesting. It was kind of fun or novel to like climb around these areas and explore like an ancient historical place. They kind of had like a little meta story that was sort of interesting too. And then it's like, what now, man? Like, I'm getting 100 hours bloated piece of nonsense that's totally lost the point of what exploration even is, man. Blech. Yeah, I spit. This is gonna be one of the worst games. now that I'm remembering all those really shitty things, like, there's objectively a lot of problems with this game. Switch to Shadow of War. I guess Shadow of War had a lot of that too. That game's combat and stuff was at least fun enough, and the story was fucking horrible, but it was at least really funny bad. I had fun with it. God. Shadow of War story is so fucking horrible. It's insane. But it's so good, man. The fan fiction tier. But yeah, at least that game had fun gameplay, right? I mean, it was like Bam Ham shit, but it's still fun Bam Ham shit. Yeah, I'm kind of hungry. Maybe after 40, we'll take a quick food break. The orcs, yeah. I wasn't as big a fan of the Nemesis thing as most people, but I think it's still a cool mechanic. I think it gets a little overrated, but it's just still a neat thing. Well, anywho, banjo time, dude. Speaking of banjo, yeah, if you guys got anything else you want to say about Horizon, hit it. Oh god, Cora. Oh my, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. All right. Oh, here's the next one. I can at least respect that one. Now, if somebody says Granny's Revenge is better than fucking Two-Ear Kazooie, I'm banning you, alright? I'm sorry if I missed anything in the chat. If somebody said something, I missed it. I will never play Ally's game, but I'm stuck with owning her in Genshin. Dude, they shield her so hard everywhere. They even made like statues of her in like random people's cities and shit. And I was just like, what the fuck? Like, stop it. Yeah, sorry, I know I missed some. Apologies, guys. That's funny though. You don't like two even? Oh my god. Right, I'm gonna go heat up some food right now. I gotta let these fucking hot takes sit. Holy. I'm gonna heat up some food and we'll eat as we talk or something. Let's get some glitter golds for mine. Alright, be right back. I'll be like just 2-3 minutes and then we'll be chit chatting. Yeah, heat up the food, cool down the take. Everybody get it out. Everybody get out what they gotta say. Where the fuck are my banjo boys at, man? Come on. Back up, banjo. You gonna let these people walk all over you? These people. Nuts and bolts. I mean, collectathons are a mistake. Oh my. What the fuck do you mean the nostalgia? Banjo Kazooie still got some of the most fucking like it has some of the best presentation on the N64. It looks great. The areas are super fucking colorful and charming. The NPCs are really funny. The writing's funny. There's a bunch of fucking shit you can do. It's like the platforming's pretty fucking fun. What the? It's tightly paced. Not like some bloated monstrosity or something. The music's good. I mean, they're all about charm, dude. Where's the fun? You don't think Captain Blubber or any of those are funny? Granny's fucking rhymes, her fucking toilet you go down. Yeah, come on. It's just some good fun. All the shit talk between the characters and shit. Come on. Come on. Wanted to get food. Come on now. Gex? I haven't played Gex yet. They're just like they're fun to collect things in. I mean, yeah, that's a pretty basic kind of just feeling of doing stuff, but like the levels are just densely packed with a lot of little activities to do, especially in 2E. Although I think Kazooie's better because it's a tighter game. But God, I mean, the variety of the stages, the tunes. I mean, every few feet is something different going on. Tui's a lot. I replay Kazooie quite often, but Tui I don't do as often because it's just so fucking big and complicated. But it's still good. It's still a good game. What the fuck, man? Like, how can you not like the charm of Banjo Kazooie? It's soothing. It's not soothing. It's oozing with soul. Yeah, there you go, cactus. That's what I'm talking about. Look, I'm sure I have some nostalgia, but I do think they're good games. Like, I mean, if you prefer just raw execution, like kind of like a Mario style platformer, I got you. Like Banjo Kazooie's not like, I don't think it feels bad or anything, but it's not about smooth like wall jumping and movement and stuff. But like, yeah, something like an Ape Escape, it's like Banjo's in the similar vein as for me. It's just super charming game with a lot of variety, great presentation, and the sound and the visuals. They're fun areas to explore. They're paced well. They don't get like super irritating or drawn out or anything. There's always something a little fresh coming in. I think that's good, man. I respect any opinion in here. Doesn't mean I like it. I respect it though. I don't know, and I don't know what overrated would mean either. I don't know what generally if people put this on a pedestal or something. I mean, people talk so good about Banjo. I don't think any game could live up to that height. It's like OT. It's like I think OT is great, but I mean, consider like some kind of Elder God game. I mean, nothing's can live up to your imagination. Yeah, I got some pawns. Oh, sometimes they're quality humor. I think puns can be. They have potential to be quality humor. I don't think puns in general every time are quality humor. You can have a really clever pun, like Ace Attorney names, right? Every single time. You shouldn't respect my Gex comment. Yeah, I have not played Gex. Um, nothing but trash. Nuts and bolts. I think Nuts and Bolts is an interesting game. It'd be like a notable game, but it's not a good banjo game. Maybe we'll play Gex. I mean, they're on my list. I think I like Ty the Tasmanian tiger, whatever the fuck it is. I've got the kangaroo fucking collectathon. We've got Rocket Robot on fucking wheels. I haven't played Space Station Silicon Valley to the end. I need to do Ratchet and Clank. Yeah, like Nuts and Bolts has its fun, and this is coming from a diehard Banjo Kazooie guy. I did all the achievements in it and shit, but as they made a game that was clearly not probably going to be a banjo game, and then turned it into a banjo game for sales. It's like a Star Fox Adventures thing. At least one of those is so big. Yeah, I need to play the fucking Earthworm Jim, the 3D ones. Aren't those collectathons too? I think I played a little bit from a Blockbuster at one point as a kid, and I was like, damn, this sucks. And then I didn't play anymore. They mocked the banjo platformers at the start. Oh, the Gex ones. It's easy to mock the collectathon stuff, but then nobody really thinks about like the pace, the charm, the presentation, the music. Like, oh, Nuts and Bolts. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, they take a shit on it, and it's so weird. The humor is like, well, that's not. I mean, the humor might poke fun at itself in the old games, but like, not in just the huge way like that. Especially when they know people are going to be like looking at it. It was like in DMC, the DMC reboot, where he's wearing the white hair and he's like, nah, this is shit, you know? And it's like why do that? You're only gonna piss people off. It's so odd. It's kind of just devs trying to like stick it to the fans, but you should do that with just making a good game instead of looking really petty. I don't know. I just think it's easy to look at the collectathon nature of something like a Banjo Kazooie and just see it at face value. But I think if you try to get into the worlds and into the variety and little mini games and all the little NPCs and just how much charm they kind of like infuse into it, they're pretty good. On the flip side, Granny's Revenge sucks. So there's your nostalgia. This game was not good. Not really. It was like just super bland. But we'll get into it. I'm gonna go heat up food. Yeah. Yeah, I know you've said that before, Koro. The hater gene. I mean, I respect it. Yeah, I just don't agree. Good stuff, man. Good stuff on there. Does PS1 have more good games? Well, probably. I don't have like a. like some pedal, some hill I gotta die on for the N64. But I think a lot of your big first party stuff and all that is just really strong on N64. Still talked about today. Yeah. A bit. I just don't get it. It's not like they're inherently like different games by design or anything. I mean, they might look a little different. They don't have the PS1's like wobbly geometry and shit. And it's cartridges instead of discs, and it has a worse controller, but I like they're like functionally like all different games. Gotta be something you like on the N64. This is extremely rare. I don't know. Not a very comfortable controller. And the stick's pretty grating, but yeah. The D-pad's pretty bad. I mean, I get the idea. Yeah, the stick break. I guess I haven't used one in a while, but the last time I did was Glover or Mystical Ninja. That ain't helping much. I think the idea is cool. You want to play 2D games, you put your hands on the left and the right. You want to play 3D, go in the middle. The problem is people start making 2D shit. They use D-pad pretty quick, so it ended up just being kind of pointless. There was more 2D shit on the PS1. They do a bit, but not all of them. Most good ones didn't really barely touch the D-pad. Oh yeah, yeah. I've heard it's really hard getting the right stick for speedrunning some of these games. I think I have some third-party controllers now that I use for the N64 that are made to be like replicas. I don't know how good they are, but I don't do N64 controllers a lot. I think the notches and all that, and old controllers and GameCube ones and all that, do make it a little difficult to use new controllers because they don't tend to have notches anymore. And they were kind of used in some games for like perfect lines and stuff. It was like OT sometimes will have bad camera, but like you could at least use a notch on the controller to keep like a perfect angle. But now you try to play like a new controller, you can't get like you're constantly moving it unless you have like God control, right? Which will fuck shit up. They're like made with the notches in mind, yeah. Yeah. Well, Granny's Revenge. It's mediocre or weak for all the reasons that the other ones are good. So the levels don't have a whole lot going on. They're all not very densely packed with like NPCs or fun activities or anything. Because you're on the Game Boy Advance, it doesn't look or sound that great. The idea of a lot of the stages, other than maybe the farm one, are all kind of boring. Like, oh, it's just a basic, fire area, or it's just a, just kind of a stewery level, or maybe it's just like a town, which is like okay, but like they don't do a whole lot with it. And it's nothing you haven't seen in the other games done better. The mini games are kind of dull, like I said, and really just they're trying to recreate the Banjo Kazooie gameplay in like a top-down 2D way, and it just doesn't feel as good. You can't see where you're going as well. The feel of the jumps isn't quite there. I just feel like they probably needed to design it from the ground up for like a different style. But I mean, it's cute seeing them try to create what's essentially a Banjo game in 2D, like but with like a still trying to make it kind of 3D. But yeah, it's just it doesn't have the charm. It doesn't have the variety. It's not as tightly paced. It's much more annoying as an execution game. There are a few tough challenges, especially the last boss, that just go on way too long. Finding everything's a bitch because you can only see so far. It's just bad for all the reasons that the other ones are good. It just does the opposite, and that's kind of why I like Defend Banjo, because like you can literally play another Banjo game that copies as much as it can from those and misses the important parts, right? Because like Granny's Revenge is still a fucking a collectathon, but like the collectathon part's like not fun, right? Because it doesn't feel good, the activity sucks, the levels aren't interesting. Like it's, I mean, if you never get into the presentation and the charm, I guess, of the other Banjo games, I guess you'd miss out on a lot there. It might be hard to just have the. I mean, I still think the gameplay is totally fine, but that's a big part to miss out on. So, well, I think that in a game that doesn't even have it, like Granny's Revenge, it's like already losing the battle. I don't think it's like one of the worst games I played this year, but it's super mediocre. We did a tier list of all the Banjo stages. I think almost all of this game's levels would be tier listed below every level in the other games. Even Grunny Industries. I think there was one level in Grunny's Revenge that was better than Grunny's Industries from Tui. Which was the first one, which had the most like NPCs and the most comfy exploration. I think that's a big thing with the Kazooie and Tui too. They're just really comfy game. They're very chill. There's a bit of challenge, but like it's about just kind of like running around and experiencing everything, grabbing shit. The completionism feel. Granny's Revenge is just not comfy, man. Well, I'm eating here, so you have to give me some time. We're almost in the Kirby block. Whoa. Like two better than Kazooie. I respect that. I like Kazooie better because I just like the how tight the level design is and the pace. It's a 10-hour game where Kazooie's you're getting a lot less shit lost often, and everything's way more involved, but it's still an impressive game. I think it's just as good. It's just a game I like to replay less. It's just way longer and more involved and less comfy. Maybe it's nostalgia. Yeah, the Batmans. Thank you, Bruce, for gifting those, but yeah, I don't know, man. They had some good aspects to them, but they fell into a lot of the same traps that most Telltale games do. And then they also had some bad technical issues, man, with Evil Within, I think it was. Right, which had my save erased. Yeah, and then we had to make up we had to have it auto choose the choices for us on the last chapter. And it was like the exact opposite. Yeah, I'd agree with you. Yeah. I hope I'm saying the name right. Yeah, I really like the Arkham games. And Batman's probably one of the only cape shit characters I even care about anymore. I think the Arkham games nailed it. Made all the enemies interesting, made Batman feel smart, but also like physically imposing. They didn't, hamper it with bog it down with a bunch of like goofy drama. They have a rich history of fucking like characters and a world to pull from. Why bother with a bunch of like drama? But the Telltales, yeah, it feels like the same kinds of drama, really contrived, forced drama that every other Telltale game has, where they have to make up a bunch of like fake situations and choices to make you feel like you made a big choice that ultimately doesn't matter for shit. People just have to act really stupid or really dumb. I mean, contrivances, forced things where you could see the author's hand to try to make you feel like you had some kind of choice or some kind of repercussion happened. I don't think the characters are like ultra fun in it. A lot of the performances just aren't as good as Arkham. It's too much high school drama, not enough just Batman in this interesting world fighting interesting villains. I mean, if you want to delve into Batman as a character, I mean, most fucking Batman things do. I just don't think the way it happened here was interesting. Yeah, the illusion of choice was insane, and this was really bad. If you want to see a good like illusion of choice with Telltale, go play the Minecraft ones and just fuck everything up, and you can see how much they let you get away with. They're just VNs, yeah, probably. I mean, these games were at the height of Telltale doing cookie cutter story games. They get a hold of an IP, do a very similar story, similar kinds of drama, pretty poorly animated, just kind of slipshod. Game they could whip out on like a really tough timetable. I heard the working conditions and all that were really shit. And they were taking off way more than they could chew. So a lot of it was just super like formulaic. And that's what ended up getting them to close, man. Like everything felt the same. The quality was just dipping too hard. Like the Walking Dead one was cool, but it was also like the first kind of big one they did. I played some of their old ones, like the Jurassic Park one, and that was just shit. But like the Walking Dead one, yeah, and the Wolf Among Us are like where they really hit the map. But then they take that concept, lose a lot of the charm, the soul, and the quality of the writing, and just kind of attach all of that nastiness to pretty much every IP they could touch until they burned out hard. Also, I mean, there was other games. Oh my god. There was other games. The enemy with the is that how you say that? Or the evil with the Oh, I typed in the evil with it. It's actually the enemy with them. Well, who cares? I'll change it. Or maybe this is fuck. Maybe who knows, man? I could see the fucking advertisement being fucked. Oh, I should probably change the music. Batman-y. Yeah, I don't know. It was just kind of forgettable. A lot of the characters. If it wasn't just fan service, it was just contrived drama. It felt like I was watching a high school kind of like Disney Channel kind of drama TV show more than it was really like a Batman one. Just doesn't feel as good. Yeah, I've heard the first Borderlands one was good, but I haven't played it. I'm pretty telltale out. I've played most of them now, except the last Walking Dead season. I have not played. I think I did all the Minecraft ones, although you can't even get them anymore, so maybe I haven't. Those weren't even like funny bad. They're just kind of yeah. I haven't done the fucking Game of Thrones one, and I guess I haven't done the Borderlands one. I guess I've only done some of their shit. I haven't done. They did the Back to the Future shit before they got popular. The guns, yeah. I don't know. It was yeah. Yeah, instead of fucking just the bullet, the slug or whatever, it was like the fucking whole casing would go too. It was just really lazy like that. Yeah, they shot the fucking like the casing and everything. It's like come on. Like there's no quality control with this at all. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it was funny at times, but yeah. And I mean, even after this long, the game had so many technical issues. And like I said, it wiped my progress after chapter 4. So it was just rough. hmm Yeah, they would try to set you up in these situations where you like plan out your attack, and it was just like, it was so weak. Thing is, if you want a cool character story about Batman, go watch one of the movies. If you wanted to see him go fuck up, if you want to control him and go like explore the world of Batman, go play the Arkham games. If you just want to see a bunch of Batman stories, go watch like the original animation or something. Like Telltale just doesn't bring anything to it. All it does is bring the Telltale formula, which was novel with the Wolf Among Us and The Walking Dead. But after like a bazillion games and a bunch of imitators, like Life is Strange, arguably doing a lot better, and a shitload of indies, they didn't really have the novelty anymore. So when they're just doing the exact same thing and then the writing dies, it's like, well, they got nothing, right? They were kind of getting in early on the super movie game thing. Yeah, your choices matter. Uh huh. Yeah, Minecraft was really bad about that. They're making a Wolf Among Us too, are they not? Hopefully that ends up being decent. Been long enough that maybe it'll be good since they've pretty much died and come back to life or whatever. I wouldn't call these Batman games outright horrible or anything. They're just kind of like, eh. It's just, the more Telltale games you played, the worse these are going to feel. It depends on how much love for Batman you have as well. If you can get some of that fan service in there and you don't hate the formula that much, it might be okay. But once you've seen enough Telltale, you've seen them all. These were no exception. I don't know. I played the Minecraft one, the first season, the 3 or 4 DLC episodes where they had like YouTubers and shit in it. And there might have been another season, or maybe that was the second season. I don't know. You can't really get them anymore. I think maybe you can play them on like Netflix or something. The Batmans are a little rough to play this long after they came out too, because they rely, if you want to see what other people chose, on some special accounts that aren't even available anymore. You're missing some features there. We had a lot of sound issues too in the beginning. Yeah, I had to restart the game like 4 times. I think Horizon's a better game, but I respect it way less. I'm just that done with those cookie cutter games. Telltale's cookie cutter, but at least they crash and burn, man. They just pulled off way more than they could chew. With Horizon, that was like the product they were really going for. Like, Jesus. All right. Hold on, give me a sec. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I heard they just got absolutely railed. I mean, I could see if they're the higher ups are have a horrible production like flow or whatever the fuck, and they give way too many projects. Why they all end up feeling really samey? You just do the job you know how to do, and then release the fucking thing, right? Well, knock on wood, we crashed once at the beginning of the stream, but haven't had another one. Yeah, it sucks for just the honest like person who's just trying to instill what kind of passion they can into what they're working on, or just want to work in games and they just kind of get a job at a place like that, and then higher ups and management and shit just fuck it. Because I don't know how it would be, but like, yeah, if you're just like, oh, I was part of Telltale, like, I mean, that can't feel as good, and like on a resume, it's like, hey, I was part of like, I don't know, FromSoft or something. I mean, what's a well-regarded Nintendo or some shit. Where Telltale was considered pretty good for a long time. Yeah, exactly. Well, you gotta hope that they land on their feet, the people who deserved it. Whoa. Oh, excuse me. And yeah, like I said, we'll go back through much quicker, obviously. The good game filter, and then pick out the best games. I'm just doing this first. We'll do the good games, we do the worst games and the notable games, and then we'll pick out the best ones. It's the finale. We'll see if we actually Yeah, I'll have to decide how I'm feeling today too. I'd like to do it all today. I usually do. Like I said, I am sick today, so I feel a little better after some food and shit, but maybe we'll stop halfway. We'll see, and then do the rest tomorrow. It's possible. I was gonna see a movie tomorrow. We'll see. Yeah, Elden Ring. Well, this one was really good. I like this one a lot. I don't like spoil too much, but I guess I could say in general, thoughts, positive and negative. I've got a bub. I've been watching actually play this, who may or may not be streaming it right now, or he's watching right now. I'm not sure. Yeah, there was times that we called this game the miracle game for a while, and then there's times where I was like, it's in the middle on the FromSoft list. It's really good overall. I think it's got a few missteps, and I think those missteps you're only gonna really feel if you do everything, because it tends to be related on variety and end game content. I think some of the last few areas, to be vague, I'm not gonna go into it. And mute if you think this is too much. Gonna are not the strongest. I think a lot of the earlier stuff and mid stuff are a lot stronger. So it doesn't end on the best foot area wise. They're still good. It's still fun. But because you're at that point, if you're doing 100% or the closest you can get to 100%, that by that point, 150 hours in, you're very used to the gameplay. You've seen a lot of the same dungeon designs. There's a lot of repeat bosses here and there, and you start to notice that a lot more. So for it to also kind of end on its weakest foot on some of its areas, maybe not the very end, but like a little bit before. There's a particular couple areas I'm thinking of. I think there's the only things. I think it doesn't fall into the trap that most open world games do, and it's just full of like dog shit, like really weak content. I think most of the content's really good, but like it gets close a little too often for me. I think there needed to be a little bit more variety in some of the later bits or near the end just to spice it up. Maybe a little bit less reused assets here and there. And Sekiro makes a lot of big changes to the gameplay. It'd be cool if they added a little bit more there too, but I think overall I liked the gameplay well enough. It was maybe a little too close to Souls, but with the inclusion of the horse, jumping, customizable arts and shit from like DS3 and shit, it's good times. Overall, I like it a lot. I think it's really fucking good. It player agency is great. The areas generally are for the most of the largest portions of the game. And like I said, that's the earlier stuff was kind of unique to me because I played it for like 180 hours. So I'm going to see like every fucking ounce of it. So most people might not even feel that. But yeah, the player agency, being able to just go where you want, and there's almost always something to find. Very hands off. They don't tell you where to go. Well, a little bit with the grace. They have a lot of secrets. There's a lot of things that are very easy to miss, that are very rewarding to find. The art direction's great. The surprise of some of the scale, the giga huge fucking like ultra scale of shit, and you can generally explore most of it and where some of it is. I go to Went Underground and he saw the underground star area and shit, and it's just like stuff like that. It's just like kind of what adventure is all about. Being surprised, getting lost in like in a big world with a lot to do, and there's always some kind of magic going on, right? Yeah. I mean, you can get past that kind of stuff. So I mean, you can freely kind of attempt to do tough things or not, or I mean, most things are skippable. And Yeah. I think it captures what's important about those kinds of things. It's kind of like Breath of the Wild, right? Where they don't hold your hand that much. They let you just freely do shit and make sure there's plenty of shit there for you to do. And it's generally significant. The rewards are like actual things. Usually it's not just like, one piece of a shard of 20 shards of a dragon dildo or something, right? It's like, it's usually you'll get like, a summon or, some, maybe you'll get some materials here and there, but you'll get like an accessory or some gear or something real. So that's nice. I mean, like I said, the art direction was good. There's good atmosphere and all that. Didn't run good on Xbox One, but that's alright. Yeah, I have a few issues that creep in by the end, for sure. I would still say it's not my favorite of the Souls games, but I totally respect anybody who says it is. I still think it's really, really good. But I like almost all the Souls games. Only like Demon Souls and 2 do I feel a little less strong about. But yeah, I mean, the build variety is nice, as usual. It's one of those things like I get it. They're going to pull some assets and stuff and reuse a few things here and there from the other games. And I don't think that's like inherently like ultra wrong or anything. It does it well enough. And like a Yakuza where usually they'll reuse shit, but it's like fine. It's just that when you're actually comparing Elden Ring to the sheer like condensed quality of most of the Souls games, where you're always going through something really cool and fresh, and there's always like a new enemy and there's always like a new cool boss. I think Elden Ring trades a lot of that out for freedom and shit. And I think if then that feeling starts to run out a little bit, which like I said near the end, it's a bit more linear, and then that's the only time it's like, eh. Otherwise, though, like we were saying, we were calling it a miracle game for a while. It's just like really good game. I like it a lot. I think it's really good. I'm not trying to say it's bad or anything, but there's just enough stuff in there, a little bit, where I do have some issues. So I'll definitely be putting that. It'll end up in one of the best for sure this year. So I had a lot of fun with it. I'd play another one. I like their games. Interesting worlds. I love the lore. Like I said, very hands off. Feel like a game they just wanted to fucking make. It wasn't an open world that was like ultra cookie cutter and stuff. The positives for me just completely outweigh any of the negatives, but I feel like I should have mentioned a few things for sure. It's just fun exploring. That's what it's all about. They made it fun. There's a lot to find. It's all pretty engaging. Yeah, I don't know. We could go more into it. I just don't want to do like spoilers. And I don't want to like do any weird influencing, especially like Goto or something. Yeah, Shadowware. That one was. I don't know if I'd put it as one of the worst, but it's definitely just a game. Yeah, it's a great game though. Very good. I don't know what my Souls tier list would be. I don't know where Elden Ring would fall. They'd be up there. I think I would replay any of the other ones first, but that's just because Elden Ring's like ultra long. So replay is not a good indicator. It's one of those games. Once you beat it, it's essentially a game that's like 4 times as long as the other Souls games. So I guess if a game could be essentially you play Dark Souls 4 times in a row, then I guess it's pretty good. If it's still fun after the whole time, that's why I'm kind of like I don't want to be really like, very negative about it because it's pretty good. So a lot of it depends on how many of the other Souls games you played too. So. Very excited to see where they go from here. Yeah, I guess we want more watch the VOD. Oh yeah. Anyways, Shadow Warrior. I don't know, man. Shadow Warrior 2013. I've been sitting on this one for a while. There's some novelty to it, I could imagine, for people. The smart mouth character, the cutting mechanics. That's probably about it. I mean, and the mixing of melee and guns and abilities is pretty decent. Yeah, it starts out being pretty fresh. But I don't know. I feel like you've got games that do better shooting. You've got games that have better movement. You have games that do better swordship and melee mix nowadays. I think in 2013 maybe this was a bit more novel at the time. Not super novel. This game didn't take the world by storm or anything, but I just don't think it's held up super well. And if all that novelty doesn't really catch you, then the actual bad parts, like some of the level design, some of the really boring meat spongy enemies, like remember the bosses? Oh my, I'm just remembering some of those. Like, just bad. One of those games where you're just asking yourself, like, why? What happened? So, not totally fucked at all, but it just was very forgettable. And any novelty you can derive from it is long gone now in 2022. So, definitely killed my interest in doing the second or third one. Maybe someday, but I'll play the original. I'm interested in that. But oh yeah, we'll have to see. My throat is starting to go a little bit. Yeah, the third one came out like last year. Might have to watch Goto do some Elden Ring and rest my throat. This might have to be a 2-day. I mean, we got a lot of games. I've got how many games I did this year? 158 or 42. We did Sam's list and a lot of chit chat. Really. I mean, these usually take over like 12 hours, but maybe I'll try to speed it up. Yeah, so mediocre. I just say it's whatever. Stranger of Paradise. Team Ninja. Me and Team Ninja, I don't think we get along very well. I was extremely excited for this game. Maybe not extremely, but I was pretty fucking excited for this game before it came out. Even though it was a Team Ninja game, and I think a lot of Team Ninja's Souls type of games are very dull and they have really bad level design. They usually have some good element to them. Maybe the combat, even though they're usually a little bogged down with too many random systems and don't feel as good or as simple as they could. They're usually still fun on that front. I think this is no different, but I think where it's bad is just so weak and so extreme that the game just felt kind of whatever. Yeah, I didn't play it multiplayer. I played it solo. Yeah, the job system. You essentially get a shitload of different jobs. A lot of them will play similar. You know, you'll get like the heavy melee guy, and then there's the heavier melee guy. But for the most part, you'll be leveling up shit to unlock different jobs, kind of like an FF Tactics, which is pretty fun. Swapping between them is really cool. Although to beat the game on some of the harder difficulties and all that shit, it's like you can kind of just play one job. The swapping between them, while if you like master it, you can do some pretty cool shit. Tends to feel, I wouldn't say unintuitive, but would require enough extra effort or practice or gear or something, or levels or some shit that you tend to, after just a playthrough, not really hit those levels. But it's still fun. I did a mix of Red Mage where I was doing lots of buffs, and then I would do like was it the Warlord or something where it was like fist melee. with enchantments on the hand, and then I just walk up and pretty much just spam one button and just kill shit quickly. I liked the idea, the swapping between the different jobs really quickly. I just feel like it felt a little too annoying or unintuitive to end up swapping smoothly between stuff as much as you'd want. And there's way too many reasons to stick to like one thing a lot of the time. I'm sure in multiplayer with the buffs and heals being separated, I guess I had a Sage too for healing. It'd be okay, but the big problem with the game though was once again Team Ninja just sucks at level design, dude. The levels are so fucking boring, man. The enemies are really dry. Some of the bosses have some interesting patterns you gotta learn, but they're far from as interesting as like contemporary shit, like even in Souls or something, right? They just feel, I don't know, just even down to the animations, it just feels kind of meh. Like it's hard to explain. We'd have to be playing it, but I guess the bosses aren't the worst part. But yeah, the level design is pretty rough. It's essentially just corridors, man. It's just walking through corridors, very bland, featureless, just kind of boring areas, very little defined, very little enemy variety, just like Neo, where they have like the same 5 fucking enemies through most of the game. I would say Neo has better level design though. This one is a huge step, and you could tell they did not have a lot of time or cared a lot. It is all about the combat, so if you have any little about the combat, then there's not much there to pull you in otherwise. There's not a shitload of bosses either. Like I said, I mean, they're not the best, but I guess they're not the worst. The story, though, I was really hoping to go into the story and get some really dumb, silly Nomura bullshit. But for most of the story, it's like not even comprehensible. Like the way they talk is just kind of like, what? Like, what is even going on? They just talk oddly. The way things play out is odd, and not just in like a meme funny way. It's just like you don't like you're watching the cutscene. You're like, did I just what? And I don't understand what's happening. And it's all in favor of like some twists, which I like the idea of where some of the story goes by the end of it, but the how it carries itself and the execution of it's just not fun. I mean, even as a meme game, it's not like it's not a fun game to laugh at, but it's also not just an interesting game at all. If you like fan service and you want fan service that's way more obscure, I guess this is good too. Generally what the game is you running through a bunch of different areas and different Final Fantasies. It'll be like Sestasha from FF14 or some shit, and then like some random FF11 dungeon, or you know, just total fucking like you're like, oh, this place, well, really, and then you know. So you get a little fan service there, which I guess is fun, and as a prequel to the first game in the series, I guess it's kind of cute. But yeah, I don't know. You really are only going to get into it for the combat, and if that doesn't hit you just right, there's nothing else there, man. So I don't think it's bad, but I was disappointed. I was pretty excited for this. I don't know why I get excited for Team Ninja games when they tend to be pretty lukewarm, but whatever. I want to believe, man. Still have to play Neo 2. Oh my god. The Kirby art, dude. I mean, I could just blast through these without even talking. But, I mean, that's the thing is, we could do this whole list in about 5 fucking minutes if I wanted, but I figured we should talk about it. Kerbo, dude. So yeah, earlier this year I did a playthrough of every Kirby game that I had not played, which is pretty much every Kirby game. The only one I could not do was the sequel to what was it? Canvas Curse, Rainbow Curse, the Wii U one. I had it, it didn't work. I rented it from GameFly and it just didn't work. A lot of Wii U games don't work used. I don't know. It's something with the discs or the readers where they get like micro scratches. I don't know what it is. I've had it happen a lot. and I wasn't gonna spend $40 on it or whatever the fuck they were charging. So we didn't get to do that one. I would like to do it at some point, but we'd had enough Kirby at that point, I think. So the only other game I don't think we did was technically like Kirby Fighters 2, or no, Kirby's. It was the gotcha one. It was the pre-gotcha one though. So we did the gotcha one, which is the exact same game but like expanded on. I didn't do the one before that. It was pointless, right? So I didn't do like remakes. Well, I did some remakes. I didn't do that many remakes. Just really pointless games. So otherwise, we did everything that was significant that I could. Overall, the series was fine. It's just very like alright series. There's some good variety in there if you play the whole thing. There's a couple really solid games, but there's some bad ones. People tell you, "Oh, there's no bad Kirby game." There's some bad Kirby games. Let me tell you, there's some bad ones. But mostly they're fine. They're comfy. They're simple. Definitely not my favorites. But anyways, Dreamland 3. What do I want to say about Dreamland 3? Very charming game. This is gonna be a lot of them. So yeah, Dreamland 3 was good. It looked pretty clean. It goes for more the ultra cutesy. Dreamland 3 come after Ultra or Superstar? I think it did, right? Let me see. That's gonna be important because I think it goes back to the style from the second game, where you get like a power, but you don't have like a whole lot of depth to it anymore. Let me double check though. Yeah, Superstar comes out, and then Star Stacker, and then Dreamland 3. So it goes back to the older style, which I think is a pretty big downgrade from the Superstar gameplay. I'm fine with it going back to more of like an actual campaign where you go through the game and do the map and all that, and it progresses in difficulty and mechanics and shit like that. But for them to essentially cut out a lot of like the special powers and extra depth of the transformations that Superstar had, it's kind of like, I still think it's probably like the best of the Dreamlands. The first one's cute because it's just Kirby. He sucks shit up, but he doesn't turn into anything. And the second one obviously brings in the partners and then the changing and stuff too. Dreamland 3 has more of the partners and stuff, but if I remember right, because I play these all in a row and they're really fucking samey. One of the things I had a problem with Dreamland 3 was it had a little less charm. And I think that's a problem with the series as it goes, because it's a series that I feel like prides itself on being charming, but it's gotten more sterile post the SNES. The first couple games, he has like his little dance. They might have little cutscenes like in the second game where he is like hanging out with his animal friends and they're fucking around with each other and playing pranks and stuff. And it adds in between each level a lot of like charm. Kirby's more expressive. Superstar has like cutscenes where they're talking and bullshitting and all that. And as you go, they kind of just turn him into just the mascot guy. They might try to give him some lore, like way later in the series, but the charm of it, I feel like, is lost. And Dreamland 3, I think, kind of starts that. It's one of those. It's like kind of like a Wrath of the Lich King. It's really good still, but it's kind of the beginning of the end. Like there's some writing on the wall. Like the art style is really nice. It still plays well, even though it's like a slight downgrade. But it's a solid enough campaign. But it's kind of where shit starts. But good enough. The Bergie up. Bergie up. What do you mean? Oh, I should probably switch. Yeah. Let me get you a Kirby burger. Oh, did you send me something? Oh, this thing. Is there like a download for that somewhere? Alright, I had the Discord minimized because I was worried I'm gonna get a fucking crash. Here, we'll do this for the Kirby block. I don't wanna, we're just gonna go through these relatively quick. It's gonna be a lot of the same stuff. Here's a little Kirby burger thing. Burger. But yeah. Anyway, Superstar Ultra is really good. This one I think is a big like evolution of. Oh yeah, 3 whole fries. Fuck yeah, dude. I don't know if this is actually what they're selling at the fucking store or what. Because I was reading there was some kind of like Kirby Cafe when I was googling this. I could see them selling that though. It's so cute. There's 3 fries and a little candy burger. Just like go home starving. But yeah, I think Kirby Superstar Ultra is probably the best or one of the best in the series. I should probably whip out the tier list for context here. Was it a ball of pasta? We could use this tier list. Why not? There's the Kirby. Yo, yeah, we're fellow sick brother. What up? I don't know what it is either. Wink. Wait, this is the tier list right now. So I would definitely put a Superstar Ultra near the top. I'll pop that up as necessary. Yeah, come sushi, the hardened jizz. We are at the Kirby block. We checked Sam's list out. It was really cool. We've been talking about Pokemon and Western AAA open world, the usual rants. Now we're in Kirby, so gonna go through these probably quicker though. My voice is giving out. I might have to do 2 days of this. Yo, Hulock, thank you. Yeah, we played every Kirby game that I hadn't played. Which the only ones we skipped were 64, Air Ride. That was it. Oh, and I guess the first Dreamland. Yeah. Thank you very much, Hulock. Thank you guys for coming for my super self-indulgent chit chat about games played this year. Well, I skipped it because I'd already played it. 64 is probably my favorite though. Yeah, anyway, Superstar Ultra. I thought it was really good. I hated that game the first time I played it a long time ago, but upon replaying it, because I figured I missed something, I just must have not been in the mood. Yeah, it looks really shit. The Goto one, I don't know if he has a picture of that much better. Because it's actually Kirby in a burger. But yeah. I liked it a lot more upon replay. I think when you play Superstar Ultra and then you play all the other, does it work that way? Where did it open? Oh, I copied it. Let's do that. Burger. He's just really small. Like, that's gonna have to do. I could cut it and shit, but there, more appetizing. I guess we could enhance them. Zoink. Zoink. Kirby Burger. We'll be talking enough about Kirby. I guess we got time. But yeah. I don't really care for the idea of all the little mini games in Superstar Ultra. I feel like there's not enough form to it. But on the flip side, I do like what variety that brings to it. Most of them still tend to just be kind of like levels, like little mini campaigns. But it does bring about things like the treasure finding deal that wouldn't be fun enough for a full game, and the more cutscene heavy Meta Knight's Revenge and all that. So I think that's cool. Ultra has a few extra campaigns that aren't really that special, but it's definitely the best one. Not the best one. One of the best. Yeah, a lot of Kirby games. We're gonna go through them quicker. Amazing Mirror, I was the most hyped for. It's Metroidvania, but Kirby. Shit sucked. I fucking did not like Amazing Mirror, dude. Maybe it doesn't suck, but it was just like, eh. Um, the level design is like instead of a full map you go back and forth on, it's like routes, like a Star Fox, but it's supposed to be like a map. You don't actually get any new movement tech. It still just plays like um typical Kirby suck and fuck or whatever. Suck and fuck. You know what? For the next Kirby game, that should be his tag. Like Kirby suck and fuck, dude. I love, amazing sense of humor, dude. Kirby suck and fuck is the last. But yeah, anyways, it's just the typical gameplay. It doesn't have the depth of powers that Superstar does. Yeah, it does sound like one. Um, like there's not as many moves. The powers just aren't as fun. The bosses are usually just destroyed by calling in co-op friends, and then they just completely steamroll the boss. If you don't have one of those up, you're kind of just fucked. Exploring the map sucks because you have to go through routes over and over. There's barely any fun, like, fresh areas or anything to go to. You need to, so you need to get through this obstacle. You have to go run around the map looking for a power, and you have to hold on to it instead of having like a few you could just like save. It's just really annoying game. It's not fun to explore. There's no significant fun upgrades you get. And having a route based system for a fucking world map is just like, it's just tedious. It's really, I was surprised how bad it was. Is it Kirby's like tits or something? Sounds funny. I'm sure it's something. I've seen Kirby with I've seen Mario with the big pair of tits too. Remember that tits of Mario in the chat, the copy pasta. It's cursed. Tits me. He's got his mustache and everything. Yeah, like it's. I was really excited for Amazing Mirror. I was like, this is gonna be awesome, dude. You know, Kirby's got such a great formula for it. Yeah, with like really like weird warped tits, fish-eyed filtered tits. But the nipples are like Chris Pratt faces. But yeah, I don't know. It just does not, like, you think in Kirby, like, oh, it's a Metroidvania. That means, he's gonna get some cool like movement tech, some neat little slides or some new cool stuff with his jumps. Maybe he'll be able to swap to different abilities on the fly or combine stuff up in cool ways. You'll be able to flow between like a pretty well made level, sucking in new dudes and using their powers around just for fun and combat. But it's like you could really expand on the Kirby formula and still make it feel like Kirby with a Metroidvania, and I think it'd work just fine. I mean, obviously the jumping and all that would probably limit you a bit. Maybe you could upgrade the amount of jumps you get. I don't know. Maybe it wouldn't be the best, but like you could at least do better than Amazing Mirror, and it just was not. It was one of the weakest ones. Where did that land? Should be pretty low. Yeah, it was in the bottom of the actual tiers, next to fucking shit like the Gotcha, the Battle Royale, Drum Dash Deluxe. the Smash clone. Like, you know, like it's I don't know. I maybe I'm crazy because I heard so much good shit about this one and it just was not there. So if anybody's got a counter on that, go ahead. But yeah, when we were playing it and when during the tier list and all that, I never heard a peep say anything against it. Anyway, Squeak Squad. Another game in a long running list of weird choices. It's still fun. Kirby's a little smaller, you got more screen space, so it's kind of you move a little faster. You have a inventory this time, so you can swap to shit much quicker, which is cool. It's a nice campaign just to run through with like a decent amount of side content. It's just more Kirby. It's not changing anything big. I would say the big negative, the big negative to Squeak Squad, here it comes, is that once again, they make Superstar and then every game after downgrades the gameplay and goes back to Dreamland. I don't get it. I think it's to keep it like super casual, but Superstar's not very complicated. Yeah, it has like 10, 15 abilities per thing, but you don't need to do any of it. You just press B and just spam and kill shit. Like the encounters are easy. So like why remove optional depth to go back to Dreamland style? So for Dreamland style, what I'm trying to say is you usually have one ability. All right, you just press the button and it just does that. Maybe you'll get like one or two more. And then in Superstar, it's like you got up, down, maybe a combo, maybe a couple buttons per hat sometimes, right? And they go back on that until like Return to Dreamland, maybe. And even then, I mean, it's like odd. Yeah, exactly. And it's just like, why? Yeah, they had I mean, in 64 they had the unique idea of having mixed abilities, which those were simple to use, but to make them and the amount of combinations was very, in depth, which was what was cool about it. But then you go to like Squeak Squad and the ones around that. We'll have to see as we go here. Amazing Mirror, Dreamland 3, and they just they just kind of get rid of it. Yeah. Dreamland 3 did have the fun cutscenes with the friends, I think. I'd have to remember. I was talking about that before. I think it's like Amazing Mirror and Squeak Squad that really start to make it feel more sterile. Squeak Squad still has like Kirby having charm. Like he's just really hungry for a cake and he doesn't give a fuck about anything else going on. He just wants his fucking cake. And like it's just kind of funny imagining Kirby as this like murder psycho who's just after. He doesn't care about the end of the world. He doesn't care about any of that shit. He just wants his cake. And it's like kind of funny, the framing of it. Yeah, I think Dreamland, where I started to complain about it was Amazing Mirror and Squeak Squad. I knew when I was talking about it, I was like, this game still has the charm. Because Dreamland 2 and 3 have a lot of cutscenes and stuff. I need to stop talking occasionally. I feel it really fucking in my throat. They still have a lot of charm, but after that, they stopped doing it as much. After the SNES era, I guess I did say that. I guess that was more accurate. Yeah. I still like Squeak Squad fine. I would just say it's more alright. I mean, I guess I could put it in the good game filter. I don't think it's like a bad game. But then I'd have to pretty much put everything after this in there too. And honestly, I don't feel that strongly about Kirby. I think it's pretty alright. It's a fun little, if you want more Kirby, it's a fun little thing. I think I'm comparing it a little too much probably to these two. And Amazing Mirrors, which is not. Amazing Mirror, I almost want to put it as a shit game. Fuck Amazing Mirror, dude. I don't think that, it was not fun, man. I put it at the bottom of the Kirby tier list. It's probably, which is not like that bad still. I'll put Squeak Squad here. I don't think it's a bad game. I think it's like it's not great, but this is the good game filter. It's not the best game. It's good. I don't think it's bad. If it's not, it's mediocre if I don't put it in there. So Return to Dreamland is the beginning of the like trilogy of where they kind of copy paste a lot more specific stuff. It's not just the gameplay, but the formula of the levels and how you get through to the next part of the game. Generally, how the game, the tools and stuff. Yeah, it's the Wii one. That's the one that's got a remake coming out in a month or two. Remake. It's probably just a lazy port. This is definitely the worst of the three. The three being Return to Dreamland, Triple Deluxe, and Planet Robobot. They get better as they go. Return to Dreamland brings back a bit of the depth of powers of Superstar, but yeah, it brings in the idea where you need to collect a certain amount of collectibles in each level to be able to move on to the rest of the game, which is a little more aggressive in this one and Triple Deluxe, unless I'm misremembering, and it's pretty simple in Robobot because it's actually a fun game. So it's nice that the new powers are back. But one, you're playing on a Wiimote sideways, which really fucking sucks. But two, it's not a crazy looking game. It's the most basic looking kind of feeling Kirby game you could probably imagine. It almost feels like some kind of Dreamcast Kirby game. It's weird. It's just the way it looks. It's got this just vibe to it. I don't know if it's just the colors or it makes me think of like a Chow Garden or something, but so it's not really terribly anything crazy to look at. It doesn't have a whole lot of like charm. It's definitely the moment, I would say, where it really sterilizes Kirby. You could feel it a bit in Squeak Squad and Amazing Mirror. But Triple Deluxe is where he goes from being this fun kind of personality to like the Nintendo mascot guy, right? Like one of the mascots. After this, he only really gets lore occasionally, which is more bizarre than it is actually like fun. So yeah, Return to Dreamland. I think that was my biggest problem with it. Was it was just kind of sterile. The level design, there wasn't anything that really stood out that was special. Robobot has a lot more like standout, unique visuals and mechanics and set pieces. Return to Dreamland is just like, hey, we decided to play it as safe as humanly possible for our first console Kirby since '64. Here you go. Well, I guess there's Air Ride, but mainline. And then we added back some of the superstar powers, and like that was kind of it. It also had the suck thing, right? Was that in this one? Where you did the super suck? And it took like 10 hours to like suck, and all it was a set piece. I don't even know if you got any powers in this one. I think in the one after it, you do like a suck, and then you get like super powers. And the problem with both of those, and this and Triple Deluxe, is they're just really boring set pieces. Instead of like, hey, you have the ability to super suck and move around and use it, it's just a cutscene. That was supposed to be the big new gimmick, and it's just stupid. Yeah, the suck and fuck. Yeah, and you had to shake the fuck out of it, yeah. While you're sucking and fucking. Yeah, it was pretty much the suck and fuck. Yeah, I think that'd be good, Airage. It's like they don't need to be hard. They just need to be difficult enough to be engaging. They tend to be so mindlessly simple. The spin-offs are all pretty fucking hard. Like the fucking some of the advanced Star Stacker shit, the Brick Breaker game, the pinball game. I would say that Mass Attack had a pretty decent level of challenge. Camera's Curse did. The main line though is like a joke. It's weird. It's like the opposite. Oh, did it have Giga Powers too? Yeah, but like I said, this and Triple Deluxe feel really similar. Yeah, I would just, it's okay. It's not as good as Squeak Squad was. My nose. But anyways, Triple Deluxe, it's like the same game. I, I can't even remember the difference between Triple Deluxe and Return to Dreamland, except the name Triple Deluxe means it has 3 games in it. One of which is a Smash clone with Kirby characters. It's super simple, super dull. I played that separately. It actually had an improved version, Kirby Fighters Deluxe, that I also played. I couldn't tell you what was improved about it. It felt almost exactly the same to me. And it also has a music rhythm game that also got a separate version. DDD's Drum Dash Deluxe. Probably the worst Kirby game. All of the spin-offs are really bad. That are derived from Triple Deluxe. So anyways, it's just a typical, like a little bit more charm to it, a little bit more mechanics, nothing really crazy. Like I can barely remember the difference between them. It's a little less strict about how much side shit you got to do. The level design looks a little crispier. Like there's a little bit more creativity there, but like I can barely remember. There's a few new abilities. I don't remember if this was the one with the whip. Is this the whip one? I don't remember if the ending was crazy either. The ending for Robobot was crazy. Dreamland had the whip. Maybe it was the spear in Triple Deluxe or the circus one. The circus power was pretty cool. It was really strong. And the spear one, where you're like a Spartan. Yeah, the circus one was neat. So there's like a few cool new powers, but otherwise it's like I said, Return to Dreamland, Triple Deluxe, and Robobot are like they're like another page in the same book. And you'd be like, well, that's all Kirby's. Like, no, these are like really fucking similar. So was it? Yeah, I don't. Maybe I'm just thinking of the circus one. Then they didn't change a whole lot. The thing is, it took them 3 of those games to finally get one that was good, like actually good, which was Robobot. So that was kind of why I don't remember these as well, because they just feel like groundwork for the good one. So yeah, Triple Deluxe, and then the side games aren't that good in it. Pinball Land. Oh yeah, there was a pinball game too. This one was pretty hard to get everything done in. I don't even think we finished everything technically. We saw everything and fought everything, but to get like the full ending, you got to do it all in a row. But I was like, I was done after a stream. I was like, it was cool. It was a neat pinball game. It's one of those pinball games where there's multiple boards in a row, and you launch yourself up the board, and you do multiple boards, and then you reach the top, and you warp to a boss. And then there's like, if you can beat the boss, you can go possibly, if you get lucky, do more boards, and if you can do all the boards, you can fight DDD, and then you win. It's super hard. A little jank. The physics are it's a Game Boy game, like original Game Boy. So things don't always hit as you'd expect. The tilt's not obviously as much controls like an actual pinball table, and there's not that much detail and presentation. There's still some charm to it, but it's still just black and white, and they can't have that much on the screen. So cool little game. I don't think it's bad, but nothing crazy. Oh yeah, Forgotten Land. That was one of the best ones. That was the newest one. Yeah, it's okay. It was still cool, but yeah, it's nothing crazy. The throat. Take it easy on the throat. Yeah, Forgotten Land I thought was pretty good. Not godly good, but it was a nice step in the right direction. There were some nice secrets to find, a lot more variety of things to do. The powers, being able to upgrade them, having a few different abilities on each of them, and then being kind of having a bit more movement tech was nice. I think it's laying the groundwork for something that could be really good. Add in a lot more abilities, add in a lot more depth to each ability, and more interesting areas to use them all in would be good. But it still follows the same formula where you need to do a certain amount of side stuff to move on with the main game. But the amount of variety is way better than most of the games before it. It's a good 10-20 hours long. and it's fun the whole time. I enjoyed it. It's got some charm. It has that thing where you can inhabit inanimate objects. You suck them and then you fuck them and then you turn into them. So it's Kirby wrapped around like a car. And then you do like a car mini game. And so I think that gives a lot of room for more fun diversions that you would normally have in Kirby. Normally you'd have to turn into the wheel and then you do a wheel mini game. In this, it's like you suck a fucking a soda machine and then you could shoot soda cans out. And I think they could build on this a lot, and I think that's where it probably fails if it does. In any big ways, it just doesn't really go hard enough. It's like any Kirby game. They always like just kind of put their feet in because they don't want it to be like hardcore, but I feel like that's at the cost of it being really that engaging. I mean, if you just play a game where all you do is press one button, like it's probably gonna get fucking boring after a bit. So it's like that's why you have a little bit more depth. You just got to figure out how to make that depth not make it impenetrable to play for like a casual audience, which is usually where the stage design and enemies come in being easy. The Balan Chads, dude. Based insider traders, dude. Love crime. Oh, Yuji Naka. Yeah, he got indicted, right? Or indicted. He's done. I think he's like officially going to jail now. He did it twice, maybe a third though. I was playing Forgotten Land co-op with my sister during Christmas. The second player is boring as shit. Yeah, that was the Banana D one. That's a shame. Yeah, I didn't have that. Oh, that was the thing about Dreamland 3. It had co-op, like an NPC helper. I guess that's cool. The NPC was pretty strong, I suppose, but I'm sure it was more fun in co-op. It's probably better co-op than Forgotten Land. Yeah. There's a few challenges in Forgotten Land if you wanted 100% it and stuff, and the post game is pretty good. I think it's one of the better ones. I think it's a step in the right direction, but actually a step in the right direction. It's not like Pokemon where it's like, you took a couple fucking kernels of corn out of somebody's shit, right? Like it's actually pretty decent. It also had co-op, yeah. Maybe I'm thinking more of that. Yeah, Mario Galaxy. Where it's just a lot. It's really basic. I mean, it was just a pointer and a shooter, right? And a freeze. The freeze could fuck you up. Thank you, Sam. Thank you very much. I'm feeling better. I know I'm feeling more healthy after that announcement. Thank you. Oh, did Odyssey have co-op? Did it actually have co-op? I totally forgot. Was it that bad? 3D World has co-op. It's actually more like versus. It makes it harder. The 2D ones as well. Those are good co-op, but they're more of like a challenge than they are like a help thing, and they're not totally designed around it. Yeah, it's just actual co-op. But it does make platforming harder. But you do get full control, so nice. My nose is gonna be like super red because of the saturation on the camera. Ooh, I have like a million Kleenexes down there. Yeah, so Forgotten Land would recommend for sure. It's cool. It's a very comfy game, but not like in the I'm going catatonic kind of way that a lot of Kirby's are. It's actually like engagingly comfy. Snorting Kerbos, yeah. I'm sorry if I missed anything further up. Some people invest in Kirby. If I did, I apologize. I'm gonna blame it on me being sick. DDD's Drum Dash Deluxe. the worst Kirby game. Maybe not. I think the Battle Royale might be the worst. It's pretty bad though. So this is just a rhythm game where you jump and time jumps off of bouncing platforms as DDD to the sound of music, and you hold the jump longer. So okay, so you think there'd be some? So the only timing musically is the jump on the bottom. How long you hold it, whether you go backwards or forwards, it doesn't really matter. It's like the rhythm game that has the least amount to do with the music, man, if possible. And it also doesn't feel very good. So like the timing to be able to get a big jump is musical, but like you're not really locked into anything, so it's kind of just it just kind of feels like shit. There's like 5 songs and they're all just kind of meh. Kirby remixes or just straight out songs from like Triple Deluxe. It's not like pure ass. It's not like painful because it's really short and really easy. But it's something that you'd be hard pressed to sell on mobile, even for a couple bucks. I think that's what it about sells for, but it was like $5 to $10 maybe. But not good. Yeah, it was a side game in Triple Deluxe that they added essentially 3 more songs to in a hard mode, I think. And then called it a separate game. No. Kirby Fighters Deluxe. It's Smash, but with just Kirby's and powers, and extremely bare bones. That's all it is. You just essentially do like a Smash versus setup. Very minimal maps. Very minimal like. I don't remember if there's any items hardly. It was just you versus bots in an arcade run, or you against friends, and it's just Kirby's with powers. It's not totally fucked. It's cheap, but it's not fun. And you could just go play Smash with like 8 Kirby's instead on the screen and have more fun. So why even fucking exist? Like it's just not good. Like I said, it just doesn't feel that good either. It's just the typical powers straight out of Triple Deluxe. It's not even like redone for this game. Totally fine as a side mode. As a standalone release, much worse. Block Ball. Is it good or just alright? So Block Ball is a brick breaker Kirby game. It's pretty decent brick breaker. You get powers, so you can launch yourself through a bunch of blocks. Spawn more balls, attach yourself to something, and then shoot again. There's bosses, and you'll be breaking around the boss and trying to shoot him. And it's Game Boy, so there's only there's a nice looking world map, but once you're in there, the levels don't really have a whole lot of flavor to them. We're in the shit. We're close to the worst one. Can you guess which one it is? But yeah. Well, as a brick breaker, it's pretty good, but yeah, it's still just a brick breaker on a system that really can't do anything with presentation and make up for being a brick breaker game. I think we'll just leave it as is. Maybe good as pressure. I'm feeling some peer pressure here. Yeah, I don't know. It was solid. The problem is if you want to beat the game, you have to like God mode every level to unlock the finale, and it just doesn't stay fun enough. It needed to give you more powers more often and really lean into what made it unique, which was the powers. Instead, it tends to be a little too focused on just the core brick breaker gameplay, which you can get anywhere else. So I think a little bit more of the powers gameplay. And that's another thing too, is if you get a good power and hold on to it, you can destroy. So it's very kind of momentum heavy. So you kind of need to memorize levels and have like a pattern. It's a little bit less about skill and just reaction. So I didn't like that part of it. You are absolutely going to get fucked if you're playing normal Brick Breaker compared to powers, so it'd be nice if they just freely gave you the powers more. So. Ooh, a quick break. Got a lot to say on this one. Battle Royale suck. Next. Throat lives barely. I'm hurting already. My nose. I keep doing that too, and I stop clearing my throat. But if I swallow this shit up in my throat, that hurts too. Battle Royale, it's like the worst Kirby game. I mean, it's like if your friends are like, hey, there's no bad Kirby games, just have them play Battle Royale. It's got some cute elements. So it's essentially, I'm sorry, a little loud there. Mario Party mini games, and that's it with Kirby. But there's like 8 of them instead of like 80 of them. And they're a little bit more to them than a Mario Party minigame, but that's still about it. And you can play them with your friends, but there's also a single player mode where they just kind of drop you into an area. And they're like, hey man, here's your mission board. Go do this minigame for 10 or 20 minutes, and then you can move on to the next mission board. And then there's like a small cutscene with DDD making clones of Kirby's. And he's like, hey, my clones are failing. I'm going to go play the board game now. Or it's not even a board game. You just play the mini games. And then that's it. There is like a final boss, but like you just play these pretty whatever mini games for like 8 to 10 hours. There's some variations on them. Different challenges you're going to have to do, different point values, how quickly you can beat the mini game. Like I said, variations on the difficulty, how many of the trees there are, how many enemies you're fighting. You get to pick your power before you go into them, so there's a bit of strategy, but that's it. It's essentially just a bare bones mini game you're supposed to play with your friends that has a very weak single player attached to it. I don't see anybody playing this with their friends that much when you could just play Mario Party or any other multiplayer game ever. Why Kirby Battle Royale? There's like no fucking reason, dude. They're not even that fun. And this is on the 3DS. I would rather play with my friends those like free Mario 64 DS games if I'm going out fucking like gonna do some wireless gaming with my buddies on my DS, right? Or on my 3DS. I'd rather play the DS games or like Prime Hunters or some shit, right? If you're gonna go for like a basic handheld DS thing, and by the time you're at 3DS, there's so many better options. So why do Battle Royale? So well, I'm fired up because it's the worst one. There's not much else to say with Kirby. But yeah, that's about it on that. Avalanche. Which one was that? Which one was that? There's so many puzzle games in the Kirby series. Which one was Avalanche? So this came out right before Dreamland 2. Oh, it was the Puyo Puyo one. I think of it as Kirby Puyo Puyo. I don't think of it as Avalanche. This was the first Puyo Puyo game I actually like played through fully and got good at. I was actually surprised that I was getting pretty good at Puyo Puyo. I never thought it was possible because it always seemed ultra hard. But I managed. It helps that you can destroy the enemy really quick if you just have a good fast streak. It was Puyo Puyo Tetris. I mean, with Kirby. The Kirby parts were cute. go online and watch Kirby absolutely shit talk people. It's crazy. He's like trash talking his enemies, man. You're like, what? Kirby's like fucking laying down the smackdown onto these fucking rando like creatures you're gonna fight and shit at Tetris, man. It's really funny. Apparently that's just a thing in Puyo Puyo. They just like shit talk a lot, but like it's funny seeing Kirby do it. That was probably the big takeaway. Otherwise, it's just Puyo Puyo. I mean, if you like Puyo Puyo Tetris, why not do this? Just run through it. It's just got a little essentially arcade mode where you can keep retrying the boss you're on as much as you want. So it was cool for that. It's not really that crazy though, so I'm not gonna go farther into it. Super Kirby Clash. Whoa. Nice, dude. Boom. So Super Kirby Clash, it's like mobile gotcha type of monetized Kirby. Yeah, with absolutely fucking horrendous online. You remember? And it's a game you have to play online because you have an energy meter for online and an energy meter for offline. Luckily, I had some people helping me out and just super juicing me and carrying me through missions. And it's like, I don't know if it's just the community nowadays that's left. We're talking like every frame was like 20 seconds when I was playing with people overseas, dude. Like unreal levels of fucking online, dude. It's so bad. We would be taking full breaks every frame of the game, dude. Oh, very bad. It's all it is you, a Kirby. 4 classes you can pick from: a scientist, healer thing, a hammer user, a sword user, and a magic user. You pick out that, and you just get plopped in front of a boss, and you fight the boss with your guys. You can do offline. There are 2 separate modes, offline, online. Like I said, offline you're gonna have NPCs helping you, which are just other players' characters. Online you're gonna have real people. Oh, somehow still has a player base on Switch, anyways. So yeah, it's just energy. You can beat the whole game without paying for anything, just fine. If you got somebody to carry you to, because every time you level up, you get more stamina, so you can chain your level ups. You got to be very careful about spending all of your mats. Make sure you're only spending it very rarely to get new gear. Otherwise, because they're gonna say, "Hey, here's new gear every level," and you will run out of stuff, and then you'll be fucked, and you have to wait. I think we ended up having to wait like 1 day to finish the game. But no, it's got a lot of predatory microtransactions. Um, Daily login bonuses if you like pay for a bigger tree. Paying, which gives you apples or whatever. The apples are used to buy things, to give yourself energy, pretty much for everything. And the format of the game is you just grind for dozens of hours against the same bosses over and over on a mission board until you get to the final bosses, and that's it. So, I finished the base game. There was technically more. There was like the evil Meta Knight guy. I didn't want to go that far. The Galactonite. That was good. We got the idea after 20, 30 hours and the normal credits. It was just not a good idea for a game, really. At least not one that has aggressive microtransactions. So there was a version of this that you paid for that was just a full game. But then the version on the Switch, which has more stuff, is predatory microtransactions. It's not the worst on that front. It's not like full gotcha, but it's getting there. That sucked. Yeah, it does not. Robobot was good. It takes the ideas of Return to Dreamland and Triple Deluxe and kind of reaches their peak of that formula, I guess you could say. The best variety of levels, the least amount of tedious kind of side stuff you need to do. It's all very fun to do. The best power ups. They've still got some depth to them. A good looking game. The best gimmick, the mech. So you get a mech, and it'll have different powers and different arms and different things you can get on it, depending on where you're at. And instead of just a set piece or just a cutscene, you actually run around and play levels designed for it, and you get in and out of it. And it's actually a gimmick that is fun and fleshed out. My voice going. I need to slow down because I can feel myself stressing it as I keep talking. But yeah, it's just good. The ending is ridiculous. Probably even crazier than the game after it, and possibly crazier than Forgotten Lands. After Robobot, they just were like, yeah, the endings of Kirby games have to always be insane. Robobot's essentially a Star Fox level. Where you're in like DDD's like fucking the halberd, and you're like Star Fox in the final boss in this like giant laser gun ship. And it's pretty sick. he like Kirby like he like clones the halberd, or he like takes over the halberd somehow. Like he like sucks it, and he fucks it, and then you fuck the boss. So it's pretty cool. It's a good one. It's just that typical Kirby formula, but all of the little elements like the levels and the looks and the gimmicks are polished up to a level that you'd actually expect from a quality game. Shame that it took them 3 games to get there, but at least they got there. Like Pokemon, where they just give up. Oh yeah. Okay. Blowout Blast. Whoa. What the fuck just happened? Hello? What the fuck? It just disappeared. Oh, I think it just it didn't delete it. It just like jumped to the bottom right. Like it had my cursor clicked on like a random white square in the distance. I would put Blowout Blast as a good one as well. So this is another game that came with Robobot. Also has 3 games. It has the Smash 2 one essentially, Fighters Deluxe 2, which I did not play. And it also has a standalone version, but it was really expensive, so I wasn't gonna bother. One of the few I didn't play. And then I have this one, which is a pretty well realized short, kind of like simple Kirby game. All it is you're running around in full 3D motion. This is the first Kirby that isn't like locked to like 2D, that isn't a racing game or something. So you're just running around with the stick. Ugh. And you suck in like stuff and you shoot it out, but you shoot it into like directions as you're running through this area that are like where you can rack up as many kills as you can, or like ricochet, or like hit as many objects as you can to get like full combos and stuff. So it'll be like 4 enemies in a line and you shoot it, and then you're running through, and then you're sucking up something else, and then there's like 5, and they're like coming in, and you gotta like shoot them in a row. And it's pretty addicting. Just fun little like quick, like it's an hour too long game. They have like a hard mode for every level, and then like some extra stuff you can unlock. It's a cool, just simple concept. I had fun with it. The controls are pretty crisp. The levels, they kind of look like take like a Captain Toad Treasure Tracker level and kind of just like squeeze it out a bit. Instead of like spin around one of those, it's more just like more of a linear one of those. Or it's kind of like from a distance and a lot of like kind of blocks and stuff like that. It works really well. It's just a fun concept. It works. It's an actual game that feels like it's worth like a like a couple bucks, then it's not just dog shit, right? Like DDDs, it being really cheap is an excuse for the quality being bad. Blowout Blast feels like a small concept, well realized. That would normally be like a cheap game, right? You can use that as the counter example. Why? DDD's Drum fucking Dash Deluxe is actually bad despite being cheap. Okay, Star Stacker. Star Stacker is a puzzle game where you match two. Is it a match two game? Is that what it is? Where you match symbols in a row. And the more than two of them you have, maybe it is match two. I've heard that before, but I've never actually looked at a match two game. I think match two is like where you like flip stuff. Anyways, you get two of the same symbol touching each other, and then they disappear, and you combo and create all these crazy combos, and you gotta like think ahead and all that. There's campaign missions where you have a certain amount of moves to do something. There's some that are infinite. It's pretty addicting. It's fun. I actually liked doing it. The Star Stacker. There's a lot of levels in Star Stacker though. Probably too many. But it's fun if you like the formula. There's a lot of cleverness to it. I don't think it's godly. It's on the Game Boy, so the presentation's not the best and the music gets a little old. But Super Star Stacker never came to the West, but I would say that one's actually pretty good. It looks really nice. The intro looks really cool. You're always versing like some kind of fun enemy, and the in-betweens on this actual full campaign. It's not very long, but it's a campaign where you're versing them, and the Star Stacker game look really cool, and it's got the presentation where the one before it doesn't, and it has a better kind of vehicle for you to go through it. It still has all the modes where you can just play for a fucking really long time, full of challenges, but it's got a nice little campaign. It got fan translated like last year, so that was we played that. Pretty cool. Nightmare in Dreamland. All right. I mean, it's a remake. It's essentially a remake of Adventure. Adventure is really cool for the time because it's an NES game, and it's the first one that has. I think I said this earlier that Dreamland was the first one. It was Adventure that has the powers you suck up and turn into dudes with. But the problem is this is a Game Boy Advance game. It's been a while since Adventure. There's been a lot of games before Nightmare in Dreamland. So all it is just a graphical cleanup using pretty much like feels like Amazing Mirror type of shit. It's not bad, but you just play Adventure. And it was better for its time. Nightmare in Dreamland. It's not shit, but it's just the same game. It looks a little bit better. So I would say technically this is the way to go if you're gonna play it at all. But really, I would play the NES version. It's much more interesting as an NES game. Thinking about how they made it look as good as it did on the NES, than really it is as like a GBA game where it's nothing special. Whoa, where'd this game come from? Tearaway Unfolded. Guess I played that in the middle because I gameflied it. I don't know, man. Tearaway Unfolded was alright. I'm not gonna put a picture up for it. So Tearaway was a PS Vita game. Yeah, weird Kirby title. It was a PS Vita game that was about using pretty much everything on the Vita as a gimmick. The touch, the motion, even some online features, the mic, whatever the fuck else it had. So this is a console port on the PS4, so it removes a lot of those novelties, and it's made by Media Molecule, so the Little Big Planet people. Dreams, probably dead now. I don't know what Media Molecule's up to anymore. But it's a quirky top-down platformer. The humor's not very funny. It tries to be cute. I didn't quite grab me there. But it plays a lot into paper mechanics. So you're bouncing off little springs of paper, the wind, kind of little papery bits in it. It's not like as cute as like a Paper Mario type of thing, but it does play into that quite a bit. That's why it's called Tearaway Unfolded. And you're discovering your story. It tries to get a little meta at the end and shit, and you're rolling your eyes. I think it's also a little too long. It's just not really anything special. When it was all novelty gimmicks on the PS Vita, I'm sure that was cool. But how they try to like bridge that gap for PS4 was like, it's not too special. At the end of the day, it's kind of just a really basic 3D platformer, but it's not an execution 3D platformer. That's just how you move from point A to B to get more story and see more set pieces. It's like really, it's that kind of 3D platformer where you're like doing really simple kind of maybe puzzles, or you'll do a couple jumps, or you'll kill a couple guys, right? It's not like I'm gonna actually do some tough jumps and do some exploring here. It's a lot more basic, right? So it's one of those like, if you know what I'm talking about, one of those like simple. It's more of a vehicle for the experience of Tearaway. There's like constant narration in the background, and it's kind of annoying, narrating kind of what you're doing and all that. It's not. It was okay. I expected a lot more from one of the best PS Vita games. Experience. So it's not bad, but super forgettable. Tilt and Tumble. So I played this game with a mod that lets you control it with a D-pad, and you're like, what? What are you talking about? Or was it a stick? So this game, Tilt and Tumble, if you don't know anything about it, Kirby Tilt and Tumble, if you're not actually watching, you're just listening, is a game on the Game Boy Color, or Game Boy, I don't remember what it is. I think it's Color. Where it has a gyro in the fucking cartridge, and you're supposed to fucking like, you whip the fucker around to control a Kirby that's a ball, and you like roll. You know those little games where you like roll shit in like a wood block. So it's like that, but like on a fucking Game Boy screen. So you'd have to be like trying to look at it as you're like tilting it around and stuff. Cool gimmick, cool idea. Obviously, I couldn't play that version of it. Not very easy to probably pick that one up anymore. So we played a version where you control with the D-pad. I imagine Tilt and Tumble was insanely hard, because it was pretty hard with a fucking D-pad control or stick control. I wouldn't call it an ultra hard game, but it was a little bit harder than I expected for a game that I had such good control in. Because I tell you what, I did the tilt thing in Forgotten Land, and that was pretty hard, and that was much more simple stuff, and that had real tilt. So, the game itself, though, it was pretty alright. I mean, it's all about the gimmick. It's a lot more execution focused than most Kirby's. Like, it's a lot more difficulty. There's not a whole lot of exploring or anything going on, although there is some. Think more like Sonic Adventure Chaos Emeralds type of shit, right? Which is pretty much what it is. You get mini games and stuff, and you collect those. And then you get bosses, which are pretty much all just Krakow reskins, but the few variations. Jesus. Definitely sick. I didn't know for sure yesterday and today. I was like, I feel like shit, but like maybe I'm just the allergies. I think the 1,000 Kleenexes is the tell. But yeah, I don't think it's godly, but I do think if the gimmick was there, you'd at least have a bit of fun with that. In terms of just how it is, the actual just game design of it, it's okay. It's a fun enough little run through. If you like rolling balls and physics, the physics of that, and Monkey Ball is too hard for you, go do Tilt and Tumble on the Game Boy Color. If you can get the actual thing, even better. But It's not bad, but it's not crazy either. Canvas Cursed. So this one is another spin-off, of course. Most Kirby games are spin-offs. Um, where you essentially draw. So Kirby's a ball, and he automatically rolls on a 2D plane, and you draw his path on the DS. I played this on PC. Mistake. It's much harder. You have to be much quicker, and you have to develop strategies that don't require you to be making complicated paths um, on the fly. You need to create much more safe, thought out plans on where he's going. So it made it a little harder. I still wouldn't call it a crazy hard game. The final boss is probably the hardest part. It's a cute idea, and it's one of those DS games that was obviously during the thriving time period of every DS game needed a motion or touch gimmick to it that died by the end of that, and it was totally dead by the 3DS, where it was pretty much just a separate set of buttons. It's kind of like the Wii, right? Everybody got over it after a generation and used it more for its utility than just its gimmick. So this, I feel like, actually utilized it in a way that makes sense, and it's pretty cool. It's an alright length. The art is very abstract, very different for Kirby. There's some very odd looking shit going on, which is cool. So it stands out there in the presentation. Don't play it on PC. If you have like a pad or something, you can do that instead. You need to be able to do quick, like because if you do like hills, it'll launch them, or you could do like a down and an up, and he'll get like a boost. It's not completely physics based. There's like actual like raw mechanics that'll activate if you draw certain ways. So you need to be able to do it on the fly. A little harder to do with the mouse. Doable, but not enough. Ooh, and yeah, I didn't get to play its sequel, so it was cool enough. It's not bad, but not crazy. Mass Attack, I think I actually put Mass Attack as a good game, right? Does that hold up? I don't want to do anything crazy. Yeah, I think this was one of the best spin-offs. Where did I put just normal, like Superstar Stack? I don't remember. Oh yeah, Dreamland 2. I played that a while back. That was definitely my least favorite Dreamland. Them underwater stages. But yeah, Mass Attack is like a DS game. I played it on the Wii U shop. Where it's like an RTS kinda, not really. It's more like a Pikmin, side scroll Pikmin. But instead of like having to think very hard, you just are like going apeshit on stuff. So it's more of like an action platformer thing. It's got some puzzle to it, but that's not like Pikmin would. It's pretty fun. Surprisingly, I'm not usually all about like full touch games, but the amount of variety in Mass Attack for its length, pretty good. Most levels look really different. They'll have an interesting gimmick, like you'll be controlling a tank in one of them, and one of the levels, the whole fucking world's like going left and right. Some of them you're playing like Space Invaders inside of like a ship. Some of them you're just platforming. Some of them are more action, and they all look pretty different. And it was kind of surprising. The mini games are better than anything like Triple Deluxe or anything had. The pinball's like legit. It's like pretty cool pinball. And then there's like 5 or 6 other mini games in there. They're like all pretty solid. These are bonus modes, not even just the main game. So pretty good length, good variety, pretty fun. Tapping gets a little fucking annoying after a bit. You're constantly tapping because the more quicker you tap, they run. And having to collect all the dudes gets a bit annoying, but I wish that kind of variety and all that gameplay and visuals was kind of more of a staple in the series overall, though. It was just pretty quality. It looked nice. I think it sounded okay. The biggest problem was to beat the game, and we did beat it. You had to like pretty much 100% the game, and that's a lot. There was specific coins, and there's like 5 coins a level or something. Specific ones out of those 5 you had to collect all of, and you didn't know this till the very end of the game. So you're essentially going to replay the game twice, or you play the game twice, which is a little shitty. I think what you do it like the other games where you tell them on the front where you need a certain amount of coins to get to the next world, or you just get rid of it, or add like a side thing, right? Where you unlock some art or something for getting more of them. Or this is the worst option, besides just leaving it as it is. You tell everybody like you're gonna need all of these by the end of the game, and then maybe give you a couple that you could skip with like maybe, every 5 levels you can skip one's requirements or something, right? Or it cuts down on the total. That way it's happening, but like there's a little something to it, a little strategy or something to it. But like getting to the very end of this 10-hour game, and then they're like, hey, go replay every level and get those missing coins. And you don't know which one's which, you're like, huh? And then what's your reward? You get a refight 4 bosses and then do the finale, and it's like, Otherwise, though, it's pretty good. Yeah, just a great example of solid variety and just quality to keep you interested with a simple mechanics at the base there. Dream Course was good too. So Dream Course was the mini golf one. It's not like any golf you've ever played. It's more of a puzzle, I guess. It's pretty hard. We did beat it. You would like. It's more about chaining. So you have some level of golf control, I guess. You can, it's backspin, some forespin, some side spin. Whatever the fuck spin you want. You can bounce a few times, stuff like that. But more importantly, when you hit certain enemies, you get their power, and then you can kind of chain them or use them. And if you're good enough, and the level allows it, or whatever, you can essentially like chain through the entire fucking level if you've got the right timing and strategy, and get like a hole in one after just killing everybody. Pretty hard to do, and it's not always obvious what even the powers are gonna do or anything. But so it's kind of I wouldn't outright call it a puzzle golf game, but it's definitely more strategy to it. The levels aren't randomized or anything, so you would generally be able to execute the same strategy every time. Not too bad there. Last but not least, on the Kirby block's over. Kirby Star Allies. Not really that good. It's alright. It's a full co-op Kirby game where everybody's here. Everybody gets to control a Kirby character. You can play from the Psycho Clown Kid to a Meta Knight. You can play as a Kirby. You can play as whatever the fuck you want. And you just run through a bunch of essentially basic Kirby levels for 6-7 hours doing that. And since you're solo, you're probably just gonna have a bunch of NPCs or whatever the fuck. Solve a puzzle here and there, and then the game's fucking over. It's got some crazy, weird, like, skating, shoot 'em up thing at the end or whatever. I don't even know what you call it. Like a lock-on shooting thing. It falls in line with all the other ones after Robobot that has like a crazy ending. But the unique thing is that Star Allies has lore. And a lot of the side modes and some of the deeper menus and stuff, they like started introducing like crazy lore to Kirby. Um, Definitely go read some, I guess. Ask yourself, I never asked for that, and you still wouldn't be after you read it. It's a little much. If you want to know about Kirby's origins and things out there in the universe and all this and that, go dive in to the deep dive Star Allies lore. It's an okay game. It's not bad, but um, the fundamentals are just weak. I think it goes back to basic powers too, instead of like depth. I don't remember for sure. This was the first one on the Switch, by the way. Yeah, but it's completely focused on you playing different characters over really any kind of good level design or variety or anything. So once again, another Kirby game that kind of dies on the quality of content. Um, oh god, Norco. I'm gonna take a little break at number 69 here. Now that we've scared everyone off after Kirby. Let me put Norco in. We're free. Yeah, Kirby Block's over. More good than I expected to add on here. I mean, Kirby's consistent. It's consistently decent. Not an amazing series. Doesn't have that many super high points, but it does have some. The lows can get pretty low, but there's not many lows. So it's okay. I would recommend to play through the series if you're feeling crazy. Because there's actually a lot of variety, and I think that's one of the most interesting things about the Kirby series. You're getting pinball games, brick breakers, puzzle solvers. You're getting racing games, 3D platformers. You're getting co-op games. You're getting gotchas, party games. I mean, like Mario, it's got a lot of variety, but like, so does Kirby. There's not many series that have that much spin-off action, so it's cool. It's worth checking out. I would say a lot of the main line ones are actually some of the shittiest ones, like Star Allies and Amazing Mirror. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. I'm gonna eat something. Oh yeah. So what did you guys think about this year? How was this year in games? On a personal level or as an industry? It sucked. Yeah, I'll have to see by the end of this how it was as a personal year for me. For the industry though, I would say it wasn't really the best. Stuff like Elden Ring is like a standout, but there's a lot of kind of underwhelming shit like God of War and yeah, Triangle Strategy. Yeah. So we'll see. Yeah, that's the problem. It's when Live Alive is one of the best games of the fucking year. Something happened. When I'm like thoroughly impressed with a fucking 20 to 30-year-old fucking game, I don't know what's coming out over here. Yeah, I would say I would go so far as to say for AAAs it was horrendous, but for indies it was fine. We'll see. Personally, I have to remember all the ones we've done. There's a lot of like indies that stood out to me this year. I'm gonna have to see which ones came out this year. But stuff like Case of the Golden Idol and all that were pretty strong. Game Pass has definitely helped me like play a lot of those without having to, and actually play them the year they come out instead of like on sale 5 years later or some shit. So indies have been okay for me, but as a personal year, we played a lot of shit this year. So, well, worse than the shit, I actually don't mind the shit as much. The mediocrity, where I go in hoping something's good and it's kind of just like, a lot of that. The beginning of the year was a lot better. You'll see a lot more like decent stuff, but I think it falls apart a bit here and there. Or at least for every good game or two, there's like a lot of whatever, which is generally how it's going to be, but I mean, I don't go in purposely playing many mediocre games. We go in playing something bad, it's part of a series, or I'm going to be pretty upfront about it. But stuff I take a chance on, I usually try to filter and do a little research on, but I'll still get burned. And I think I got a lot of burns this year. So we'll see. We'll see by the end it's on the personal, but yeah, the industry this year, I would definitely say that yeah, AAA was pretty bad. Elden Ring and the remakes. But indies might be alright. It's hard to I played so many indies this year and I don't actually know which ones came out this year, so I'll have to see on that. Yeah. Well, I still got tomorrow. I'm not gonna play it tomorrow. My throat probably couldn't take it. And this might split, so we'll see. Yeah. Well, I need to find out if Hitman's leaving. I'll probably watch it, go to a bit. I got this gameplay game. Dude, I almost feel like I should play one of those while I'm watching Goto. Just to get it played and sent back. I don't know if anybody cares about Valfaris or Mutazione. I just gotta make sure I have enough time for Hitman. I should. I'd expect them to be at the end of January. If they're not, I'll play the new ones first and then the old ones or something. Yeah. Well, I don't want to go to do some more exploring. Finally in the castle. Well, he busted through it. He's going back. Ooh, my nose. I'm trying to finish this today. I mean, I have fun doing it. I could split it over 2 days. Never really had to do that before. Okay, Norco. Point and click. About a kind of cyberpunk Louisiana Bayou hybrid thing. It's kind of neat. I think it was really good. Definitely the best point and click this year. He's doing the only thing I will. What if I'm sitting here dying? Are you gonna make me, man? Not even halfway. I mean, we'll speed it up. But yeah. Yeah. So it's a cool setting. It's first person kind of point and click. Great mix of areas, really cool art style, very trippy at times. I don't like to use that too often because it sounds like a really weak druggy descriptor or some shit, but that's kind of how it is. There's some like really bizarre kind of trippy shit that goes on at times, but there's also just kind of interesting characters and fun little set pieces and places to explore as you go. Nice mix of like, you get some top-down map puzzles and stuff, some secret areas and compartments to find here and there, all given you in an interesting kind of story, and definitely art. It's good. I don't really want to get too hard into it. It's one of those games you kind of just got to play. But if you can handle point and clicks, this one's definitely worth it. And if you like futuristic kind of dystopian settings, but it's like kind of a hybrid with like the Louisiana Bayou type of like like a swamp. It's a cool mix, and they execute it pretty well. It's relatively comfy because it's a point and click. It's not going to touch into too many crazy, sad themes or anything. It's a bit more set dressing, but it's also not like wacky funny. So it's a good time. Would definitely recommend it. Next, we'll just bust through these. Once we get to like a big one, I'll put up a picture of. Oh god, excuse me. Fucking dude, I keep swallowing fucking like mucus, and then it's making me have like air in my throat. I don't know. I like to burp on stream, but it kind of just happens. Bruh. So Insanely Twisted Shadow Planet. This was the first game I ever played on stream. Not ever, but ever on stream. This was the 10-year anniversary of the stream this day. It was not that great. That's a Metroidvania. I don't know. I don't even know if I call it really bad. It's just like, It wasn't anything great about it. It was cool playing the first game I played on stream again after 10 years. But definitely, I didn't remember completely loving it back in the day, but even that would have been preferable to reliving it, I think, at this point. That one did not age super well. I don't know if I'll put it in worst. It's just really meh. It's just it's a twin stick shooter Metroidvania. It looks really flash game kind of cheap. It is really old. Obviously, it's an indie game from at least 10 years ago, probably much more. I need to play that game. That's a good game. The story, the music, it's all just kind of meh. The mechanics, it's really boring. 100% it. I think I 100%ed all the power ups. There might have been some collectibles I missed, but yeah, just kind of whatever. It was one of those I was just happy to try to bust through as quick as I could. Some annoying final levels and stuff too. Oh, they're great. RE4 HD project. I mean, we don't need to talk that much about that. I mean, it's RE4. I'm not gonna consider this on the list. It was just something we played. I mean, it's a really great HD mod. They restore some old content. It looks very crispy. It has so many gigs to download. It takes so much time to do it from their websites. I'll never play it again. I'm just gonna play normal RE4 because it's already kind of upgraded. So yeah, we don't need to talk about RE4 at all. One of my favorite games ever. The HD project is really good, but it's very faithful. Texture upgrade by hand. But there's really not much else to say in that. It's personally a little bit more trouble than it's worth for me. It is an ass load of gigs. Many, many, many times the size of the game, so. Jesus, man. I'm burping all the time because of that fucking sickness, dude. Yeah, uncompressed, just raw textures. I mean, it's a fan thing, so they don't have to really do anything like that, but yeah, it makes it kind of a bitch to like want to keep on my hard drive, especially after the Bustafellows incident, where I have like an absolute shitload of VOD saved on my hard drive. I still need to upload. Anyways, a Memoir Blue. A Memoir Blue was good. For a bit there, I was like, I don't know about this one. But by the end of it, just through sheer presentation or the characters hit just right and the music was hitting just right, I got a little bit more emotional on it. It doesn't happen super often, which was cool. Pretty good. I wasn't like, super, it was just like like, whoa, I actually felt a little something there. Just nice. Not that I don't feel anything during games, but definitely feel a little bit emotional. A little bit about family. Once again, kind of sort of a growing up thing, remembering shit. It's a pretty short game, not more than a couple hours if I remember right. It was neat. It's essentially just kind of a walking story game. It's got some cool kind of artsiness to it, but it ends up trying to tell a more human kind of story, which is appreciated. It's not like Gris or something where it's like super pretentious feeling and it's like all artsy. I don't know. It's a hot take. People really like Gris. This felt more just like it was kind of trying to do a thing and wasn't totally up its own ass with being artsy. It was kind of more of a theming. Um, it's a lot about the water and the ocean and aquatic life and stuff. I think because she was a diver, or she wanted to be a diver, she became a diver, and her mother didn't really want that, and they're falling out, and them kind of there's a big culmination of it all, and it's pretty strong there. For a while, you'll be like, I don't know about this, but it nails the landing, and I think that's what counts because that's kind of what it's all building towards. So, would recommend it. It's pretty good. I don't know if it'll be one of the best, but it doesn't stand out that much in my mind. It's just got a strong ending. Bug snacks. I guess I kind of didn't get it, man. I don't know on the bug snacks thing, dude. This game was just essentially just memed into people thinking it was good. I don't know exactly. And it was not bad. I'm joking around a little bit, but it's really not that interesting. You essentially just collect a bunch of different bugs. It's better than Legends of Arceus. Yeah. Yeah. You do collect a bunch of like bugs and they actually are in the world doing things and you need to use a bunch of tools and equipment. I think I remember even saying this too. It was probably better than Arceus. Um, to essentially catch all these different bugs and give them to people or do quests or use them for certain things. And you just kind of explore an island. It's not fully open, you just kind of go to different chunks. And I really like adventure games where I just am kind of running around figuring out stuff to do, but I think it was just kind of a little too focused on just catching the bugs and not as much on getting like any other key items or gear or discovering any fun secrets. I mean, there definitely ends on some big stuff. But I kind of would have preferred if the game leaned more into actually being like cute and funny, but like uh dark under the hood a little bit. Just a bit, right? Not full out right away, but like a little bit. It really is just what it looks like on the surface because it's kind of just a cute game. It's kind of got like a weird, like, whoa, kind of thing going on at the end, but it's not that crazy. It looks like the kind of game that's like some meme game that, like, hey, man, play Bugsnax, and it's actually going to be like some gore game or some shit. It wasn't. It was just kind of like, yeah, okay. It was just a. It had a bit of that, maybe like semi extreme humor here and there. Because you are like beating like and kicking around like little cute animals and eating them and morphing your body into like different like food parts. But it's like that's kind of where it ends. Once you accept that that's going on, that's really it. It's just kind of you meeting these characters and going through their arcs and stuff. And some of them are good, some of them are just kind of there. I wouldn't say it's a bad game. I didn't think it was a great game though. It's pretty well received, but I don't know. I think it's a bit more on the novelty and the cute factor with just a touch of that surrealism that's kind of got people interested. I just don't think mechanically it's that interesting with an adventure game. There's just not enough variety, and um, by the very end it gets a little darker, but even then it doesn't stick it. It ends up kind of being more goofy. But yeah, I mean, it's better than Arceus. You actually have to do things to find the creatures and capture them and hunt them down and stuff. It's not crazy, but there are tools you got to use and stuff. Yeah, I think we had that discussion during it. Yeah, I don't know if I call it good though. It's been a bit. It just doesn't really stand out in my mind. A lot of these don't, man. Like I could see respect somebody saying they really like bug snacks or just think it's good, but it just doesn't stand out a lot to me, man. There just was nothing really. I could barely even remember like a lot of the areas. They're just not really anything special. I mean, I remember like the mountain area. I remember the beach area. Um, I remember the inside the caverns bit. Of course, I remember the end where it's like the mutated ladies and stuff. I remember the jumping area and the forest or whatever. So I guess I do remember most of the areas, but like they're not really that crazy. Yeah, it's the Switch. Yeah. Bugsnax could have been Game of the Year, but Nintendo, they just can't upgrade their hardware. What can these devs even do? Man, this was made by the people who did Octodad and shit. So you can kind of feel it in there. I don't know. I would play another one. I don't like just have the disdain for it, but don't let anybody trick you thinking this is like some really crazy, like super novel adventure game. It's a pretty basic ass adventure game with a collectible, like a slightly more in depth collectible monster system that you only use as like a delivery mechanic. Yeah, it's really just whether you like the full voice acting of the characters. If you do, then you're gonna like it a lot more. If it's okay, that's really kind of the whole thing. So, all right, next. Yeah, that could be it too. It was a pretty rough time of year. It just wasn't pure ass. that could be, that could be fucking most of it, dude. Yeah, I mean, they had a really strong marketing campaign because they kind of made it a meme. The talking about bug snacks thing. It was just like funny to like say bug snacks, I guess, to people. And it looked like this kind of wacky game. That's why I thought it was gonna be more dark because it's like the wacky, silly game that's actually got like adult humor. But it really was just like a wacky, silly game. Yeah, like Otto said there. Yeah, I think it kind of just got this viral meme shit. The lick, dude. And I think that really spiraled into this like collective like, and then you get the game and it's like not even really that bad, but like, and then so everybody's just gonna be like, yeah, I don't know. Maybe people don't really say Bug Snacks is godly. There's just not many people say Bug Snacks is bad, and I guess I'm in that camp. I don't think it's bad, but I don't think it's really that great either. There's a lot of games out there, man. I wouldn't recommend bothering with Bug Snacks. Although it is on Game Pass, so you can do that. Okay, Super Cloud Belt. This was really good. I actually liked this one. That was really fun. This was gifted by Average. You cannot get this game anymore. Crazy publisher bullshit. I also think the devs are not making games anymore. They made a game called Cloud Belt before this, but yeah, Super Cloud Belt's essentially just a 3D platformer, pure execution, where you have like a jetpack and booster, and it's like ultra fast. You're mantling up shit, spinning around, flying at really quick speeds, and going through these pretty challenging by the end of it areas that'll really test the old reflexes and stuff. And it's just it's fun. A lot of the earlier areas, which I think are some of the best ones. You can take in a lot of different directions. It's not just pure linear. Some stages will require you to go grab like 8 different things, so you can go in whatever order you want, or you just got to get to the end, and there's just a bunch of pathways to get up there. It's very kind of just raw. It's just floating platforms and 90-degree angles and all that, but The gameplay's good. Feels great. And it was fast. I really like jumping around. I wish it would have done better. I wish the publisher thing didn't happen, so you could even get the game anymore. I mean, you probably could get the game still, but you can install it still. Yeah, it was just a fun time. It's just raw platforming, man. Just speedy, just well designed. Um, oh, fireworks. I was like, is that gunshots or fireworks? And I'm like, wait, it's new. I was like, it's gonna be New Year's tomorrow or day after tomorrow. Probably fireworks. Well, yeah, I'd recommend it for sure. It was neat. Am I gonna push to finish it? Probably. Yeah. As long as my voice can take it, I'd like to. The only problem is, like, I mean, I don't know how if people are gonna actually be interested the whole time, but I've never really cared. I guess I just kind of do it because it's fun for me, and if people want to jump in and out and discuss, then awesome. So I'd like to do it all today. Maybe I'll try to like cut my words down a bit. I think I will. That's the goal, and then tomorrow I'll just chill. We still got a lot of games left. We're like over halfway. We were a little slower at the beginning because of the crash and the Pokemon talk and all that. I'll have to go back through the good game filtering, but that's pretty quick. I mean, I'm just gonna be like, oh, this one's really good, this one's really good, this one's really good. I've already said why, and then pick out the ones this year, and then we'll kind of go back over and say a few things about how the year was, final thoughts, and that'll be that. Yeah, that's the plan though. My voice isn't great right now, but I feel like I'll be able to make it. Yeah, I might not stream tomorrow though. Yeah, so Super Cloud Build's good. That's all I gotta say on that. Transformers, I don't know, man. The thing is, we played some really bad games this year. So maybe in another year, I'd be like, yeah, Transformers was bad or something. But like, it's just kind of meh. Like, I really feel like that, like, kind of tipped it a bit. Right? Like, there's some truly horrid shit. I think Transformers. I'm not gonna say too much on it, but it's Platinum just phoning it in. It's Platinum taking their action gameplay, the dodge, iframe, deal with a simple combat system, and just applying it to like Transformers. It feels fine, but it has none of the depth of Bayonetta or MGR or whatever you consider some of their better shit. It doesn't have the breadth of like content or story of like an Automata that they were a part of, or the variety of gameplay of that. It's just, yeah, really, it feels, it's not quite just movie game tier, but it is in that same vein, right? Like they made this game clearly to cash in and have like a kind of Transformers tie-in. I think they paid their dues right. There's a lot of like the classic designs in there, apparently, from what we were talking about, mixed in with some of the newer shit, and it's not like some travesty or something like the new movies are. But at the end of the day, the level design, the bosses, and all that, it's extremely repetitive. It's just very dull. The gameplay is generally just like a one or two button kind of repetition thing. A lot of just zooming in and smacking dudes, and then the occasional dodge out here and there. And you could swap different guys, but since you have to level them up and they have this tacked on RPG system, they're gonna be kind of under leveled. So you're only gonna use like a couple dudes. I just use like some T-Rex guy for most of it. There's equipment and stuff. Like it's some really easy systems to squeeze more game time out of people, but there's not really that much depth to it or thought put into it. Like there's equipment, there's level ups and RPG shit, but it's mostly just playing with stats. Not necessary. Doesn't change how you play that much. And if anything limits what you're gonna even be able to use. So, it's kind of whatever. I I didn't think it was great. I'd heard good things, but I think it's because people probably have like rock bottom expectations for it. Yeah, I didn't play the Avatar one. I heard that was really bad. I thought about it. There's a TMNT one they did too. Those are all really hard to pick up. I'd have to play them through other means. Alright, so The Cruel King and the Great Hero. So this is made by the same developers as The Liar Princess and the Blind Prince. Also the Yomawari devs. I don't know if it's exactly the same people, but it's the same company. God, you can barely see it, dude. Boink. It's essentially a 10 to 15 hour, extremely simple JRPG. Right? It was turn based, wasn't it? I barely remember because it was so fucking forgettable. The Liar Princess and the Blind Prince has the benefit of being just a puzzle platformer. And it's very short. Yeah, this was a turn based RPG. I'm mixing the two up because they have very similar art. But this game is a lot longer. So all of the faults of maybe that first game, which would be, maybe some drug out levels, simple mechanics, are like fucking tripled in this game because you have to spend more time in dungeons in a JRPG, more time in fights. It's like, oh my god. So I'm not going to explain the story much, but you're essentially playing as a little gal who wants to become a hero and defeat the Demon King, but the Demon King is your dad. And she just doesn't really know it. And it's a cute game. It's essentially this dragon has raised her after he killed her dad when he was more evil, and he's become a good guy now. And he kind of raises her to essentially take him out. Is the idea? I mean, it's a cool premise. It's this cool little storybook premise. So she's got a little twig and like a pot on her head, and that's her armor. And then she kind of goes through the whole deal, and it's a cool premise. And you already got the full. You can already tell what's going on in the game now. You've got the full enjoyment from me just saying that, because that's kind of the whole punchline, and it's like most of the game. He'll follow you around and help you in fights. Like she'll raise her sword and do a flame sword, but she can't actually do it, so he like shoots flames onto it from the background, and it's kind of got like a play kind of thing, like Paper Mario, and it's so cute little shit like that'll happen. But like, that's it, and that's kind of the game. The game then also ends up, spoilers of course. Really everybody wins. He doesn't even get killed. It's like really contrived, and there's a bigger evil, and he gets returned to being evil, and then he gets split again, and then he's not evil. So everybody wins, and it doesn't even kind of end on like a strong kind of like note on what they're building up to, where she had to like take him down or something maybe. I get it. That would be kind of a downer ending, but it would also make it stand out a bit more and not feel like it just had a bunch of filler at the end. The biggest problem with the game, though, is not the story and not the presentation. Those are decent. It's the fucking gameplay. It is the most basic JRPG shit, man. Just attack. You might get a couple partners here and there that have like a special attack or two. You might have a couple special attacks yourself that you'll just spam or just wait on. It's just simple mana management, and that's pretty much the strategy of the game. And then to make it worse, the game is like all side scrolling, and you just walk in a flat repeating dungeon until you get to a new thing. There might be a branch, and it's the same repeating assets and flat ground until you walk into an NPC or like the little set piece, and then something happens, and then you go back. And all the side quests means you're gonna have to go back through all of these things in a very slow way over and over. And we stopped doing all that. For the most part, I almost want to put this as a bad game. I really appreciated like I really liked the art and the general idea of the story, but I feel like they fumbled it. And Jesus, dude, they should have made it an action side scroller that was really kept the story, which was a novel concept, but more of a storybook story, and kept it small. You don't do a storybook style story where it's just a simple, simple little twist and end with a message and then turn it into a 15-hour fucking game, right? Like, it just doesn't. I feel bad about putting it in here because it is a cute game, but it was really fucking mind-numbingly boring, man. Kind of interesting how all their games are like that. Like Yomawari, they always manage to fuck it up somewhere in there, right? Yeah. This is probably their worst, though. I would say this is worse than the Yomawaris. The Liar Princess was cute, but it kept the cute storybook thing in a tighter package. A short, like the gameplay wasn't great, but it was enough for like 4 or 5 hours, right? Also, this game's like $30 right now. I think it was like 50 before that, so it's pretty pricey. Yeah, I mean, there was games like what was that EA or Ubisoft one? Child of Light that did the storybook JRPG turn-based exploration thing in a short like 10-hour package, and like it's already been kind of done there. That wasn't an amazing game, but like it works a lot better than this. So you already have a lot of like hard comparisons you can make here. So they needed to do more to stand out than just have good art. So shame on that one. But let's move on. Etrian Odyssey 3. Yeah, this is definitely one of the worst games of the year. I just don't know how you could really like dungeon crawling. It's super fucking boring. All you do is walk forward and then you walk left and right, and there's just nothing really going on. Don't smile. I'm not smiling, dude. No, this was really good. I like that train a lot. What the fuck? So someone coming through that wall, man. Yeah. That train was good. Just really clean. First person dungeon crawler. Nice difficulty. Making all of your. Oh, yeah, we can do the title screen. I was going to play the music. I was like, it's too distracting. But then, wait, there's like the good one. I didn't promise that. I said I hope or maybe, right? That's how that works. Where is the title screen? What is it called? Beginning Adventure. There. But yeah, the C mini game. Yeah, I don't know. This is just the version I got. Yeah. Creating your party member or party is a really cool idea. It gives you a bit more. It gets you a bit more attached, and kind of like in a more RPG kind of way, right? Slowly picking out your dude's skills and all that, and building them up over time is really, it's that RPG kind of rewarding feel. But because the strategy is a bit more flexible. Maybe not in this one, but like how it feels compared to most JRPGs. You know, you can actually have real tanks. Debuffs have value in some ways. You know, magic can be good for a bunch of different things, or you know, you have your little super moves and shit that can do. You can rely on a lot of strats for, like we did with the Zodiac. It makes picking out your team and kind of the minute to minute RPG shit feel a bit more fresh than some of them. It's more difficult because of that, but the difficulty is fun. That's kind of the whole deal. And it works really well with the first person dungeon crawling. A lot of different mechanics as you go down. Great music, good varied visuals and bosses and stuff. And since the gameplay is a bit more flexible, they can add a bit more challenges in there for you to kind of work around, which is cool. Good feeling of adventure for the most part. There's some stumbles, which we've talked about, and I'll talk about again. Yeah, I mean, it just feels like you're a custom set of adventures, discovering the unknown and all that, and that's pretty much what's going on. And it's got pretty fun gameplay. There's a cool like big side mini game where you're sailing the seas and all that. It's a great way to break up the pacing of the main dungeon, and it's all got a lot of rewards and stuff. You know, good gear that you always could use. The economy is solid for most of the game, which can be sometimes really bad in JRPGs where you just have so much money or you don't need to buy anything, but usually money has a lot of value and you get a lot out of it. So it makes all of the exploring and all the side stuff really worth it. We did all the super boss stuff and all that, except like the final guy. Oh, I guess we did kill him with the cheese strat, essentially, but so a lot of extra challenges there. It was good. There's just a lot of content. It's all pretty well done. I would say the biggest problems with the game are the story. I really would have preferred less upfront story, more focus on just environmental, just exploration, and kind of going deeper and discovering more of your typical ancient evil type of thing. It'd been cool if they worked the automaton story into that in a better way. It kind of gets into this kind of drama and feels like it kind of ends the story before the real cool shit happens, which is in the post game. So a lot of people probably aren't going to see it, or it's just going to kind of lose its steam, and you're just going to be like, oh, well, here's another dungeon. I guess that's the big guy down there, even though everybody's kind of already done. Like, you know, one of the main bad guys is already out, you know, fucking his sister on a beach or whatever at that point, and you're just like, you just kind of went back down to say, fuck it. Oh, I guess great evil's down there. And it's like, it's just kind of, it's not a great way to frame the story, and I would have preferred just less and just refocused in a little harder on exploration. Having multiple endings and stuff, we did play through, what, like 3 times technically. It was cute, but I don't think the story's good enough for that. It's cool you get all these extra pieces of equipment, but other than to do it for the equipment, I really don't see why you would just bother, except to replay the game from scratch with a new party setup. We do get some unlocked classes and all that stuff, but I would say resetting your classes and changing shit is kind of a bitch. It involves a lot of grinding. It's not super free. I get they don't want you to be able to swap all of your stats on the fly. You're supposed to stick to something and work around it. Totally fine, but the problem with that is if the game's not balanced super well, which apparently this was not. It worked for us because I had oversight from people seeing if my choices would actually be viable enough. But yeah, sticking to your guns is cool, but when the game's balance is like really fucked, that's really bad because then you can't work out of a bad strategy as easily. Another thing also is some strategies can get a bit tedious. I found my playthrough got a little tedious by the end because I really didn't have like good trash killing setups, or most random fights would be hard enough where I would kind of have to do like my full boss killing thing all the time with the cannon person in the front and all that, and it's really slow and it kind of takes a bit, and You're not really flexible. I think part of the problem there is that you don't really get access to all of your moves. You tend to pick a few and optimize. And if you're not doing that, you're kind of, it's not going to be very good, right? You don't want to be a jack of all trades as much, especially when you're going for like really hard stuff. So it would have been nice if they gave you a bit more access to moves and made them more viable for stuff like trash. But obviously, there was like stronger strategies to really optimize and were necessary for big bosses, or more things that could happen to the bosses that you'd have to respond to. Some enemies can have a few too often the same kind of strategy to win. But I had a lot of fun failing a lot in some of the side missions and trying to squeeze out the win with just the perfect RNG and strategies and stuff here and there. And that was cool. Overall, it was good. But yeah, so I also think the game was really bad, kind of like with Dragon Quest VIII, about telling you what the fuck you are even going to be getting from doing stuff. It's that JRPG fucking, especially the Japanese ones, actual Japanese RPGs, problem where they like just don't give you information. You're like, what's this ability do? What's the percentages and the numbers? Who fucking knows? I'm like, well, this is a game where you pick everything at the beginning and you just don't know. And the balance is kind of fucked. It's like, it's fine if the game has got, just data mined. It's like, it's cool if the game is, really flexible and you could, everybody can do a lot of different stuff and you could push your way into one area, but at least if you found yourself in a corner, you could like go back a bit. And technically, yeah, you can do that in this, but it's like a grind. Like we had to do it once or twice, just to make like goldsmith and shit. And it was just a grind, dude. like, which wasn't the worst thing ever, but it was like, that just can't be the best strat. So, really fun first person dungeon crawlers. It's not like my favorite dungeon crawler. That's probably still like Strange Journey, Redux or whatever, but I think it's really clean. And I'm really looking forward to the rest of them. Super soulful game. Yeah, music, presentation of godly. That final dungeon, sick. I love all the floors feeling as different as they do. There's a few annoying things here and there. There's definitely some stratums, which is collections of floors that aren't like as good as others, but for the most part, it's really solid. Yeah. I hope to make another one, but I got a lot to get through still. So that was a big spiel for that stream, but I feel like we had to give it a spiel, right? So next, Sifu. My nose. Sorry. I think I hated Sifu when I was playing it. I respect Sifu for what it's trying to do. I like these kinds of games. It does feel like you're almost like in a fucking kung fu movie yourself, just running around busting balls. But the overall structure to it is kind of just like at times good. It's really good. And I get the cat DLC too, though. Next. Well, I feel like I should explain it. I mean, would you rather move on? Next. Thumbs up. Fucking. Yeah, so with Sifu, I guess to explain a bit, I just think the shell, the vehicle of the game, yeah, the VA work was not very good. The story wasn't that good at all. It was just a vengeance story, and you could either be full vengeance or no vengeance, and it was harder to do that. But okay, so yeah, it's like, so the idea is you have a certain amount of lives in the game, or a certain amount of years, and every time you die, you lose years, and every time you die before hitting a checkpoint or winning, like a boss fight or something, you lose extra years. So you can like compound, lose a shitload of years in one level if you get really fucked. And on the surface, it sounds kind of neat. As you get older, you get stronger, but you get like less health. You also, carry over all of your experience throughout the playthrough and you upgrade stuff. The thing is, though, once you run out of years, you're just dead. So you need to go back and you need to improve in levels to give yourself more years and get better at the game, which is also fine. The problem is you can't just pick and choose. You have to go, like, if your worst chapter is your first chapter, let's say you lose 40 years, and then the rest of them, godly, you got to restart the entire game and do it all again. All the XP, all the side stuff. There's some permanent shit you get, but it's really light. And it's just kind of fucking annoying, man. Like, I would have preferred a system where you just kind of keep your powers. You keep your permanent passives. They made the game a little harder to account for that. And you just went back and perfected the level, whichever level you want. Just pick the one and a little bit more, so that then you could go to the next level you're on and have more lives to do it. Redoing the entire game and possibly needing to re-perfect like a level, it's just it's a fucking pain in the ass, man. The game's not easy also, but I mean, I don't mind that part of it. Sometimes it can feel a little bullshitty, but it's more the punishment and the possible many, many hours you're going to have to go back and do completely irrelevant content to allow yourself to like keep learning the thing you were trying to do. You could just say, "Oh, okay, good. You can just do the whole thing without ever dying." Sure, man. That's definitely not what the game's about, though. It's not a game made to never die, right? It's based on the years thing. I just would have preferred, like I said, if they just made it so that it was hard. I'm fine with a harder game, but you just go back where you want to allow to do better to yourself, to give yourself more lives. Going back and having to, because I pretty much try to perfect the first two levels so that I give myself as many lives as possible. And I was like, I'm not even having fun with these levels anymore. I've already done them a million times. I've already done them well. But if I don't do them perfect now, I might regret it way later when I want those extra 8 years. So it's like, yeah, I gotta just grind it out. It kind of just blew, man. I was really frustrated with this game. I think the actual melee combat looks really fluid, feels pretty good. It's not super deep, but there's enough environmental, contextual stuff you can use to add at least a little bit of depth when it comes to like the spacing and where you want to be. You do gain more abilities and stuff, but like I said, I mean, if you don't fight every single guy and then perfect every single guy, you're gonna have less XP, so you might not have all these abilities. And then remembering to put them into your repertoire when you might not even get them for like 10 hours it's a little bit lame. When you contrast that to something like a God Hand, where you're getting assloads of abilities all the time and you just kind of like combo, like you customize a combo instead, it works a little bit better there. Obviously, that game is more about you one-on-one dudes for the most part, where this game is a bit more about fighting groups, like a Batman, but a little bit more punishing combat. But yeah, I don't know. That's all about, I guess, saying it. I think it's neat. There's parts of it I like, but I just think the structure of it's just fucking not fun, man. Apparently, their game before this wasn't that great. Anywho, let's do the next one. Computer hasn't crashed yet. Hold on to your butts. So, next game, Umurangi Generation. Actually, really like this game on Game Pass. This is essentially like paparazzi earlier. If you guys remember 8 hours ago when I was talking about paparazzi. How many games are left on this list? A lot. There's 157 total. We're at 78. I'm going too slow. Usually takes a while though. Yeah, we'll speed it up. Depends on what we get talking about too. We had some pretty big talks earlier between different lists and AAA and Pokemon. I doubt we'll go as hard on the Pokemon at the bottom. And a lot of the stuff at the bottom I've just talked about in the last few weeks. So, yeah. Umurangi Generation. This one was really good. I like this. So it's essentially just a game where you adventure. It's an adventure game with different levels. So you adventure around a kind of open area in each level, and you run around and yeah. Well, thank you guys for watching. I just do it for fun because I like to go back over the year and just kind of, what did I actually like? How good was the year? And it's fun to use that as reference later and just for me to see because I don't remember everything we play always. So it's cool if anybody likes to hang out and chit chat about it. Confirmed better, yeah. But yeah, Umurangi Generation is a game about being a photographer in a kind of wartime, like jet set radio, like punk, Evangelion, like world. So you're essentially running around as like a jet set radio member with a camera, and the mission is to just take pictures of all these little things they give you. And it's a lot more about actually just exploring these environments and figuring out like kind of what's going on in the world. It starts out a lot more just kind of basic, You can see some stuff's happening, and then it kind of like builds into like full like war and like dystopian shit, and it gets pretty cool. I enjoy it quite a bit. The music's neat. It's very stylish. It feels pretty good to play too. The one thing I'd probably say I was kind of iffy on was it gets a little too, especially in the side content. The bonus DLC, which comes with Game Pass, you just have to like dig into the fucking menus to even know it exists. I didn't even know it was in there. There's like an extra 5 or 6 levels. It's kind of weird. It gets a little too Evangelion, like literally Evangelion. Like I'm pretty sure they just like darkened the mech and just had it like doing shit. And the same font and like the orange, LED screen or whatever the fuck with the warning and all that. It goes it's a little too on the nose. Evangelion references. I think they have a lot. And when the core campaign, it's a lot more of a steady build up to something, and it's kind of neat. But once you kind of know what's going on, yeah, they kind of they overplay their hand a bit, but it's still fun to explore and see all these different areas. Yeah, we watched Evangelion again in Discord earlier this year. It's good. I mean, it's overrated a bit, but it's a good show. Pretty cool characters in development. And again. The movies are shit. The end of Evangelion movie is good, but the rebuilds, the new ones, those are bad. We watched those and we're like, what the fuck? It gets way too stupid. I would recommend watching them, but we watched them, Klitsu and I, and some other people were just like, like, okay, it gets extreme. Yeah, I wouldn't even call them rebuilds. It's kind of like a FF7 remake situation where they have some level of continuity, I guess, still somehow. But yeah, the original show, the characters have good arcs. They feel like kind of like human in a way. You could actually like empathize a little bit. Some anime characters can be a little extreme or not really feel entirely relatable. But I think Evan did good there. It's got some filler shit. There's some bizarre stuff that doesn't quite work. it's up its own ass at times, but I think the normal show is absolutely worth seeing. It's a huge fucking like cultural like thing, but yeah, I wouldn't go in expecting pure god shit. I think about what it was when it came out though. Like artsy, like more serious, like crazy, kind of bizarre anime like that's probably not super common. So I think that's kind of a big deal. Yeah. Anyways, Umurangi Generation, it's good. Have Lane for that? Yeah, Lane's pretty fucking. I mean, I got interrupted with Lane when my apartment flooded or my dorm flooded in college. That was cool. Really added the fucking surrealness. Sitting there in my apartment with my friend watching Serial Experiments Lane, and then we put our feet down and we're like, "What the?" And then it's just like water everywhere. I finished that, but there's little distractions. Lane was still cool. It's got good music. Anyways, let's move on to Cotton Fantasy. I mean, I guess I'll put a picture up. Cotton Fantasy is just to cute 'em up. I'd like to rewatch it. It's a cool, interesting kind of field show. I'd really like to see it again. It's been a long time, and I don't think I got as good a watch as I would have liked to. I've watched other shit written by the same person, like Haibane Renmei, and I liked that. I'd like to watch Textnalize. Yeah, I'll let you know. Textnalize is supposed to be pretty depressing, but like pretty cool. I don't know much about it, but yeah, I really liked Lane's music and yeah, vibe. But yeah, Cotton Fantasy. So this is a long running series. This is a new installment. It's gameplay wise, it's just like it's a cute 'em up, side scroll cute 'em up, left to right. Where you just pick up a bunch of random magic power ups as they blow up at enemies and combine them into like different crazy spells. Oh really? It's pretty good. It seems cool. I love the music. I have the soundtrack for it, for all of that stuff. Yeah, most stuff written by that person or animated by that group or whatever the fuck. I don't know where the origins are on all of it. They're pretty good. I thought about trying the Lane game at some point. It's like a PS1 Serial Experiments Lane game. I don't know what that's about. I'll look into it. But yeah. With Cotton Fantasy, the gameplay's okay. The in-game visuals are pretty cheap looking. It's pretty weak 3D kind of modeling. A lot of reused stuff. It doesn't look very good. It plays okay though. It's not too bad, but it's a really short shoot 'em up. You get a few unlockable characters, but it's like most shoot 'em ups. They're short games made to be replayed a bunch. I didn't find it so interesting. I'd want to play it again. But it was worth a play. The best part about Cotton Fantasy was the fucking cutscenes, man. I guess this is just a thing with shoot 'em ups. It's absolute fucking ape shit, dude. It's just crazy over the top comedy antics. Just it looks like it's cute. It's more like dark humor and really wacky, goofy, over the top shenanigans, and she's pretty much just a psychotic person who wants to eat lots of candy or whatever. It's just like it's the cutscenes are really entertaining. And then the rest of it just kind of goes along with it, the gameplay and shit. I guess cute 'em ups are just kind of like that, where they're just really unhinged, psycho, like, yeah, yeah. It's just like really unhinged characters just doing crazy shit. So I'd like to actually try more of these, but I wouldn't say overall it's a great game. I think the cutscenes are absolutely worth. Go watch a playthrough of it. It's very fun, but I don't know. It's probably not worth the buy-in. It looks a little too cheap, and there's a lot of good shoot 'em ups out there with a lot more set pieces and stuff. The funny cutscenes are nice, but they kind of need a bit more than that. So I'd put it. You could argue it's a good game, but I'm just gonna leave it. Oh, really? Yeah, I need to play your old games. They're probably much better with the old art and everything. Fans completely remade it in browser in English. Oh, nice. Yeah, what all was done by that company though? Serial Experiments, Lane, Triangle stuff. They've done a lot of stuff. Who's the author? That's probably better. Was this adapted from something or was it just purely anime? Oh yeah. Oh, he did All You Need Is Kill? Oh, Phenomeno. I played Phenomeno. He did the art in that. No wonder it looked like Lane. Was Lane just an anime only? Maybe it was. Yeah, it must be Masato. Chiaji J. Konaka? Is this the actual creator? Really? Script. Ah. Yeah, Textilize. Oh, Rossifon? Really? I watched Rossifon. He did some of the episodes. That show was pretty out there. Parasite Dolls. Never made. Original animes even made anymore? I don't know. They're not as often for sure. It's not as safe, I guess. It's just pulling from something else. Yeah, I think there's like the art, the guy who like writes the script has done a lot of shit, but then the person who actually like did the art has done a lot of things. Because like Haibane Renmei, I don't think it's the same author or script writer, but it's like the same um people who drew it. Maybe, or maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I had a couple of the same people. I think one of the same artists, but the studio's totally different. Really, I think the big comparison one would probably be like Serial Experiments Lane and Textilize then. I mean, yeah, you see people compare it to Hyben Aranme or like Evangelion or Ergo Proxy, but like I feel like the most connected one, yeah, is just Textilize and Lane. So I don't know. Maybe we'll watch both of those in Discord at some point here. That'd be fun. Yeah, I don't know. I have not kept up enough with recent anime seasons. I wish there would be more. Is the new Gundam anime only? I need to get a new drink. This is all water mixed with parts of soda. But yeah, um, that Gundam generally was like anime original. Boring as shit. Yeah, I don't know much about it. Oh well, yeah, I would like to do that at some point. Once again, I need to run through the rest of the fuck. I need to do the Hitman games before anything. But you know, this game got a 7. Oh, this game's not reviewing well on Steam. Is it the port? No, people are shitting on it, dude. Yes. Justice. Just kidding. I don't want games to fail that badly. But I was like, in the super minority when this game came out. Triangle Strategy. When this game actually came out, the fucking I just don't know if there was nothing that was coming out at the time or what, dude. I was like, this game is just not that good. Like, it's got okay strategy gameplay, but it's like 20% of the game, and the rest of it is political intrigue, and it's written with characters that are completely robotic, delivered by like not really great voice actors, and it's like 80% of the game is dialogue, and it's like a 30-40 hour game, and it's just like, I was like, what am I, like, am I crazy? Am I, my standards just that fucked? Like, this game is reviewing like 8s and 9s and all that shit. I'm like, I just like the 2D 3D I think is at its worst in this game. It looks super, the contrast and how nasty and how much post processing there is just looks really gross, and it's just shit. And I'm like, well, like, so it's supposed to be a game about political intrigue and like politics and stuff, but it has like, and to make that interesting you need to have characters who are interesting, are making clever plays, and you know, oh my god, Jesus Christ. You know, people who are skirting around this like fucking political climate, who have like strong arcs and all that, and instead it's just like it's just the most basic things that happen. It's like, oh, X country did this country, and there's a little bit we have to say about it, and instead, you know, where it's like in like FF Tactics or something, at least there was like some characters who had some personal investment in some stuff, or they were making some weird plays, or there was like secrets going on, and like, and it's not, I mean, that's not the best example. I mean, maybe Tactics Ogre is like way better, but I don't know. I like FF Tactics story and all the extra, the arcs and things happening at the same time. But in Triangle Strategy, it's just like the most basic, like, how to say amateur, but amateur version you could imagine of like political intrigue and stuff. Yeah, Disco Elysium's awesome. Octopath, I mean, it looks okay. The combat has a lot of depth, and that's pretty fun, I guess. Some people would say they really love the music, but the story is not that good. The way it fuses, or the way all the stories come together is non-existent almost. It's mostly in hidden end game content, like post game content. The variety of the stories isn't as strong. If you want to play Octopath but good, just go play Live Alive. It's like way better. Octopath 2 comes out in a couple months, so hopefully they've learned a lot. It just needs more variety. It needs the stories to actually, even if you're able to do them in any order you want, they need to like flow together a little bit, or at least just be extremely strong on their own. Classic? I just play the remake. I was gonna take a break before we did Triangle Strategy, but I was finished it. But listen. Oh, I got you. Yeah, I forget I can rent these things. So. Yeah, that's kind of how I felt. I don't think Octopath 1 is just outright bad. I think it has some good things to it. It's got a fair amount of challenge because the systems have enough depth, and you got to think far enough and advanced. That, and you kind of have to play certain characters for their chapters and stuff. So you do have to adjust strategies a bit, which I like. Kind of like FF6 in a way, except that game you have a lot more. They make you do a lot more stuff. And this, it's like usually just one character you have to kind of work into your team, and the rest are just other dudes who've been powerhousing. So the systems are nice there, but the side content, the dungeons, and then the story and what the stuff you're doing is just not very exciting at all. In the trailer, I saw a train, so I'm already like, whoa, this is already more interesting than like almost all of Octopath 1. There's a train. That's kind of where we're at with Octopath. Train level. Ooh, this is way better. If that tells you what the rest of the levels and all that were like in the original game, it's mostly just like caves and fields and towns and drama and kind of weak voice acting from the same old generic VAs. Better than Triangle Strategies, but boat, I sleep, train. I'm fucking coming. Choo choo. I like boat too, but train you don't get as often, yeah. Yeah. So I really hope they up the exploration. They really work on that writing, man. It's so dry in Octopath. And how do you make a game about 8 extremely different characters having their own completely separate stories because they don't come together hardly at all, and then just not make any of it interesting? That's what made Live Alive great. It's because the entire idea was they could have little short stories that they couldn't do a whole game for, essentially, and just have a bunch of separate ones, right? And then they could go really off the rails. You take that awesome idea and then you just don't do anything with it in Octopath. So, yeah, we'll see. I also don't. The music's kind of generic, but some people feel different about that. But anyways, Triangle Strategy, much worse. It has okay strategy RPG gameplay. There's a lot of characters. They do a lot of different things. Some of the levels actually have some environmental stuff you can mess with. Not all, but some. So they can get pretty fun at times. But the game is just, it's like I said, 10-20% gameplay. So it just never gets time to breathe, and usually it's so few and far between that you just don't care anyways. You're like, oh, well, I'm just did like 5 hours of story. It's like, oh, now I got to do some gameplay. It's like, you kind of rather just have a better pacing of both of them. Because it's not like you're getting super into the story, but you've kind of accepted you're not going to see that much gameplay, so you don't really want to like get back into it, and then you do. And it's just I just don't care for that part. It's mainly in the writing. It's just extremely basic political power play shit. Any of the drama or strength of characters or clever, maneuvering, political maneuvering around or evil people or anything, it's not there. Shit just happens. So any extra nuance or character arcs or drama involving these things is also shredded because the voice acting is so weak and the script is just so fucking whatever, man. Yeah, it's wild to me that people like super into it, like especially for the gameplay side of things. It's like it's just not there enough, man. Like, also there's multiple routes you can go on, which is cute. But there's a true route, which is neat. It takes essentially every character you've collected at that point and puts them in a set of 3 or 4 separate missions. Problem is, if you've not New Game Plus, every character, you're going to go into this true end mission with like 10 less characters out of 30 than you need. So it makes it really fucking annoying. So if you stumble into the true ending or you just want to do the true ending, you're going to have to grind a bit, make sure everybody's juiced, which is not very fun. The side missions are super basic. And it's all on the surface of like a pretty lame fucking finale anyways. Other than the separating your like full entire 30-man roster, who you've only been using like a few of the whole game. Dude, I don't even want to try to remember, man. It's like that and the Smash theme I never want to think about again. Oh my god. What's happening? But yeah, so that was kind of lame because I don't really want to replay the entire game that many times just to get some more characters. I still beat it with the true ending, but the idea is that you get more characters based on your justice or your nobility or your honor or whatever, your righteousness, or there's like 4 values, the scales of judgment or something. I don't even know what it is exactly. And so you make arbitrary decisions, and just based on which value you want to adjust, not because you actually care about the dialogue. You only care about what you get out of it, which is shit. I hate systems that are about adjusting point values, because if you care more about gaming the point system than the actual immersive, the storytelling of it. So anyways, you're adjusting point values, and then you pick out which point values you're essentially going to want to try to get, either with a guide or just save reloading or freeballing. And then if you have enough of it, you'll get new side characters, or if you take certain routes, you'll get different stories, and then you'll get different characters that way. And that's all fine and good, but yeah, when you're required to have most of them, pretty annoying there. And also, that system doesn't matter almost at all to actually get the true ending, which is really funny, because it's they advertise it. Your choices, the fucking judgment system. Your choices matter, and they do a bit, but the choices always tend to come back together. And it's generally just kind of at the end, and they might differ for a while, but then they come back together. That's generally at the end where they're truly gonna differ. And then for the true ending, it doesn't matter what your point values are at all. You just have to pick the right options, as long as everybody's still in your party. And it's just weird. So the game's working against its one of its most advertised features. It's got way too much story for a game that's called Triangle fucking Strategy. And it's well, the strategy gameplay is cool and all. I don't think it's that juicy. So I don't know. If you're a big fan of Fire Emblem or something, maybe, but the capitalized I. Oh, I see it there. Yeah, I've had a few other issues. I named the Batman game wrong. It's an L, dude. Nulja. Don't you get it? It's a fan knockoff game. So yeah, I wouldn't say it's a really bad game. Do I want to put it one of the worst? No. It's super mediocre. We'll just do that. We'll say that. It's painfully mediocre. If there was more gameplay, it'd be a little better, but that story, dude. I mean, when you could just go play FF Tactics 20 fucking years ago, and it completely mogs this game, it's it's hard to feel too pumped about it. And like I said, I think the 2D, 3D was at its worst in this game. The post-processing and shit just looked nasty, man. Live Alive is actually surprisingly the best. Tactics Ogre a bajillion years ago. It's over. It's over. This is what the Tactics Ogre fans are. Triangle strategy gods in the house tonight. Yeah. Yeah. A lot of people probably put me on the stake for saying I just don't like this one much. But I don't know. If you're the kind of person who can ignore 30 hours of horribly boring, dull, it was mind-numbingly boring story for 10 hours of okay tactics gameplay in a pretty garish looking environment, all right, this is good for you. Shit. That's fine. I mean, but that's what it takes. So I just don't agree. Like I said, it's really long too. It's 40 hours long. It kind of reminds me of a better Udawara Mono, where it's the same problem. There's barely any gameplay, and the story's horrible. But the thing is, in Udawara Mora, the story's even worse, and the gameplay's even worse. Such an interesting comparison there. Be right back. Okay. Give me 1 sec. I'm gonna relaunch all my windows real quick. I'm gonna see if putting my Chrome and like hardware accelerated mode will fix maybe any crash. Because it's been in software mode, it's been like weird. Oh, it will change nothing, but no, we haven't crashed again. Knock on wood. No, it wasn't on because I had to turn it off, I think, for some Discord capture, but I think they fixed that issue now. I just remembered I still had it off. And I mean, usually I crash when I'm watching like some kind of video, I feel like, on Chrome, but I've crashed other times, but technically Chrome's always been open, so I don't know. Might have nothing to do with it. It shouldn't technically matter either way, but I mean, if I could curb an issue with it, then. Alright. Oh, I have to zoom back in. Hold on. Oh, really? You a big Inscription fan? Was it really that long ago? Huh. I came in sooner than that. I don't know. Okay. Yeah, 10 out of 10 for my good friend Sam here. For my good friend in the chat, Sam. I guess we're on Inscription now. I think Inscription's pretty fucking cool. But it is not without issues. But I do think it is good overall. Some of the issues I have are in regards to story and novelty and the ups and downs of the game. But oh, cool! Need to make more emotes, man. They're important, apparently. Yeah, well, thanks for being around. It's been good having you for sure. Nice to have some more chit chatters, man. Dug the discussion. Absolutely. Yeah, it has roguelike. 3 points gone. It has cards. Another 3 points. So it's got 4 points left. It's got meta. Novelty. So that's 3 points gone. So it's got 1 point left. So do you guys think it's like a 1 point or a 0? That's where we're at. Let's just round it down to a 0. Yeah, what a stream, dude. Fucking Kino like KDkill and Punchline. Looks like a clown. Oh yeah, it kind of is almost like an automaton, right? So it's kind of like a Five Nights at Freddy's thing. So yeah, it loses a point there. Well, no, Inscription's good. It peaks in the beginning with the roguelike escape room. It might be the only stream. Wow. Yeah, I wish I could sell that, right? Hey, ever just wanted to watch a lot of really shitty VNs and games? Well, come on now. We'll fucking dig super hard into the shittiest games you've ever seen. Yeah. I mean, I guess you could be a gacha streamer. He's so gay of that caliber, dude. Uchikoshi. We gotta thank him for providing all that content. Uda 3 this year. I want to rent it and just be done with it. If you 500 people finish this VN, come watch why. Join 3 of the only people who've read this VN ever, and find out why. Oh, are you gonna play the Udas, dude? Oh, that's a mic drop moment if you are. Oh, this year. Oh, I got you. Okay, next year. Yeah, I'm already in the next. My mind's in the next year. I was like, oh, is Sam really gonna do it? Like, fuck, dude. I'd love to have another. It's definitely one of those things where it's like, so with the other bad VNs we read, it's like, oh, it's fun to chit chat and joke about them. Like they're bad, you want to have other people read bad things because it's funny. But with like Uda, it's like a sickness. I need other people to get corrupted so it's not just me. Like I need someone to validate how bad it is. It's to cope. Help me cope. It's like a corruption, dude. It's so fucking. I'll play the third one. We'll see how it is. It's supposed to be the best one. It gets, the series gets good. 80 hours, 80 to 100 hours in. I'm sure of it. I'm looking forward to it. But dude, the girls are cute. It's worth it. That's all that matters. Watch cheat and watch the anime. What did the anime cover again? Was it just the first VN? But you skipped all the fucking wacky sex, Cora. And the filler arcs of combat. Everything? Jesus. That might be even better. I mean, you could turn a 100-hour series into like 4 hours. That'd be sick. I can get cute girls in other places, but bro, can you get cute girls with the occasional 10 minutes of Fire Emblem gameplay? I don't know about that. Oh, it was that soon. Jesus. Right in time with the new game, I guess, right? Okay, but can you have sex with them in the first game, Sam? And also be their parent figure. The toothpaste girl. Yeah. Oh god, Uda Waramono. I love Uda. Yeah, we'll play it. I want to try to be as open minded as I can, but let's be real. It's gonna be really hard. I would love to enjoy it because the alternative is it's another mind fuckingly boring VN that's lauded as one of the best VNs ever. I just need to know. I just need to know if I missed something. So we gotta play the first one. Yo, nice Christmas, Merry Christmas. Uda anime. Merry Christmas. I mean, that's what I feel like sometimes. I'm like, did I just not get it? Like, is it like I like slice of life. I don't mind just cute comedy antics. I don't mind romance. But this combo and the quality of it is just fucked. I mean, the art's fine, but like, is that it? Is there like there are a few suction cup titties and like that's it, man? It's the best anime. I like good slice of life. Can't just have slice of life. There's got to be like purpose and quality. It's funny, or it's cute, or it's actually forwarding the character or something. Uda, it's like not really much of that. It's cute, slice of life, but occasionally it gets serious. Whoa, and it has gameplay. Whoa. Yeah, I don't have a problem with slice of life. It just needs to be good. I don't care as long as it's good. Oh, dude, I was like, I was falling asleep in Uda many times. It was one of those games I'm like, actually, like, I had to take little breaks. I don't usually take breaks on purpose. It's usually just something comes up. I was like, I have to stop today. I'm so bored. I have to take a break. I have to do something else. I can only read so much of this at once. I was just like, just glazed over, dude. There's nothing to say. Every bit of shit talk is dried up in the first hour. You're just like, there's nothing left. There's been a lot, yeah. I mean, I don't like doing it, the switching, usually. It's just because we've played so many long-ass games. Like, fucking hell, Dragon Quest 11. There's so many games coming out around when I was playing that, and it's fucking was so long. What was my final runtime on that game? It was it was above 150 hours as well, right? At least. Yeah, I don't know. That's a lot of it. Just a lot of long games. I've played 3 of the longest games I've played almost ever this year. Elden Ring, Xenoblade Chronicles 3, and Dragon Quest 11 were all gargantuan games. You guys didn't see as much Xenoblade 3 because I did that off stream while I was doing other shit for most of it. So most of it was just like mindless side content, but like those are all ultra long games, man. Jesus. Yeah, it took months. I cut the VODs and it was over 2 months. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, Inscription, it's a really great at the start idea. Escape rooms mixed with horror, sorta, and roguelike card building. And the roguelike card stuff is pretty fun. You can kind of break it a bit, but not so much in the first section. And then the way they kind of work in you losing with the escape rooms and all that, it's really neat. It's cool, and you're kind of wondering what the story's all about, and you're wondering how you're gonna have to kind of play around. Yeah, oh man, escape rooms in my game with escape in the title. Actually, I didn't really think about it. I just figured it was just the name because it's shit. I guess it has actual escape room. Yeah, it's a cool idea. It then switches styles. This is all spoilers, of course. After about 6-7 hours, depending on just how chill you're taking it, and then turns into like a Yu-Gi-Oh! Game Boy Advance deck, like full deck building game. No roguelike. Which is also neat. It's extremely easy to break it, but that's kind of by design, which was novel. I kind of liked that you could just bust it. It wasn't like super balanced because it was just a short 3-4 hour section. And then you move on, and then you're like, okay, well, it's gonna change again, and it changes back to the first style, but it turns into more of like an RPG kind of adventure, like a D&D type of thing, and like a tech world, and you augment your cards as the gimmick this time. And then it ends, and it's really meta, and overall, it's pretty fun. I think each of the different of the 3 big games came in when it kind of needed to. They were all pretty fresh for as long as they needed to last. I mean, they definitely, I would say the second one definitely got old by the end, and so did the third one, but it was just long enough. And I think it's just a cool experience. I think the card game, it's kind of like Hearthstone, but more single player, so you can bust it a lot more and enjoy that kind of power trip or reward for your strategy or some shit. And then I like the kind of aesthetic with it. It looks pretty nice. A lot of the sounds are pretty decent with the some of the retro shit and sound effects in the beginning. Some of the horror shit. Some of his old games like Pony Island or whatever, they don't quite have the same presentation. This is a lot more cleaned up. I think it adds a lot to the atmosphere of each of these areas because that's where a lot of them shine. Otherwise, it's just kind of card building. I would say though, if you don't like cards, obviously you're not gonna like it. But if you do like cards, it's a good 10-15 hour romp. The problems, though, because we could talk about what's great about it all day, is that the meta stuff, I'm over it. I hate cards. I mean, you might like it still. Like the escape room shit's cute. It does switch it up enough, and the cards are very easy to understand. That as you're getting bored, you might be okay swapping off, but it is mostly cards though. So the adventure shit's not as much as I wish it was. But the bigger thing is, yeah, the meta shit. I'm just kind of, that's one of the things I'm kind of over it. The thing with meta is when you use it for novelty and it's not really woven into the story in a very interesting way. It's just a kind of like a knee-jerk twist kind of thing, right? Like, whoa, it's meta. There's real people here. Whoa, these cards are real. The Nazis wanted these ancient demonic cards or something. I'm like, okay, that's really crazy. But like, if that's it, and there's no like quality to it, like I said, it's not woven in. There's not really like an atmosphere to it. There's no character. It's just kind of meta for the sake of meta, just to be like, wow, it's a gimmick then. And that is cool the first few times you see it. But as you see more novelties, more gimmicks, they aren't as cool anymore. And then you start judging them on how well they're done because there's a lot to compare it with, right? And meta's been, especially by this dev, he's done it like every game, which is cool if that's what he likes doing. I mean, his games are good so far. But the novelty wears off. It's like touch controls, it's like motion controls. It wears off, and then you start being like, oh, it's actually not a really good game, or it's not a good motion game. As terms of a meta story, Inscription's like not that interesting. I don't even know, what would you consider a good meta? Like players a part of it, or it's real world somehow story, and there's better ones for sure. But is that a good one? I guess Blick's fine, right? That's meta in a way. Like it works. There's something the entire game being set up with the twist kind of is revealed there. Like Inscription, it's just there, dude. And I see some people echo the same sentiment. I think the game has cool enough atmosphere and mystery to it that when everything just ends up being kind of meta by the end of it, you just you roll your eyes a bit. You've seen it a million times, and I bet it's cool to a lot of people because it's not super widespread, but it's out there enough, right? Oy. We'll play a fucking Monkey Island or something. Thimbleweed Park. But yeah, I didn't like that part. And the other part, you'll probably hear me and Fasta talk about it all the time. Is the first part is like way too good, and the rest just can't live up to it, man. The first part, the idea of it is way better and executed just way better on top of that than the other parts. The Yu-Gi-Oh! Walk around the retro map is cool. Yeah, I can't wait. It's coming. I do like the game a lot still, but yeah. I just feel like I've said all the positive shit to say about it. And so I'm kind of just like, everybody knows it's good. Everybody's talked about it being good. So like, I should probably bring up the reasons like I don't feel as strong, but I still do like it. Maybe it's our conversations over the months fast. I mean, we've pretty much just dug into why the first part was the best, and the rest kind of falls apart comparatively for like months. So maybe that's kind of twisted the general direction of conversation I always go with it. It'll still go in the good pile. It might even go in the best. One of the best. I liked the cards. Like I said, I thought that after each section, I was done with it, and the next part was refreshing. I enjoyed each part. But as we've talked about it over the months, I'm like, if I can imagine a game that was just the first parts in different escape rooms with like a running mystery and a more thought out like roguelike card build thing, I would like that better. Like that's kind of where I'm at. And then I really have grown to kind of like get over the meta shit. I like meta shit. I like shit that pushes it, but just for the novelty of it. Especially after seeing all the ARG shit, which was still cool, but I'm just like, eh. It just feels like a gimmick to me. And it's not a huge part of the game, but it is the end, and it is some of the parts leading up to the end. And I don't know. I prefer something not as gimmicky, but I like it. I think the presentation's top notch. I think the gameplay is really fun. And as an experience, as a game that like is trying to refresh itself and bring a lot of variety to the table, I like that part too. I just think, yeah, the first part, it ends, it peaks at the beginning, and then it probably hits the very bottom at the very end. So other than that, no, I like it overall. I guess I should reiterate that. Yeah, it's not. It's like fast. It sounds like I really hate it. I think it's good overall. It's cool. Even if you ignore the meta shit, it's pretty solid. Just in a card romp. Yeah, I mean, I would definitely recommend playing it. Anybody should play it, unless you just really hate cards. But it's not like PvP competitive cards, so. Well, I've spoiled the fuck out of it. Even knowing there's more than the first area, is more than they ever tell you. So, I guess you kind of run it. Yeah, you know it's coming if you're gonna sit here and watch this. If you see it coming and you don't want to hear about it, you can just walk out. Yeah, but overall, it's a really good game. I had fun with it. I like watching. I liked watching a bunch of cactuses run as I could. I'm looking forward to their next one. They've really gotten like really clean with their games. I haven't played the Hex, but I did play Pony Island. That one was cool, but yeah, Inscription's super clean. I really hope they can kind of capture the great parts of Inscription and into something all the way through. Oh, that was in the third zone. Yeah. In the tech part, they play with your Steam names and files and stuff. It's just like a joke, but yeah, it's even more meta. I forgot about all that meta. I guess One Shot was a decent meta game, right? Oh, that did it well. There's a good example. Oh yeah. Anyways, yeah, Inscription's good. It'll probably go on one of the best ones, but we're gonna save that for later. Yo, Deer Simulator. Nice. Mind Scanner. Nah, I mean, I'll talk about Deer Simulator. It is wacky, crazy antics, and hoping they will sell you on just the bare bone zaniness of it. Kind of game, if that makes sense. Like, so there's games that are bizarre, they're wacky, they get nuts, but it's like there's a quality to it, a consistency. Deer Simulator is just like, it feels like they were like literally just shot out a game, tried to just fuck the physics up as like a joke, and then they're like, yeah, that's kind of funny, and then they just kind of released it as a full game, and like that's it. The UI looks like it's one of those games where it's like it's bad on purpose, but there's there's no quality to it still. Like, does that make sense? Like, it goes too far in the direction of trying to be bad on purpose. Yeah, it's kind of trying to do the goat simulator thing. Yeah, it seems like a joke little game, which is fine. I don't hate it for that. But it goes from being like kind of a novel, cute little game to a lot more like just trying way too hard. Um, it's not that fun. It's really janky and buggy, and it's pretty short. Like, it's kind of funny for 2 seconds, but they don't keep the jokes coming very well or the comedy coming well. It relies way too much on what you see on the surface. I haven't gone through Goat Simulator, but at least in those, it looks like they try to keep having new things happen to go along with the wacky physics. Deer Simulator's kind of just wacky physics and a couple shitty jokes. And guns, right? Attached to your deer. It's not like the most unfunny thing, but it just is too low effort, man. It's trying way too hard to be zany and wacky, but it's something like a kid can make, right? You just try to be as off the wall as possible, and you don't really care about how clever or any kind of timing or just anything, right? Any kind of comedy, anything. It's just a wacky physics deer with the guns attached to them. And like that could be cool, but like, you know, that could be cool for 5 minutes and like a fucking LOL Sorry, that's what it is. That'd be cool in a 5 minute short, right? This is like a 3 hour game or 2 3 hour games. How much else I got? Mind scanners. This one I did on Game Pass as well. So think Papers, Please, but you run around a city, performing mental health, operations with really wacky, over the top equipment on people. So you'll walk up to a place and they'll have this going on, and you'll do like a quiz, and then you'll check out maybe their body or see some signs, and then you'll use some of your Looney Tunes equipment and do little mini games to essentially cure them of their mental ailments. It's kind of it's a dystopian kind of future game, but it's a little bit more comedic at times. I mean, it's serious here and there, but the machines are so kind of goofy. It's not full Looney Tunes, but there's a certain over the topness to it, like a dark humor, and how just like overbearing like the government or the corporations are something that it's kind of almost more tongue in cheek. Part of the problem is they don't balance those tones very well. A lot of the stories they are trying to tell kind of miss because of that, and they're just not all that interesting. The game's also probably a little too long. The gameplay loop of you going to a person's house or place or whatever the fuck, and doing the mini games on them and buying new equipment to do different mini games to be more efficient, kind of is not as interesting as like a Papers, Please, because you stop really learning tells and getting better at like more subtle stuff and memorizing things, and you just kind of get better at like a really simple Mario Party mini game. I get better at twisting the knob just right, and it's like that's fine and all, but for the length of the game, it gets a little old. There are a lot of endings, like Papers, Please. You got your fail states and all that, but overall, I thought it was just kind of all right. Like I said, if the story was a little stronger, I think if the gameplay was a little bit more depth to it, a little bit more interesting. Overblood Razcarsty is on the stream. Hello. Yeah, please, everybody kneel. But yeah, it's okay. I just don't feel super strong about a lot of it. It's very forgettable at times. The art is probably the biggest standout. But even though you're running around a city, usually you're just sitting there staring at a patient, and that's not super interesting. And the characters don't stand out ultra hard. I really think the biggest problem is the gameplay gets old. Like I said, the story's nothing great either. But if they had made the gameplay a bit more interesting, I think you could feel a lot stronger about it. But it's too long for how boring it is. Not a bad game, but I can't be ultra positive about it. It's like you're playing like Clue, not Clue, but what's that one? Operation. That's kind of like those sorts of things, like all the little mini games. It's not enough for a full long game. All right. Anyways, Fortune 499. So this was one of the games that was on the Humble monthly thing, but I had it installed for like 3 months and it still works. So I was like, okay, I guess we're just gonna play that. It's about a witch who works at a company, and she uses her witch powers to help the company. And then the company's things start happening where she's got there's people out of town, like the security magic people and stuff, that she has to kind of repel, like I don't know what you call it, a demonic invasion, if you will, sorta. Her power is like the ability to like affect probability. Was it? So essentially, the game is rock paper scissors, and you have a deck. It's a deck of cards, but it's a deck of rock, paper, and scissors of different strengths, or whatever the fuck. And you're supposed to essentially play the card, and it affects the probability of that card winning. And it's about you kind of hedging percentages and probability to get what you want to like win. It's a cute idea, but it's not like super well done or interesting. But it works for the most part. Yeah, the card, it's not as typical of a card game, but it is cards. More cards. But yeah, the writing, it's like, I mean, the anti-corporate little humor, indie, quirky, anti-corporate humor. It's not like super funny, but it's a little cute at times. It's not like super beating you over the head with it. It doesn't look that great. It's not like it doesn't look bad, but the presentation's pretty. It's a $4.99 game. I mean, that's kind of the point. So it's pretty simple. It's just those colors you see right there. That's it. I mean, you're kind of just running through office buildings. Every new chapter, they essentially wipe your cards, and you get like a new setup, and a lot of it's puzzles, kind of more than just raw card strategy, which can get a little old. A lot of the levels can get a bit drawn out. Because really, like I said, the gameplay is not anything crazy, but it's like a 3-4 hour game. It's not too bad. I don't know. There's not a whole lot to say. I honestly don't remember every little detail. A lot of it's kind of forgettable. The probability card shit was cute. The anti-corporate thing. I mean, hey man, I'm there with you, but like, it's been done. So that kind of humor, you kind of have to really nail it. Otherwise, there's just another drop in the bucket of those kinds of games, sadly. So Other than that, I don't really remember much of the music. Like I said, the presentation wasn't that special, so not gonna call it a bad game. Just another I'd put in kind of the meh pile. So let's move on to Lake. Was Lake bad? What do you guys think? Some of you were here for Lake. I just typed Lake into Google. I unsurprisingly got not the game first. nobody paid attention because Lake was that boring. Yes, okay, that's right. Yeah, I think you could choose for her to be lesbian or not. It was the male woman. So it's about a city lady who, um, yeah, that's kind of how I felt on it. It was really just kind of by the numbers. Let's put this over. Kind of dull plot, yeah. I don't know. So yeah, the lake. I guess I explained what it is. It is a story about a lady who usually she works for like a tech firm or something like that, or some kind of newspaper thing. I don't know exactly. She's a city lady with a nice job. And you know how it is. Well, she needs a break, and so she goes out to the small town where her father and mother live. And he's a mailman, and she takes over his job for like a week, and they go on vacation and bang in Hawaii or something. So it's about city lady discovers the. If you want, you can actually choose for her not to give a shit, but obviously they're pushing you really hard to discover how personal and how appealing small town world is. It's just a town of 20 people or more than that, but you only really meet like 10, 20 people. The countryside's nice, it's quiet, you go to learn about everybody. It's just slower, less selfish kind of shit. So that's the story they're going for, right? Been written 1,000 times. Been written 1,000 times. Probably better than like. That's the biggest problem with it. Is it's a story I don't hate. And there's a lot of like, if you could handle it right, a lot of nuance you could get in there. And a lot you can probably relate to if you played it just right. If you like appealed to people in just the right ways. But when it's so obviously just, oh man, the city sucks. Those corporations, gee willikers, and like, the small town is all comfy and great, and it's like, I've read it before, man. I read it the year before this, and Life is Strange: True Colors, and it was much better done there. It wasn't a city lady, but it was a person discovering small town and trying to fit in after not being able to maybe fit in or having a rough life. Much better in that one. I actually liked that game of story. This one, though, yeah, it's a little stiff at times. Some of the VA work's kind of iffy, but it's not too bad there. But there's just not many characters you really enjoy the arcs of. And the rest of the time, you're just driving in your car. There's nothing fun you can do in it. If you even try to like touch a curb, I feel like you just get fucked. So there's no like goofy car shit you can do like in Deadly Premonition. It's essentially you literally just delivering mail for 80% of the game with the MCA music. So we had to play our own music. I feel like I'm being too generous, not feeling like maybe I shouldn't put it in one of the worst games. But there was nothing really great about it. Maybe I will put it in there. This barely makes it because it's not like fucked. It's just whatever, man. Yeah, it's a story you've read a million times without any characters that you can really get into, and without any of like um the nuance or anything to at least make it kind of like you respect it a bit. It's really like I put it in the worst. I put it in there. Like I don't even I barely even remember any of the characters or anything. Like it was just one of those, man. You just played it and you're like like I don't know. It's just one of those story games. You walk up, there's some dialogue you can pick out. Yeah, I just yeah, yeah, there were some bizarre parts and some weird characters for sure. Yeah, the pace wasn't too good for sure. Yeah, but that's the thing is like, but nothing really happens, which is why I don't honestly remember a lot of it well enough. It's just like all of a sudden, oh, you're getting in a relationship with this chick, and then she just is not there for like 10 days, and then the game's about to end, and they're like, "Are you coming?" And then you're just like, "No." And then there's another day you can go on with the guy, and he's like, "Are you coming?" I'm like, "No, I'm just gonna go do my own thing." I think I ended up picking him just as a joke, but I was just like, I just don't care. Yeah, so it's a game that's like it's trying to get you in a romance, but it's going on one date. It's trying to get you into the city sucks. If you want, you can actually choose the other option, which is fine. The city sucks option, but it doesn't really build up the town to be interesting enough. The peacefulness, the appeal of small town and the nature enough. Like we were joking, I was like, "Well, shit, man, I almost want to go back to the town. This fucking is boring. There's nothing going on here. These people suck." It's like if you're trying to make it appealing, you got to make interesting characters, a fun place to explore, scenery and sounds you like, to contrast with her stories about her life in the city, how shitty work is. I mean, the work's always calling you in this game and stuff, and she's got a. He's like, "Hey, yo, I'm so nice, but do you wanna work on this project while you're at your vacation?" Which, like, obviously the game is pushing you to not like that. So yeah, exactly. Well, that's the problem is like in the gameplay, it's just really boring, and in the story, it's way too dry and fast. And it's like I get what they're going for. You know, it's an indie story game. They can do so much, but look, man, I don't know, cut the voice acting or something. Write some more story in there. Let me like fucking fly off of curbs and do goofy shit. When the quickest way for me to get back to town is to fucking suicide into a lake. Like, there's something wrong, man. Like, that was one of my strats. It was like so dull. I was like, I'm just gonna drive into this lake and it'll warp me back to the post office. And that was the most fun. Yeah, lake. This lady she just loves she loves the outdoors so much she wants to drive her truck into a fucking lake every time she goes out. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's really hard to. I feel like I'm not really giving it a very good description of what I have problems with. Go watch the VOD. The end of the VOD if you really want like a more fleshed out take. The problem with a lot of these mediocre to bad games is like you play 160 something games a year. Like these kinds, they just like. No, I don't think I will. Yeah, I mean you shouldn't. But if you do really, if you're like, wow, this is really shit take on this, well, go watch that. It might be a little bit better. Um, I don't think I will. The problem is like a lot of these games that have very just flaccid, weak dialogue or stories. If they're not like laughably bad, it's just like you know. I can't remember literally. I mean, if I stream like 10 plus hours every day, I can't remember every moment of every hour of every day, right? Nobody can. But since I'm playing games for most of those hours, some of these games that'll happen to those, right? Like, you play enough of these, and it's like, what is Lake? It's like it sucks. I mean, I hope they can make something better. I'm fine with the ideas behind it, but yeah, you really gotta. It's a story that's as old as time, there, man. You really gotta nail the characters, man. Which is why I liked like Carrie or whatever the fuck, the one from earlier. I forgot the name. Kelly, Carrie, Casey. That actually felt more human. Although this game's probably reviewed better for all I know because it's 3D and it's got voice acting, and you drive a car. Like if you want to have that, go play fucking um, Deadly Premonition. Yeah, the voice acting I don't recall being super fucked. I think it was fine. Like I said, there might have been a few weird spots, but overall it was pretty fine. With any game like that, like mediocre. I mean, yeah, the shorter something is, the less shit that it can feel. I mean, if you drag a bad idea out for longer, I mean, it's just gonna be worse. You're wasting more of somebody's time. Or do you mean like mail delivery games or? Yeah, the problem is this game's like 5 to 8 plus hours or something. Was it? I don't remember. And like too much of it's just kind of forgettable dialogue and shit. The driving, it's like whatever, you know. Just mediocre, yeah. I mean, you're gonna play a shitload of mediocre games every year. That's just how things end up being, you know. Not everything's gonna end up being good, but yeah. Um, yeah, it would be a lot less of a problem. You could still be like, you know, it was whatever, but it wasn't like fucked, right? Well, that's my thing. Is like it's just that would make it better, right? Because at least then it didn't waste as much of your time. But like Lake's pretty long in comparison, so it's like, yeah, the time investment. You know that's why I'm like, well, if a game's supposed to be pretty bad, like Uda, it's like, well, that's a 40 fucking hour VN plus. I gotta really want it, you know. When somebody's like, hey, you want to play this like maybe mediocre JRPG, I'm like, we'll have to see. I'll have to be in the mood because there's a lot of extra loss to be had there in time if it's bad. Yeah, something like Lake, where everybody's like, oh, it's really cool, and I love the idea of like a more serene kind of story about like connecting with people out, you know, whatever the fuck. It seemed interesting, you know. I thought it was gonna be like a cool kind of like emotional or human game, but yeah, it's just not quite. Yeah. Yeah, if it was shorter, yeah, maybe. The thing is, if this game was shorter, it would still be bad because it needs the time to let like these relationships breathe and develop. They would have to have less of them, or really focus in on a more clever kind of story it's trying to tell about, you know, getting away from the city and shit. You could tell a good. I mean, look at movies. You can tell a good story in a short amount of time, right? Like it's just one of those things. Like they just, I think it's too easy to let some of these games get fluffed up and just assume that just because you wrote something that like, you know, we did it just because it's in a video game. But well, I guess there's a lot of shitty movies too. So I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with this. Yeah, I mean, sure, shorter shit is I can palate it more because it's short. Of course, wouldn't disagree. I don't think anybody would. I do generally think, you know, the worst kind of game is probably the most just painfully mediocre one. The by the numbers kind of game with nothing redeeming, but nothing truly horrible. Uh, at least something really bad. There's like discussion about it. It's funny. Maybe the shittiness of it is just something so unique and off that like it's funny in its own right. I don't know. It depends. I guess that's not completely true. There's games that are just really bad that are just bad, right? And then there's bad funny. Like it wraps around to be somehow redeeming. But usually mediocre games are just pure boredom. It's like a Horizon. It's just old, man. don't know exactly where we were going with all that from the beginning, but I guess the bigger point was that I was going for, or my personal point was, yeah, mediocre games for me. I end up forgetting a lot more of them than I'd like, just from sheer amount of hours, and of playing these things every year. So, um, it's not because I just have like zero respect for them. It's just how it goes, man. The mind can only remember so much shit. Yeah, Eternal Cylinder. I don't think I'll put this as good or bad. It's probably notable though. Have I missed any notable games? I feel like I haven't touched anything. Has there not been any games that just really stood out as something special? Like, I mean, Etrian Odyssey is really good, but I mean, it's a first-person dungeon crawler. I don't need to draw any extra attention to it because, regardless of quality, right? Like something that I'm just like, ooh, this is a something, right? It can be bad too. Like, there's just something about it that it's just like, you know. I mean, Inscription. I don't know. Are there none? We had a couple. Thanks to Disco, The Corridor, Rainy Season, Tales from Offbeat, Poolside, and Sub-Zero. See, these are more notable because this was like the discussion, or this was like the experimental area where we were playing like really short experimental games. So it makes sense. Yeah, it's been a while. More than that because of the crash. Yeah, this one's looking to be longer. We got more conversation this year. Wow, I play so much garbage. Well, I just mean sheer amount of just time. I mean, I guess even if I played nothing but good games, I mean, I'm bound to just from sheer amount of time forget a lot more than on some of these games than the average person.